Suda, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. We're gonna be starting soon. Thank you, Oogie, for checking in. How are you doing, sweetie? Welcome in, welcome in. It is soup time! Hello, floppies! Today is day 7 of the FOLLOWATHON, but this is not the final day. So, things do be cooking in the background, and today we're going to play the ᴄᴏᴍᴍᴜ psychological horror one, where we go get the soup! Yeah, soup! I was recommended this game by Polly, so I'm very excited since Polly knows I love soup, and we're gonna see what it is about. Welcome in, Suda! Thank you so much for the follow. I'm gonna place you on the sticky note. Give me a second. Alright, the counter. I always forget to enable it. Thank you. I was speaking with the mic off. I was saying, I'm gonna note down the additional time for the counter since I'm going to update it once we go on a break or something of the sort. Yeah. So please check the rules since I don't feel comfortable with sharing personal information. But yeah, I'm glad, I'm happy that you're interested in it, but I don't feel like sharing it here. So, today we play the ᴂ and also later on, after the long awaiting, we're gonna begin Cat Quest 2, since we did complete this first one. Yay! And also, with Soda's follow, you did unlock chat pics Twitter partner for a week. Like last time, you did make me tweet weird stuff, and this time you do pick the banner for me for a week. Let's go. Get creative with that. Once again, I do remind you that here the links are not allowed. You might be willing to share it on my Discord server in the share away section, okay? Or unless you don't have like vague ideas but not the actual link of the picture, just feel free to let me know and we're gonna search for it together. And now, it is time to begin the visual. I'm very curious about it, like usually I really love the vibes of Yuri visuals, the girls love themes, stories. So yeah, I wanna see how this is like developed as a story, yeah. Since like it does feature horror elements, but Polly did also tell me that it's a cute game. So I'm just like willing to know already what this is about. And also soup, horror elements, and cute girls. Oh my gosh. So here are the trigger warnings, since I believe there are horror elements and uncomfortable themes are featured. So you have been warned. You don't have to watch my stream if you don't feel comfortable with such topics. Either you could lurk or just close the stream. It's okay. I hold no grudges. No, I'm joking. I'm like here most of the time, so it's totally fine if you don't feel like engaging with such content. Your health does come first as a priority than any of my streams. Understood? Okay, we can begin now. Give me a second. Can I set as full screen? Yes. Okay, there we go. The final prize is soup. Okay. With a crackling red, a suffocating black, my mind seemed to take form from countless ashes. A falling sensation jolted me awake, but my body would not move. A weight upon my legs, a haze upon my consciousness, as if the flow of blood had congealed within my veins. What? I opened my heavy eyelids and met red. A girl wearing a red dress sat upon my lap. On her lap, looking at me like one would look at a particularly droll statue in a museum. I meant to push her off of me, yet I was unable to make more than the slightest twitch. In the folly of the design of human flesh, unlike wooden marionettes, despite the stiffness of my muscles and joints, I could still feel the hard seat and the backrest. I'm going to lower the audio a bit, give me a moment. Maybe something like this. Okay. In the folly of the design of human flesh, unlike wooden marionettes, despite the stiffness of my muscle and joints, I could still feel the hard seat and backrest. I tried to speak, and in more of the same, my voice did not move. Okay. Nice to meet you. She too did not speak. Finally, her eyes, red as blood, met mine. As if acknowledging me, as if dismissing me, she stepped down to the ground. In doing so, she opened up my line of sight. I glanced around, still frozen. This was a place filled with shadows and little else. I seemed to spot the outline of a door by a far wall, which was also covered in darkness. Thus a glint of light, where there was no light, instantly caught my eye. A blade. A scalpel. The girl held a small surgical knife that, at this very moment, she let go of. That which fell to the ground. Rather than click or bounce, was devoured by the floor and melted away. A fanciful thought flitted across my mind, that this was a dream. She did not speak. I could not speak. My tongue stiff in my mouth, my limbs feeling not my own. Slowly, I regained control of my body and pushed myself up to my feet. A wave of vertigo washed over me as I wobbled to balance. I glanced behind me, finding the chair that I must have been sitting on, and the same darkness that covered the rest of this place. Finished, I wearily looked back toward the girl. Where was this? Who was she? I tried to remember how I arrived at this situation. Nothing, I couldn't remember anything. Instead, feeling a budding headache at my temple, and a sore sensation bubbling up in my gut. No one will search for me. A face crossed my mind as if to contradict me. Maybe that person who I pushed away would. But the thought didn't give me any sense of relief. You have already died. Nice to meet you too. Then an unfamiliar voice, the voice of the girl wearing red, broke the silence. Is the one that killed me you or someone else? This is the afterlife, the courts of Dio. Welcome to the final court, the 11th court, where you will be judged. I was dead, she said. This was the afterlife, she said. To think that my forebears were right. Courts were a major part of the traditional subterranean afterlife of Dio, a concept formed from a mixture of Buddhist ideas and traditional Chinese ideas. The number was commonly stated to be 10, but I had heard of variants, albeit not 11. Then again, this was my area of study, but later information that person would mention now and then when something piqued her interest. Was I in such great shock that my mind would wander so? Hi, Lu. So, I'm dead. Yes. She looked at me as if I were a fool. Without waiting, she continued her script. I am the judge of the 11th court of hell. You have been disqualified from entering this cycle for reincarnation by your sins in life. Your fate as a sinner will be determined by this court, where doomed. Therefore, you may not drink Mengpo's forgetfulness soup. A soup? We can drink the soup. Party, welcome me. Thank you for checking in. How are you doing, sweetie? Mengpo was a goddess at Naihe Bridge in the underworld, serving a soup that would wipe the memory of all that drank it. All souls had to drink the soup before they could reincarnate into the next life, stripped from the burdens of their previous life. Instead, you're given a chance to participate in a trial set by the king of the 11th court. A game of life. 3 rounds, 3 tests. Should you pass all 3, then you will be brought forth before the court to win the qualification for rebirth, or to undo your death. Death can be undone here. Nice. What did it mean to undo my death? I narrowed my eyes in contemplation, thinking of all the false claims of resurrection made by religious fanatics of all sorts. Of course, I wanted to live again. Somewhere deep in my bones, I had already accepted that I was dead. What sorts of tests? Dangerous enough? Difficult enough? What happens if I refuse to enter this game of life? You will be judged to have lost and be eaten alive. You have no obligation to participate. Simply do nothing and everything will end with time. No, just wanted to check. I have no intention of giving up before I even get started. I looked around again, finding no one but her and me. Why was I the only one choosing for this? Why do you think that? There are plenty of other dead who will also play this game. Deciding whether you want to fight over the prize with them once you meet is your prerogative. A low bell rang. She tilted her head upward, gazing into the dark. My task here is finished. I have been called away by the king, so I will take my leave now. Not looking for an answer from me, she turned to leave and stepped partway into the shadows before pausing. She glanced back toward me and pointed at the door by the far wall. Just one more thing. Pass through that door to enter the first test, the first game, if you're still interested in playing. Then she walked fully into the shadows and disappeared from my sight. I was now all alone. All I had left to do was walk through the door, but I hesitated. The continuing low sound of the bells sent chills down my spine. As I stalled, the darkness approached. Before I realized, the chair behind me was swallowed at wall. I stumbled, trying to avoid the shadows that reached my feet. It extended toward me, and I backed away farther, but despite the blackberry touching my shoes, I felt it like hands upon my neck, cold yet burning. I gasped, forcing myself toward the door, throwing off the invisible things grabbing me. They seemed to try to drag me back, making my skin burn. I ran. I had to run. The darkness chased. I reached the door. I could not see the other side, despite it appearing more like a hole in the wall than a door now that I was mere steps away. I had to go. Propelling myself through it with my hands against the frame, I passed through the doorway. A strange light, so similar to the absence of light, enveloped me. Then I was falling. Oh! Okay, a change of scene. I grunted as I dropped unceremoniously to the ground. Despite landing on my feet, I slipped on the wet grass and rolled a couple meters down the hill. It took me a moment to reorient myself on the ground. When the world finally stopped spinning, I stood, brushed the dirt off my clothes as best as I could, and observed my surroundings. There wasn't much to comment on. I was in a deserted part of a dark forest. Trees and shrubbery surrounded me on all sides. Visibility was minimal, but moonlight streamed through gaps within the leaves. Suddenly a rustling sound broke through the natural quietude. Perhaps I wasn't alone after all. There was something in the foliage. Before I could investigate, a familiar voice filled the sky. Welcome to the first round of the game of life. It was the girl in the red dress. Like her voice came from the speakers of a stadium, she was nowhere to be seen. You could be heard everywhere.
Give me a moment, Floppies. I need to do something for my guinea piggy.
I'll be right back in less than a minute.
Okay, better.
Oh, come here, Papa! Congrats on being first! Thank you for checking in. How are you doing, kitty? How are you doing?
168 times? You're almost at the nice number once again. And that's a lot also.
Like her voice came from the speakers of a stadium, she was nowhere to be seen. It could be heard everywhere. The rules are simple. You have 9 hours to arrive at the bottom of the mountain. Alive, of course, and you could just eat the banana.
Banana! Got to hear so. Floppies, do remember your daily fruit? Mm-hmm. It's important. I'm not even joking. I became a different fox after I started eating fruit every day.
Mm-hmm. Hope you're having fun. I get to go back to work. Bye. Okay, take care, kitty. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciated.
I'm sorry about that. That's my guinea pig. Millie, this is not about you. Shush.
I'll be your judge. Good luck. I bit back a chuckle. She couldn't hide the sarcasm in her well wishes, if she tried. Well, at least downhill was always easier than uphill. I began walking in the direction the ground seemed to slope downward. I did my best to ignore the eerie feeling of something watching me from within the foliage as I searched my pockets. Did I have anything that might help me get down the mountain in one piece? Not much at all. No wallet, no phone, not even my lighter. At least the moon was bright tonight. Despite the darkness of the forested mountain, I had enough light to ensure I wouldn't walk right into a tree. I like the background music here. 9 hours wasn't a terrible long time, but it was enough to lose strength to thirst and hunger. Thankfully, I didn't feel hungry or thirsty right now. But just in case, should I spend some time looking for a river or... A sharp scream sliced through my thoughts and sent a shiver up my spine, making my heart race in my chest. I jumped at the sound, turning in every direction to identify this region. Oh, then as the scream began to diminish, the noise of crunching and squelching reminding me of a large dog fasting upon a fleshy reward reached my ears. Oh my gosh. I ran towards the source. It might have been dangerous, but I couldn't just leave someone in danger, so I naively thought. Dashing toward the noise, I felt my stomach turn as the animalistic eating increased in volume and farther dread came upon me as I realized that I could no longer hear the person. I skidded to a stop before I reached, finding that a level ground stopped a few meters in front of me. The sound came from below. Walking toward the edge to peer downward, I wondered if they would be alright. That train of thought died as soon as I saw what became of the person, or what became the remains of the person. They were dead. That wasn't a person. That was a human being that was just a pile of flesh.
What the hell is this?
A few meters below the ridge where I stood, a pack of monsters hunched over something terribly red. Turning inwards from the stop moving, from the lifeless sack of what must have been a human. Words were caught in my throat, my lungs stuttered with each breath. As much as my brain screamed at me to run, I couldn't turn my eyes from the scene. I don't know, lie on the ground like you were supposed to do with bears? I don't know. was focused on reading. Goodness. As soon as I told that, one of the monsters suddenly turned its head. Red dots in the depths of black pits meant my eyes stopped twitching. If those teeth caught me, I will be done. My sense of equilibrium collapsed, my legs turned to jelly, causing me to fall behind. I let out a hole and jumped toward... It let out a hole, not me, but I did it as well. It let out a hole and jumped towards me, thankfully unable to climb up the ridge to reach me. Yet sensing my presence above the ledge, just a few meters tall, it began to slam and scrape against the rocks to find a handle to climb upward. That was finally enough for my brain to get my legs to work. I scrambled to my feet and ran. An eventful vision, no it is, a lively one. I dashed through the forest in the opposite direction of those creatures, hoping I was still going downhill and not into a den of monsters. As I ran past the trees and shrubs, a sudden light caught my eye. A bobbing orb within the foliage appeared to be approaching me, the light flickering in and out as it disappeared behind leaves intermittently. My breath hitched. No, no, no! I didn't know what that light could be, but considering I just saw a pack of monsters sitting the last person that screamed, I didn't want to find out and picked another direction to run. How many more monsters can be? As I twisted, the ground beneath me disappeared. My foot hit something hard, and the sky swung outside of my field of view as grass and rocks came hurtling toward me. Ah! I crashed into the ground, just barely able to stop myself from face planting straight into the dirt. Terror gripped my heart. Did something catch me? When I turned around, I saw only a metal pipe and a hiking backpack on the ground, not the metal pipe. What tripped me was nothing more than a pair of inanimate objects, innocuously scattered apart by my impact. Their presence was almost laughable in the face of what I imagined. I assume this game will be giving us choices, I think, to get on bad endings, but so far, like, when we're running away and so on, they were like thinking aloud, and I appreciate that. Like, I at first thought we will be granted a choice to choose the path, instead the main character did choose themselves. I really like how they made this game like with movements and other effects that make it more like lively, eventual, as I said. Yeah, it sounds very like immersive. And I feel like it's cool as it is with no choices so far. I really like the graphics also here. Okay. My heart wanted to relax and stop thumping for a moment, filled with self-ridicule at my overreaction. Then I saw the light flickering through the trees again. Too close, I had to leave now. I struggled to my feet, but that one moment of relaxation took more of a toll on me than I expected. My legs wobbled, and the glow was upon me before I could get up. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the end. I was done for. Whatever monster was running away from was going to eat me. The first bite never came. Instead, I heard human footsteps shuffle closer to my position before stopping. Is that a torch, then? The light swept over my closed eyelids and then shifted out of my face. Whoever stood before me did not speak. However, perhaps it wasn't a monster.
Oh, a smartphone torch. Okay.
She's cute. When I opened my eyes, it was a pretty face that greeted me, her usual gloomy disposition broken by the surprise in her eyes. It was a familiar face, her eyes averting mine, as she too recognized me. Is it the girl that we mentioned that we rejected? Was I dreaming? Mimi? My heart started thumping for a different reason, cold sweat breaking out from nervous awkwardness instead of fear.
She's cute.
She was Mimi. No, not Mimi. Her name was Cheng Yangshu and my former girlfriend. Okay, I do apologize for not reading properly through the names, but I have no clue how they're supposed to be read.
Come in, see my marshmallow. You don't miss the funnies.
the beginning funny part. But welcome in. I'm sure there will be more. Oh my gosh, this game is really cute and psychological horror. A lot of both. I thought it would be more on cutesy side and less horror, but instead, nope. It is literally both. Former girlfriend. I used the term former, not because I had died, but because we broke up a few weeks ago. Basically, we're here on a test since we woke up to get the news that we actually died and we are not granted with the possibility of reincarnation due to our sins. But there is a game that we could participate in, like a test. It is formed by 3 different tests, and so far we're here in the woods. We just ran from a horrible thing, a being that was chasing us with giant teeth. Yeah, funny times. And now we met our ex-girlfriend here. We're in the middle of a test, yeah. If we manage to complete properly the test, we can be granted with either the possibility of being brought back to life, or reincarnation possibility, yeah. Welcome in, Carbo! Marshmallow, how are you doing? I used the term former, not because I had died, but because we broke up a few weeks ago. And it wasn't... I swallowed those feelings like I swallowed her name from my lips. As... Shushu, Lulu? Oh, right, this is a girl's love vision. Oh, I suppose we're a girl, right? Shanghai Lu. Yes, Cheng Yanshu. I have no idea how to read those names. Once again, I do apologize. We spoke each other's full names, mutually discarding the pet names that we once called each other when we had been in love. Qian Hailu and Cheng Yangshu were no longer dating. Qian Hailu and Cheng Yangshu were dead. I finally gathered my thoughts. I didn't expect to see you here. Neither do I. You're here for the game of life as well? A rhetorical question. Who would go hiking deep in the mountains at this hour of the night? Certainly not me, Cheng Yanshu. She was much more of an indoor girl. Yes. At least the task seems simple. We just have to get to the bottom of the mountain. Yeah, of course. Simple too that you did not have to deal with the monstrosity I saw before. It was easier to go down than up. Like a relationship. Holding grudges, aren't we? Easy. There are monsters on our trail. Monsters? Yeah, I saw them eating one of the contestants. I didn't know how to best describe the scene, my blood running cold as I remembered vividly the monsters eating. However, it seemed I didn't need to. She didn't doubt my words. She trembled as she looked at her phone, and it took everything to not reach out to give her a comforting hug. This was a bad dream. We would wake up, and we would be... I sighed internally. Why did I do this to myself? I couldn't let the past cloud over the present. Still, looking at the way she clutched her phone, trembling at the mere mention of monsters, made me waver in my convictions. It occurred to me that she would never make it out alive on her own. Alive that seemed to be the wrong phrase. I can't believe we're both dead. That's one hell of a coincidence. Coincidence? A horrible one, but yeah. What was the line for interacting with and helping your ex? She seems to be remembering something that we are not. Despite my indecision, there was one thing I had no doubt about. It didn't matter that we broke up. I didn't want her to be dead. Should we team up? There was still evidence in her face, but there was a light of hope in her eyes from my words. She hesitantly reached out a hand toward me, but retracted it before I could hold her. With a slight shake of her head and a slight nod, she gave me the slightest smile. If you'll have me. We chatted about our situation for a few more minutes and debated on what we should do. We couldn't find an answer beyond playing this cruel game. Yanshu tilted her head toward the objects on the ground. What kind of competition puts you against monsters that can kill you? Oh, I thought you were here when I was explaining the plot. We're basically dead and we're here on a test. And if we manage to conclude the 3 tests, the 3 stages of the test properly, we'll be granted a possibility to be reincarnated or being brought back to life as we are dead, and so far we're not granted with the possibility of reincarnation due to our sins. What do we have here? I took it through the backpack I tripped over. Yeah, and we just found a metal pipe, by the way. A couple bottles of water, a variety of snacks, and a first aid kit. I pulled the items out one by one to show Yangshu. And I guess this. I picked up the metal pipe laying by the backpack and swung it a couple of times. I didn't harbor any optimism about its effectiveness against man-eating monsters, but it was a weapon. There's a note from 11. Lucky boxes will be scattered throughout the mountain for players to use as they please. I suppose this is one of them. 11? Oh, the girl in the red dress. She appeared to tell me I'm dead. So it's the judge. Did she not appear before you too? I think it was her voice who announced at the start of the game. I held my hand out for the note, which Yahhō handed to me. The calligraphy on the red paper was stunning, taking me out of this dreary forest for a moment. Each delicate curve and stroke, perfectly sized, indicated masterful control of the brush. I felt my lips curl upwards involuntarily, a softness filling my chest. There was a saying that beautiful people had beautiful handwriting. It was unfair. Or you may practice your handwriting. Oh, her, yes, she appeared in front of me too. She never gave me her name, so I've just been calling her 11 in my head. I see, I don't know her name either. It'll be easier to call her 11. I briefly wondered what her real name was. As I repackaged the backpack, I decided to ask the next time I saw her. Yahhō? She looked up from her phone and guiltily placed it in sleep mode. Is there Wi-Fi in the wherever we are? Have you tried calling for help? She chewed on her lip and shook her head before turning the phone on again to call. There's no signal. What has she been using that phone for this whole time? The torch. That's too bad. Hey, maybe you should turn that off. I can barely see our surroundings with that blue light. I'm sorry. Besides, what if it turns out of battery at a time we need it? Oh, that's not a problem. She got a power bank. My mouth dropped open, but words could not adequately describe my shock as I watched her fish through her pockets and pull out a hand-cranked charger. That's so cute!
Pink with kitties. Big mood.
See, now I can use my phone as much as I want. Charging your phone like that will still take time. Let's leave it on sleep mode for now until we find somewhere safe and with a reception. Reception.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, okay. She agreed and put your phone away without a fight. My dad have a hand-cranked radio. Hand-cranked radio? What does it mean? What kind of radio is that, if I may ask? She agreed and put her phone away without a fight. Backpack on my shoulders, metal pipe in my hand, and Yahhō following closely behind me. We resumed our journey to the bottom of the mountain. It's like The Walking Dead, but we are The Walking Dead. Like that charger you crunch it to make it work.
Ooh, I see. Interesting.
I think I never saw one before. We walked and walked and walked for a long time. I couldn't tell how long we had been walking. Was this even downward? What if a monster appeared beyond the next bush? Every rustle of foliage, every breeze of mountain air, every single little sound kept the two of us on the edge, especially when the ground went up and down and shadows moved with the moon. Despite my anxieties, I kept my face stoic. If I broke down now, I would never make it through this game alive. Not just me, but her too. Eventually, 11's voice came on once again from the sky. It is now the hour of the ox. You have 4 more hours to make it to the base of the mountain. 4 more hours mean that we had a little less than half the time left. I didn't know why the judge felt so kind as to let us know the time, but something else she said bothered me. Hour of the ox? It means the hours between 1 and 3 in the morning. Why did she know that? Oh, learn something new every day. Is it about astrology or just common knowledge? We continued to walk, following the slight slope downwards. Some mountains could take days to climb. The same probably held true for the such mountains. I could only hope this wasn't one of them. Although my legs grew tired, I trekked onward with Yahhō. I could feel my pace slowing, but the distance between us seemed to be growing each moment. Thus, I slowed to a stop and turned to look at her. I couldn't keep ignoring the panting behind me. Ḥyanshu really wasn't made for the outdoors. Ḥyanshu, the witching hour is free in the morning, however, just superstitions.
Is the ox hour the witching hour? I know nothing about that.
Oh, I've never heard of it, but I was thinking astrology too. Oh, I see. Sorry, I skipped the message.
Thank you for the lore capability. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good day, evening, morning, night.
Ḥyanshu, let's take a break. As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt the weight upon my shoulders rush through my whole body, and the aching of my feet intensified. I can keep going. I shook my head. No, I'm tired as well. This backpack is killing me.
Peanut, for the headbutt. Thank you for the headbutt, Peanut. How are you doing? For the headbutt. Pam 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 pam. Thank you. Good morning to you. Thank you for the headbutt. Thank you for the headbutt. Pam 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 pam.
No, I'm tired as well. This backpack is killing me. With a jump, I dropped the backpack to the ground and took a seat in a grassy patch by some foliage. I rubbed my shoulders, stretching a bit, and began to rummage through the backpack for the food and water we found inside before. Some refreshments would go a long way right now. It was an awful night for a midnight picnic, but I handed her a bottle of water anyways. Rummaging through the snacks included in the lucky box, I picked out some potato chips and pretzels for Ḥyanshu.
Potato chipsy.
She perked it up immediately and took the bag, enthusiastically tearing it open and munching happily on the snacks. I smiled. She always looked the cutest eating her favorite salty foods.
I love salty foods as well. Like, I usually tend to say that I prefer salty over sweet, but it also does depend on what kind of dessert it is, of what kind of pastry, etc., etc. Life is difficult.
Then I bit back the smile and forced it to frown. I need to stop thinking like this. We ate mostly in silence. Perhaps it was due to the fact that there were monsters hunting us, or perhaps it was due to this being the first meal we shared since breaking up. It didn't matter. I wasn't able to think of anything I was willing to say anyways. After eating, Ḥyanshu sat cross-legged by me and took out her phone and hand crank. I suppose we're safer now than before, since I didn't hear any monsters nearby. Taking a quick glance around, I couldn't see anything in our proximity.
I'm okay, I think. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. I'm really noticing that taking breaks between the streams, especially if longer ones, is helping me a lot, so yeah. Even though I'm angry. I did restock on avocados and they're not ripe.
So an avocado toast for me.
But it's okay, it's okay.
I couldn't scold her for this.
And I'm also happy to have all of you here.
And enjoying this visual a lot, actually. She turned the crank in her hands, brows drawn, and completely focused on the task. Yet the speed she was going at wouldn't generate nearly enough energy to charge a temporary lamp for 2 minutes, let alone a phone. Help Ḥyanshu scout the area. Wait, sorry. I suppose we're safer now than before, since I didn't hear any monsters nearby. Taking a quick glance around, I couldn't see anything in our proximity. I couldn't scold her for this. She turned the crank in her hands, brows drawn, and completely focused on the task. The speed she was going at wouldn't generate nearly enough energy to charge. Oh, okay. I kinda lost myself there. I stopped buying avocados a long time ago because it's difficult to find ripe ones.
Oh, I see. I usually can find them ripe.
Like, for quite a long while, I couldn't. But recently, I did find them ripe most of the times,
but now they're not ripe once again. The pain.
I don't know, let's scout the area. Let's scout the area for now. I decided to leave her to it. I'll take a look around the area. Okay. She looked at us though she wanted to say more, but decided to focus on her phone once again. Good thing she averted the eyes, because I couldn't keep my face from pinching up in annoyance. I sighed as I turned away, even in death. I barely walked far enough for the sounds of the hand crank to disappear with the temperature around me dropped several degrees. Strange, was that normal in a forest? I never spent too much time in the woods at night. I pulled my jacket tighter around me against the sudden chill.
Bah! I didn't manage to read that.
Excuse you. It doesn't offer us to read through the fast text? Really now?
Okay. Welcome in, Meowlies. How are you doing? Stopping by for a hi before passing out. I appreciate it. Have a good rest, Meowlies. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for the hat pat. Thank you for the hat pat. Could we have a shout out for Meowlies, please? Pa-pa-pa-pam. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pam. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pam. Thank you. Thank you for the meow pat.
Thank you
For the meow pat. But of course, you're welcome. And thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate that. Take care of yourself. Get a good rest.
Gonna attack is the question.
Flippy time.
I can predict sucker punch, but he's gonna outspeed, so it wouldn't be advantageous for him to attack or use sucker punch.
Lapis, go follow Meowlies. They're always working hard.
Okay, let's just let go and hope he doesn't. He went for
And
sucker
I mean
punch.
it. They did draw their own
He
PNG.
should've- I mean, like,
The
if he did,
overlays.
that was my only chance
And
of winning.
constantly
I should've
working
played
on
my only
improving
chance of
and
winning.
making more art. And also gaming. Yay! A very friendly streamer. Nice streamer. Comfy. Welcoming. Yeah.
Eleven suddenly appeared from atop a tree. Her feet delicate on the branch, red dress a stark contrast to the world around us. I must be seeing things. As soon as I thought that, however, the image of 11 brought me wrong, and alighted from the tree, dropping elegantly to the dirt below. Tss. She shook her clothes, as if to ensure no specks of dust and dirt managed to stick itself on the hem of her skirt. I chewed my bottom lip to prevent myself from smiling. Why did she remind me of a cat?
Oh, thank you so much for the soapy, Meowlies! I don't owe you. I will spin. Give me a moment. Also, enjoy the emotes. Yay! Thank you so much for the support. Since we're hosting a follow-a-thon here, for each sub I do offer a spin with the spinning wheel for a free Steam key. So give me a moment. Let me fetch the wheel. Let me fetch the wheel. The wheel is arriving. It's heavy. Give me a moment. Pam 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 pa 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 pam. Okay. Here's the wheel. We don't have that many Steam keys left, but I hope you will get something that you may enjoy. So let me connect the spinning wheel thing here. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Okay, are you ready to take a spin, Meowlies? Spin! What? What? So close! Yay! Congrats, you second Parking Complete Edition Steam Key. Give me a moment, so I'm going to DM it to you.
I'm going to send it to you via Blue Sky.
There we go.
Mm-hmm. I do suck at parking.
Okay, hello game.
And we're back. Okay. I chewed my bottom lip to prevent myself from smiling. Why did she remind me of a cat preening itself in preparation for me to pet? What are you doing here?
Happy birthday, thank you!
∞ gave me a sharp look, clicking her tongue again. I am the judge. Of course I have to be here to ensure everything goes smoothly for the trial, given by the king of the 11th court. Ah, I see. A solid reason, even if it made my heart miss a beat in disappointment. We stood in silence for a few moments, and sensing that I was losing my chance, I quickly asked, "Can I ask you a few questions?" It's alright. All creatures with a brain and a voice have. So cold. Even if she meant it as a somewhat sarcastic insult, I couldn't help but want to laugh. I bit my bottom lip again in order to keep my chuckle contained. Is there more to judging than just passing the games? Of course there is.
Have a good evening, Meowlist.
Take care. Have a good rest. Good night. Perhaps I ought to cause up with you to get better marks. 11 raised an eyebrow at me, and for a moment I was afraid she took my joke seriously. Blushy blushy, just kidding. Let's slip in Tiger's lie. She might have had a pretty face, but I wasn't a naive fool. She was far too suspicious to trust, let alone cozy up to. A joke or two was fine, but anything more would be foolish on my part. Are you that impatient for reincarnation? Oh, I don't really care for that. I just want to go back to being alive. To that life of yours? Even though it ended so cruelly. She spoke as if she knew how I died, but the question stopped upon the tip of my tongue. Just for a moment I wondered if I wanted to know. She shook her head. Forget it. It's always the brightest flames that burn the most beautiful and the fastest. I didn't see how that applied to me. What about you, Dan? You'd rather be reincarnated. I don't have anything to miss in my old life, so I certainly wouldn't care to return to it. Besides, I wouldn't be allowed to. What? 11 suddenly turned, saying her next words over her shoulder. You ought to get moving. Are you sure you can waste time chatting with me like old scholars at a tea shop? A tea shop? It's not a waste if it entertains you. You failing in the first game will be plenty entertaining too. Despite the coldness of her choice of words, I felt a sense of care and comfort in her tone. Then she disappeared into the night air before I could retort. I looked around the area, seeing no traces left of 11, and shook my head. It was for the best. She was right. I shouldn't be wasting my time. I made my way back to where Yahhō was sitting. When she saw me, she put the hand crank away and stood. Based on her restless expression, it was likely that she couldn't get the phone to charge much. Let's get going. Yes. We walked in silence again. There wasn't much to talk about, and most of our energy was spent keeping our ears and eyes out for monsters. After what felt like hours of being on edge, our fragile peace was destroyed. Perhaps we grew complacent. Perhaps the trees and bushes blocked the way, the moonlight hitting our eyes too harshly. I didn't know if I saw them first or heard them first. Oh no! They're back! No! And there's a new one, the one walking on all fours. No. Goodness. If you don't you dare to offer me another jump scare while I'm reading. Don't you dare, game. And don't eat my ex-girlfriend. Yeah, those are the monsters, Carbon. Pretty friendly, aren't they? A pair of monsters knelt in a clearing, teeth ripping into the remains of someone's leg. White bone gleamed in the moonlight, sinews still fresh and red. I barely had the chance to exhale when their ears twitched and dots pointed in our direction. Thank you, Carbon! I think they need a visit to the dentist. Run! I showed Yahhō behind me as the first monster swiped at me. I barely parried it with the metal pipe.
The metal pipe. Thank you, Carbon. Thank you.
Here's a way to protect yourself with.
You are correct. Thank you, Carbon. Thank you.
Hilo! Get out of here. Look for help or find a weapon. Another arm reached out to me, and I smashed the pipe against it, the sound of nails on metal making me cringe. But hell yeah! Oh my gosh! The monster interrupted here with a hole, and I held the metal pipe in front of me, just in time to block a maw of pointy rotten teeth from biting my face off. Yahhō, listen to me, you're just a liability. Hurry up and get out of here. I hear the stop doing those movements, those are so creepy. I heard the crunch of leaves as she ran away. Looking back at the two monsters, I swallowed nervously. I put up a brave face in front of Yahhō, but all I wanted to do was run with her. But if I ran, they would come after both of us. It would be the end for both of us. Not to see if it take good care of its teeth. The monsters let out a growl, and the skin around their mouths, no, those weren't lips, stretched into what felt like a smile. Oh, what do you mean? The next sounds were briefly repeated growls. Were they laughing? Oh, blah, 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 blah. Fight, run.
I'm gonna fight like a magical girl. I am the protagonist of the Europe psychological horror soup visual.
Their overconfidence annoyed me. Ha! I raised the pipe and dashed towards the closest monster. The monster's eyes widened in surprise as I bashed its head with the pipe. It dropped to the ground, momentarily stunned as the other monster leaped towards me. I swapped the pipe again, hitting its shoulder, and thankfully was able to redirect its path enough to miss landing on me. The other monster was back, however, and I barely rolled out of its way. As it sank its claws into the ground where I was standing, I pushed myself up to a crouching position just in time for one of the monsters to leap at me again. No time to run. I raised the pipe in an attempt to shout myself, but... Pah! The monster screamed as the pipe snagged on its skin, slashing as I made the swing through its torso. It wasn't enough to kill it, but the monster dropped to the ground beside me, clutching itself and writhing in pain. The pipe, thanks to the momentum, bent at a near 90-degree angle. The other monster looked at its companion, then back at me. I'll kill you too! Even if they understood my words, that was hardly a threat, and it was certainly not scared. The second monster leaped at me, and I held the pipe up to block. Yahhō, I'll outrun it. Oh my gosh, what does it mean? Yahhō? It was okay, Yahhō would come back. She might have been flaky and often useless, but she wasn't one to leave others behind, especially not against monsters and death. I just had to hold out until Yahhō came back. No, I changed my stance with the pipe at the last minute. Just as the monster reached out its claws, I swung the pipe back, hitting it right across the jaw and sending it flying, along with half the pipe. It was too sure to be a weapon now. Oh no, oh no, oh no! I was a good distance away, and the monster was still dazed from the hit I gave its head, but it wouldn't be long before it recovered. Should I try to run? How far would I be able to get? Could I actually outrun? A blur appeared before my eyes and cut my panicked toes short. Die! Yahhō's back! Carrying a large rock, she bashed it over the monster's head. Yahhō's skinny arms were unexpectedly able to carry its weight as she hit it over and over again.
What the hell, girl? You saved me, thank you.
Combined with the blow I gave it earlier, the monster finally lost its strength to fight back and stopped moving at the ground by Yahhō's feet. Yahhō gasped as she dropped the rock, staring at the lifeless monster with tears in her eyes. She stumbled backward, lost, her arms shaking. The rock must have been heavy. Yet, as she looked toward me, safe and alive, she gave me an expression of relief that must have been matched by whatever expression was on my face right now. The monsters were defeated, and we were alright. However, I didn't know how many monsters there were on this mountain. If any of them heard the sound of our fight, then they might come this way. Neither Yahhō nor I were prepared to fight among another set of monsters. The only thing we could do right now was run to the finish line and get out of this madhouse. I pulled myself up and grabbed her arm, taking her with me away from the clearing. Okay, we're done here. Don't get stunned now. We need to get out of here before more monsters come. Right. We ran and ran. I hoped that we were at least running in the direction of the finish line. After several minutes of running, we stopped to catch our breaths. There were no sounds of monsters nearby, so I dropped to the ground, adrenaline finally leaving me. Not a moment later, Eleven's voice boomed from the sky. There's 1 hour remaining. 1 hour? We better hurry. No matter how tired we felt, we had to press forward. Yahhō nodded in agreement, and we continued to trek downwards. Since there was barely an hour left, we decided to run. A few minutes later, the ground stopped sloping downward. I think we're close. My excitement was cut short by the sudden drop of a cliff a few meters in front of us. It's not that bad. We can make it down. It was true, I could make out the ground beneath the cliff. Still, it wouldn't be an easy journey in the dark. Hello? Is someone up there? A man? The sound of several voices caught our attention, and we noticed that a group of people gathered beneath the cliff. Hurry, you've made it! This is the finish line, you just have to get down to the cliff. My heart jumped with joy. Did you hear that? Yes, Hilo! We did it, let's hurry! Well, let's not celebrate yet. Even with the light of the moon, it was difficult to see footholds on the cliff face. But given the crowd that was waiting below us, it couldn't be that bad. Are you ready? Yahhō gave a nervous nod. I took the first step down. It took a while and I am exhausted, but I made my way down the cliff. Above me, Yahhō checked each foothold twice before setting her full weight on it, and was often unwilling to let go of handholds. But with the encouragement from me and the other survivors, Yahhō also set foot on the finish line. Congratulations! You did it! There was a sizable group of survivors past the finish line, but I wasn't told the initial number of participants. I could only hope most of us made it out safely. Yahhō was interrupted by the toll of a bell, and 11's voice reverberated from the heavens once more. I thought they were like setting us a trap instead. Is this really the finish line? The first trial is now over. Congratulations to the players who have made it to the finish line. Oh! Okay, so they were true to us. Before we could celebrate, a blinding white light enveloped us. I covered my face with my arms reflexively and squeezed my eyes shut. And when I opened them, I found myself in the comfort of my own living room. The one I used to share with Yahhō. Actually, this apartment was a familiar place. It felt painfully empty now. Yahhō, was she right? We both made it over the finish line, but... No, wait, I took a deep breath, recategorizing the events in my head as I grounded myself. I was in my apartment. I had been sleeping, so that was a dream. It was unsettling how realistic the dream was. With a sigh, I heaved myself up to a sitting position on the couch and attempted to recall the events of my supposed dream. The images that flashed through my mind gave a shiver down my spine. The sounds, the darkness, the exhaustion of hiking for 9 hours. Not to mention the human claws, the snapping rows of sharp teeth. Just a dream, just a dream. It was just a dream. I tried to tell myself those words, but they felt pretty realistic for a nightmare. As I felt away the smell of the monster's breath on me, into the depths of my memory, I remembered something softer as well. About 11 about Yahhō. Oh. About 11? I didn't think my brain was capable of dreaming up someone as beautiful as 11. Perhaps I took too much note of Yahhō's soap operas. She looked like she walked right out of one of them. Judge of the 11th court. For someone who presided over games, she didn't seem to enjoy much of it. Well, nightmares never made sense. They just existed to scare people. I couldn't help but wonder, for someone as beautiful as 11 to exist in a nightmare, was it really a nightmare? Perhaps she was the silver lining of that cloud. Silver. I hummed to myself as I thought about 11. Silver didn't suit here. She was certainly a bright and vibrant red, fighting against a black cloud. Then again, I knew nothing at all about her. About Yahhō. I chuckled softly to myself and buried my face in my hands. I must be really desperate for me to dream about my ex. I broke up with her. I had no right to dream about her like this. Nightmare. I corrected myself like it was any consolation. She wasn't the bad guy in my dream, nor was she the bad guy of my life. Things simply didn't work out. However, the Yanshu that appeared in my dream was different. It wasn't the Yanshu I remembered breaking up with. Although she was still that soft and gentle girl, I felt as if something had changed since the last time I saw her, despite not much time passing at all. I felt a mild pang of pain in my head as I tried to think about time. Yet, thinking of her, I couldn't help but smile, a slightly sore smile that I would dream of her, albeit different. In the end, her presence made me happy. May this nightmare couldn't be fully called a nightmare. I lifted my head up with a sigh. It was hard to uncoat sugar once it had been applied. I wouldn't be surprised if I was the bad guy of her nightmares. It was also hard to undo cruelty once it had been done to another person. I shook my head, trying to think of something else. If it was any consolation for me, at least I had Yanshu with me in the dream and met a beautiful Game Master 11. Yet my nerves wouldn't relax. Monsters lingered in the shadows. I seemed to see them in every dark corner, even behind my own closed eyelids as I blinked. Enough, I could not keep thinking about this. I told myself to stop, but my brain kept replaying the horrifying images each time I closed my eyes. I need a breath of fresh air. I stood and strided to the door, opening it with gusto into the void. My apartment living room had no windows. Outside the front door should face out the connecting hallways of the building, which also had no windows. At least that was how it should have been normally. Instead, what reached me was black. Thick darkness covered every part of the world outside my apartment door, and began to churn as if it noticed me. As my brain scrambled to make sense of this, to debate my next actions, a cold hand delicately covered mine, and pushed the door closed. I turned to look over my shoulder only to find 11 standing directly behind me, our faces inches apart, as we stared into each other's eyes. My brain fried itself as my face heated up. My heart skipped a beat. She wasn't a dream. I didn't think anyone would open this door so quickly. What's going on? I told you. You died. It really wasn't a dream. All of the feelings I had thinking about Yanshu and 11 washed over me again, paired with a nauseating sense of dread. I was dead. There were monsters. There's just a liminal space for recess between games. So it's fake? Perhaps? 11 glanced around, as if curious about the layout of my apartment. Why don't you lead me around? Alright. Despite her asking me the question, she showed a muted surprise at my response. Perhaps that hadn't been a serious request. Would you like some tea? Or do you have some other contestant to visit? Most contestants don't feel the need to leave their places of comfort after a harrowing experience. I'm pretty unique then. I spotted the start of a smile on her lips. As though my joke brought actual amusement, yet it disappeared so quickly it might as well have been my own hopeful imagination. I led her out of the living room toward the kitchen. The kitchen was in the back of the apartment, past the bedrooms and the bathroom. The thought of bedrooms made me pause. Without thinking, I came to a stop at the first bedroom in the hallway, rather than waiting for 11, who hadn't even stepped out of the living room yet, was simply unable to move on. This had been Mimi's Yashu's room when we were still dating, and I had the feeling that she was sitting within that room right now. The implications of the game came rushing back to me, the things and conversations I had ignored for the sake of time. Yashu was also dead. How could that happen? She was alive and well when I last saw her. I didn't want to believe it. We might not have worked well together, but I didn't want her to be dead. We were in love, you know. We were dating. How can she be dead? She doesn't deserve it. You're not dating anymore. Why do you care so much? I couldn't find an answer. I knew the answer, but I didn't want to face it. Thus, I changed the topic again. We're both here, so we died, but how did we end up in the same game? Luck, circumstances, chance. We both died sinners. I wondered what my sin was. I didn't live as a perfect human being, but what had I done that was so terrible that I'd be called a sinner in the afterlife? You would have known if you compared the 8 characters. The 8 characters were nothing more than feudal superstition. Cosmological astrology centered around the concept that human fate could be determined by the date of one's birth. Fate is set in stone. Humans used to be so careful about it, to plan for the future, yet they don't do it anymore. To even search for your own partners rather than consulting it carefully for everyone that it involves. It's not just selfish, it's stupid. But how much you believe in fate, you sure to try to fight it. Is that so? Did I touch a nerve? Perhaps I shouldn't keep bothering her. What should I do? Vanya should stay with 11. I want to know more about 11. Stay with 11. Well, even if it was bothering her, I had promised her tea. It was hardly the polite thing to abandon that offer now. Letting the topic drop, I walked to the kitchen and prepared the tea. 11 waited wordlessly in the living room as I did so. Within a few minutes, I returned to the living room with 2 cups of tea in tow, which I placed on the coffee table. 11 was already seated on one end of the couch. She wasn't a normal guest. Not quite a friend, but somehow not an enemy either. I had a chance at regaining my life thanks to her. She didn't feel like an enemy. I do drink a lot of tea, but I was told it's a fancy brand. Some big shot CEO gifted it to me on a business trip. This CEO did? Jealous? Fair. It was given to everyone who attended the meeting. She didn't single me out, I promise. I wasn't worried. I chuckled at her immediate response as I sat next to her. Can you tell me why I'm a sinner? What makes you think you're not? I don't think I've done anything particularly worse than the average human. There were the occasional white lies, the flubbing of my time card, overly boisterous description of my job on a date. But they were hardly sins. If those were sins, the entire human race couldn't be spared. I don't have a file on everyone that the king invites to the games of the 11th court. The king of 11th court? 11 had mentioned the king before, but spared the details each time. I don't wish to talk about the king. Well, that was blunt. Alright. I suppose no one wanted to talk about their boss during their time off. 11 picked up the teacup and took a sip. This is pretty good. Huh? To think I'm the one who still gets to enjoy good tea. You're the one? How do you think I am? Not a day over 18. Even if it was sarcastic, I liked the sound of her laugh. It was delicate but strong, with purpose and individuality despite what fate might have brought for her. That would follow considering I haven't visibly aged much since. And despite how I look, I've outlived so many old bastards who would never get to taste tea like this again. You sure are fond of that tea. Well-grown tea leaves are well-grown tea leaves. That doesn't change with the centuries. I reached over for the tin of leaves. Would you like it? No, thank you. You can bribe a judge of the 11th court. What? I couldn't have break into laughter. 11 raised an unamused brow at me. No, I wouldn't bribe you. At least not with tea leaves I got for free from a flirty CEO. So she was flirty. If I wanted to bribe you, trust me, you wouldn't see it coming. Why is she so bothered too? No, I just want you to have this, if you like it, I mean. Keeping it in the tin will make the tea lose all its flavor, since I don't drink tea or make boba. Boba? Her face twisted in distaste. What use would tea have for women's... No, you don't know what bubble tea is? Bubble tea? Her expression was still darkened for a moment. I was afraid she'd storm right out of my apartment with the wrong idea. Given how she dressed, it wasn't a surprise that she hadn't caught up with modern terminology. It's a popular drink nowadays, tea with milk, sugar, and tapioca balls. We'll call the tapioca balls boba. She still looked skeptical. I'll take you out for some. After I win the games. Then you'll see that I'm not lying. Alright. It's a date then. Here. I held the tin of tea leaves out to her. My promise to do so. She stared at the tin so long I was afraid she wouldn't take it, but finally, she took it into her hand. Thank you. She placed the tin within her sleeves. I never did understand the physics behind those pockets. Hey. The sternness in her voice brought me back to the gravity of my situation. One where jokes about tea and tapioca pearls didn't belong. There will be 2 more trials to the game of life. Have your wits about you and be prepared. I would hate to see you lose. Is it something you say to every contestant or just me? She didn't respond, only disappearing once I blinked. The sound of a bell rang through the apartment, and in the next moment... I found myself in an endless black void again, accompanied only by the image of a wooden door a few feet away from me. While prolonging the inevitable, I opened the door and walked through. The sunlight as before covered my entire body, prompting me to close my eyes till I reached the second test.
Floppies, I'm gonna go on a fruit break. I'm gonna eat some fruit myself, and we'll be back to you. A couple of minutes, and I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. So, second test. The ground underneath my feet seemed to change.
I opened my eyes to the sight of a large western mansion. The low, confused chatter of human voices surrounded me. Glancing around, I found that I was within a small crowd of people I recognized as survivors from the previous round, strangers aside from our shared misfortune. Yahhō stood a few paces away. Her eyes met mine, and we exchanged looks. I walked closer to her. The air stilled, the chatter suddenly stopped. With light footsteps that could barely be heard in the newfound silence, ∞ woke up and stood before the small crowd. Hime, how are you doing? Happy birthday! Was this visual novel? It's a free-to-play visual novel that is called The Final Prize is Soup. It's a Europe psychological horror visual novel where we basically woke up dead and we have to take free tests. If we manage to pass them, we'll be granted the possibility of being reincarnated or brought back to life. And so far, at the moment, we don't have the possibility to be reincarnated due to our sins. That is what was stated to us. And we also met our ex-girlfriend inside of the test here in the afterlife, and we're slowly, gradually recollecting the memories. Yeah. How are you doing? Thank you so much for stopping by. Not our ex. Yeah. But it's like we still don't have feelings for her, so I don't know.
Make it as strong as possible.
This isn't what we agreed to.
Relax.
Oh my gosh.
Mr. Silas, I think there's another reason you can't resonate. You see, her eVOL is special. It utilizes the waves generated by the human brain's magnetic field. Maybe her brain's magnetic field produces repulsive waves against you.
I'm repulsed by you, that's why we can't resonate,
Get to
sir.
the point.
You look so
To make
disappointed.
a long story
Perfectly.
short,
With light footsteps that could barely be heard, in the newfound silence, 11 woke up and stood before the small crowd. Welcome to the second round of your trial. I will explain the rules of this game. At this moment, a fellow survivor rushed at 11. The hell with your rules? They raised their fist, with the intention to beat 11. Really now. Yet 11 did not move or scream. Flicking her wrist, she slipped a scalpel out from her sleeve and swiftly threw the blade at the enraged survivor. Oh yeah. The scalpel embedded itself in their forehead.
Okay, that was fast.
A trickle of blood rolled down from the wound, then they collapsed to the ground. Their body fell apart, limbs looking as if they had been hacked apart with a saw, and began to bloat, discoloring dark and putrid. Like a murder victim, dismembered and disposed of in a river. I looked away. If I must, I will remind you that I am the judge of your trial. Follow the etiquette of the court, lest you be thrown out from the game of life. The 11 gestured to the air.
Maids?
A group of maids, whose features I could not see, walked up to us. They squatted down by the corpse and began to pick it up, tearing apart and remaining in large pieces to better care. Oh my gosh! Without speaking, all but one maid returned to the mansion, taking all traces of the dead body with them. Now then, the rules. You will be guests at this mansion for the next 3 days and 2 nights, where you will be participating in the second round of your trials.
Dinnering. Have a good dinner. Thank you for the lurkey. Happy lurkey, He-Man.
You'll be guests at this mansion for the next 3 days and 2 nights, where you will be participating in the second round of your trials. Within the period of the test, you must find the trial key hidden within the mansion grounds. There will be a feast for the king of the 11th court in the evening of the 3rd night, which marks the deadline for this game. Her voice seemed to twist as she mentioned the king. If any one of you is able to find the key, then no remaining guests will be considered to have won this round. Similarly, if no one of you is able to find the key, then everyone will be considered to have lost and be served as a meal at the feast. Collective punishment, collective victory. Oh, and you will know that you have found the key when you see it. Good luck! The 11 made a little clap of encouragement. The servant will escort you inside. Gesturing to the remaining maid, 11 turned and walked into the mansion. The maid bowed. Welcome guests, please follow me. Her voice held an unnatural rasp that made my gut churn. The maid led the group inside the mansion. pointing out the doors to the dining room where we would have meals before leading us to a hallway with many doors. She walked us down the hallway, pointing each person to one door, stating that those were their assigned rooms. My room and Yanshu's room were 4 doors away from each other. Curfew is after dark. Please stay inside your rooms after curfew. That will be all. The maid bulletin walked away. Why was the text glitching like that? Our survivor group added in the hallway, waiting for someone to make the first move. Finally, a woman spoke up. Hey, let's have everyone search their rooms and then meet up on here in the hallway again to make a plan. You really think they'd put the key in the bedroom? Better safe than sorry. A few murmurs, complaints, agreements sounded out. Sure, that sounds fine with me. Yanshu nodded. Thus, after the group came to a consensus, I went into my assigned room to check for the key. Fitting with the look of the mansion, the room was a Western-style room. I sifted through the furniture, looked under the bed, mattress, pillows, and so on. However, I found no key. Before long, I returned to the hallway, where around half of the group had already regrouped. A minute later, Yanshu came out of her room and shuffled to my side. The rest of the group returned with time. Anyways, you said something about a plan. Got anything, lady? That's what we are here to discuss. With less cohesion than soapy water, the group started grumbling and debating on what to do. Noisy, they really were noisy. Yanshu fidgeted, eyes darting to the floor to avoid the attention of any of the other survivors. She seemed a little pale. I cleared my throat, prompting a few survivors to look my way. Taking advantage of the short dip in noise, I raised my voice. I believe it's best if we all split up and investigate separately to cover more ground. We can regroup over meals in the dining room to discuss our findings. That would work with me. Some more noise. Whatever. See you when those creepy maids call for mealtime then. Not crappy, sorry. Creepy. At long last, the group dispersed, walking off in different directions to search for the key. At the total sigh I didn't know I'd be holding in. I stood my bangs out of my face and turned to Yanshu, who hadn't left with the other survivors. Let's go. We walked together out of the hallway with the guest rooms. Making a random turn, we looked around for any hints of the special key that Eleven mentioned. While the key wasn't as kind to be sitting on the ground in the middle of a hallway, we soon happened upon a large plaque on the wall, classical script carved into bronze. I lowered my eyes to decipher the riddle. Reading the text aloud, Yanshu snapped a picture of the plaque with her phone that she had brought out to document the mention. He, the marshal of the central altar.
Welcome in, Mal. Thank you for checking in. How are you doing? Thank you for the lore key. Happy lore key. Appreciated.
He, the marshal of the central altar, sleeps at the hour of the dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. Even spoken aloud, it seemed like gibberish. Looks like a hint for where the key is located, but what does it mean? Dragon and snake curse. It's kind of ominous. I don't know, maybe it's referring to a place in the mansion that we haven't been to yet? I nodded. Then again, it could be a red herring. If it isn't, then we would be the sacrifices. Sacrifices to be eaten, huh? It's kind of unpleasant that whoever wrote this decided already that we're going to lose. It makes me want to prove them wrong even more. You took a picture, right? We can think about this riddle more and review the text from your phone later on. We had barely just started investigating this mansion. What would be our best bet? With the size of the mansion and the low survivor count from the first round, 3 days wouldn't be enough to dig through every nook and cranny. Investigate with Yanshu, find 11. So many choices. Let's investigate. Still, 2 pairs of eyes will be better than 1. Shall we keep investigating together? I held out my hand to Yanshu, but she hesitated. Yeah, I'd be happy to. She took my hand.
Resting today, I'm all sick, probably too much chicken. Oh no! Not the chicken teeth! I'm so sorry about that! Have a good rest! Too much chicken. Oh no! Not the chicken.
and is Europe. It shows up during the winter. Is it only in Europe? You're telling me there's no tits outside of Europe?
There we go.
Big brain.
The bird. The bird.
So
It's
if
about the
I
bird.
go outside in Japan, I would see no tits in Japan.
On point with the lore. Anyway, we continue exploring the mansion, checking the corners of hallways, entering rooms here and there. For each new location, Yanshu took a number of photos, stating that it would be easier to zoom into details and reveal locations with her phone. Zigzagging around the halls, we eventually exited the mansion through a side door in the southeast section. We reached an outdoor garden. I really like that there are many different scenes we're going through. Different places. By the garden was a pretty pond with lotus flowers floating on the water surface. The garden too was filled with greenery and blossoms. Witty. For all that the mansion was disconcerting, I could only call this garden pretty. So there's a place like this here too. We walked around the garden for an initial look, picking at the plants and soil. I spotted a bed of orchids and approached it, squatting in front of a section of white orchids. Turning my head to Yanshu, who seemed confused, I couldn't help but smile. This flower suits you. You said the white orchids were a section of pink ones as well. I think they suit you more. Yanshu walked up to the flower bed and leaned down to pick a single orchid blossom. She made a gesture offering it up to me, so I tilted my head instinctively, though she tucked it above my ear, which tickled my girlish heart. Perhaps I made a strange expression. Orchids are perennials, so as long as they're correctly planted, you only have to plant them once and they'll come back every year for 2 decades. Whoa, I didn't know that! One blossom won't kill it. Although, if we're dead, then certainly they should be also dead. Too bad. They really are pretty. I stood back up, and the two of us finished surveying the garden's general appearance. No hints of the key could be found from the light overview. A light breeze blew by. The weather was fine today. I split the garden and searched through the flower beds. I looked at Yanshu, wondering if I should have specified how we were splitting the task, but it seemed that I didn't need to. I take the right side? Sure. We split heading to our respective sides. I squatted down by the flower beds and parted them, checking through the dirt and the surfaces hidden by their leaves and petals. A good while passed, and as I lifted my hand to wipe some sweat that was cooled by the breeze, I noticed something. Before I realized the little flower in my hair had already been blown away. A little disappointed, I returned to my task. Despite the length of the tedious labor, I found nothing. I wondered if I had to uproot the flowers, but not only did it seem extreme, I didn't have the tools for digging. Finished, I stood back up. My knees made a little cracking noise from my back. That felt sore than it should have. I joined Yanshu, who was also finished. Any luck? No, thought Sue. She shook her head and I let out a sigh. What does this key even look like? You know when you see it. Unfortunately, it seems like we haven't seen it just yet. Maybe the key is a lie. I'm happy at the very least that they were kind enough to give us a couple of days before executing us. Are you giving up? Yanshu looked at me. No, not this time. How could I give up just yet when I've been so lucky as to meet you again after death? Then let's pass out the 3 rounds. Yeah. Let's go back inside. Just one more thing. A picture? She retrieved her phone from her pocket and quickly went around the garden to snap photos from every angle. Yanshu looked lonely, holding the phone so carefully. I wondered how long she had that phone case, that kitty phone strap. I couldn't quite remember when she had bought it, but perhaps it was as far back as college. She finished up the photos in no time. Then we returned inside the mansion. For whatever reason, our timing coincided with that of many of my servants milling around the hallway connected to the side door in the southeast quadrant. Yanshu and I moved to the side of the hallway to avoid them while walking, falling into a single file line of 2. I felt Yanshu took on the edge of my jacket, and I turned around to face her. Can we share a room tonight? I don't feel safe sleeping here alone. I shot a quick glance at the maids. Feeling the hairs on my arms begin to stand. Of course. Let's go to my room together before curfew. For a moment I thought about the past, a room we shared and a room we didn't. Once upon a time, she was a girl who I loved, a girl who loved me. Right now, we were no more than friends by my own will. I held her hand and hurried away from the servants. It will be nice to find the key soon. Investigation continued for a while longer, to no avail, before everyone was called for dinner by the voice of a maid from an invisible intercom. I sat next to Yanshu at the big dining table. Looking around the table, I noticed an empty seat. The young man from before never showed up for dinner. None had succeeded in finding the key yet. The servants served dinner, and few words were exchanged between us survivors. After eating, we all headed back to our rooms to rest for the evening. I walked into my assigned room, turned on the light, before Yanshu followed me in. She glanced around the room and let out a hum of contemplation. The layout of my assigned room looks the exact same. So the guest rooms looks the same, maybe. After freshening up in the attached washroom, the two of us sat on the only bed in the room. I popped down to my back, enjoying the soft bounce of the mattress. I put my arms behind my head and let my legs off the edge of the bed. I looked toward her from the odd low angle as she retrieved her phone hand crank and began to charge her phone. She really was slow. I sat up, thinking that I'd do it for her instead, since I could crank it at least 2 times faster. Then I froze. It was really better for me to do it. It was also because I always did this that we fell apart. Back when we were still dating, I had always been trying to take over what Yanshu had been doing, whether out of impatience or arrogance. She didn't blame me, but I had blamed her for letting me. Oh. I'm happy. Her soft voice broke me out of my thoughts. Why? I'm happy that despite our breakup, we can still sit around like this and spend time together. We were originally friends before we dated. That we were. Have I known you for almost half my life now? It makes me feel old when you say that. I still remember being a student like it was just yesterday. I don't particularly want to go back and relive those days. Thinking about something. Nothing in particular, although there was the time you studied all day, every day for weeks on end, just to spite your class top-ranking student. My dark history. The Ghana class topper, ⴍᴏᴍᴜ. For the term that is, says number 2. Grandma was proud but also worried, so she made me promise not to overdo it in the future. I personally found it a little charming. Do you secretly like nerdy people? It's not about that, but that you were working hard for your goal. That and the usual first place student really was an insecure jerk. I don't even remember what she had said to me that time, but I do remember you snapping at her. Next thing I knew, you turned yourself at studying. Ah, is that so? I vaguely remember that I hated the guts of our class first place student. A wave of nostalgia ran over me as we chatted about our high school days. We were already quite close during high school. Both decent students, we ended up attending the same college as well, one with a high-ranking biology program located near our hometown.
Marshmallow!
It really did sound like we'd known each other for a long time. Do you remember our military training at the start of college? Like every Chinese first year undergraduate, we participated in mandatory 2-week-long military drills at the start of our college life after a relaxing end to high school. Don't remind me of that. Her hand crank slowed. There was too much sun. Whoever decided that all college students have to exercise under the summer sun should be purged. Well, I think not wearing sunscreen also contributed to the sunburn. Bleh, sunscreen. Like I said back, then I'm never setting foot in the sun again if I don't have to. As a working adult, you don't have to go out in the sun like that anymore. But don't you still need a little light to be healthy? My vitamin supplements are covering it.
That doesn't sound healthy.
Don't laugh, you also bought me a bottle of gummy vitamins and a sun umbrella, so you're contributing to it. Sorry. I think I might actually have a picture from around then. You should stop at cranking and instead turn the phone screen on. Opening up her photo gallery app and scrolling through myriad of pictures. I peeked over her shoulder to see many nostalgic moments recorded in her gallery. Finally, she stopped on a picture and clicked on it. The picture expanded, showing a photo of her looking rather crispy, and me slathering globs of white sunscreen onto her face. This was probably around 3/4 of the way through military training when she finally agreed to use sunscreen. Who took this photo? By Moody, she sent it to me as a part of her commemorative album. That was the name of a college classmate. What a nostalgic name. I haven't talked with Moody in a while.
Thank you, Shime. Waiting on my meal to warm up. Have a good meal, Smack. Cha-cha! Next thing we know, we're going to be meeting up with her for an alumni anniversary event, and she'll be dragging along a child with her girlfriend. Words that come from someone who is aging. Nature is me charging her phone with a hand crank, and we chatted a little longer. The night deepened. I let out a yawn and stretched my arms. She finished with her phone charger and put it away into her pocket, shaking her wrist. Then catching my yawn, she yawned as well. Let's go to bed now. Yanshu groggily nodded. I slipped off to bed to turn off the light. Good night. Good night. We tucked into bed, taking one half each. I couldn't help but notice that both of us kept a space between each other. I closed my eyes, feeling the day's exhaustion run over my body, and... Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Intent to get out of bed and answer, I shifted. Don't open the door. Sure? What the hell? What is this about? I ran down my spine. Propping myself up on my side with my elbow, I gazed toward the door that was still closed and locked from the inside. Whoever was knocking on the door had no intention of opening the door. Oni, welcome in! Thank you for checking in! Thank you for the headbutt. Can we have a shout out? Thank you, Sim! Thank you for the headbutt. By the way, did you know that studies show that we are more likely to yell at someone else who chose to yell at other soldiers? Really? I thought it was like something that got attached to your overall. Thank you for the headbutt. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I see. Interesting. Thank you for the shout out.
Whoever was knocking at the door had no intention of opening the door. However, the knocking continued for much longer than any sane human will knock for. The party beyond the door never saying a word. Knock. Finally, the knocking stopped. I breathed in a sharp breath of air and glanced back at Yanshu, who was also now looking at the door. Click. I heard the muffled sound of the survivor next door opening their door. Then the woman screamed. Oh my gosh, and stopped screaming with a squelch, which I shouldn't have been able to hear through the wall. Yanshu grabbed into my shirt, making me flinch, and buried her face into my bag. Yanshu was trembling. From the other room came more sounds, crunching, cracking, splattering, which made my stomach turn with nausea and my vision began to undulate in the darkness. I breathed in and out, focusing on Yanshu. It's okay, it's not in our room. It's okay, we're safe. My words were both for her and for myself. Eventually the sounds from the other room stopped. Okay, those were dots, I assume. We waited in trepidation. I think at the door was probably... Footsteps passed, and no more sounds, no more knocking came. I watched the door for a while longer, letting Yanshu hold on to me, until we concluded that we were safe for now. At long last, I closed my eyes and slept. Daylight came in an instant. The morning was spent searching for the key without results. Noon came and passed. Yahhō and I scouted out the mansion, the places we had to touch.
How are you doing, Oni? How is you?
The morning was spent searching for the key without results. Noon came and passed. Yahhō and I scouted out the mansion, the places we had to touch. As I ran my hand along the wall, hoping to feel the key under the wallpaper, something shifted beneath my feet and palm. The ground rotated, opening up the wall and throwing me to the other side before promptly sealing the wall shut again. The momentum of the trapdoor threw me off balance and I fell to the ground. Hi, Lou! Ouch! I pushed myself back to my feet, patting off my hands. Are you right? I heard Yanshu push at the wall to no avail. She seemed to be smacking it and even kicked at it. Their foot scurrying through better than her voice. I'm alright! I called to her across the wall. Looking around, this hallway didn't seem to be directly connected to the hallway I had just left by accident. I tried pushing at the wall from my side, but I couldn't get the trapdoor to open up again either. But it doesn't look like I can get back to you easily. Let's split up for now, so we don't waste any time. Talking about yawning, apparently giraffes do not yawn, making it one of the mammals that don't. The more you know. Aww.
But like, is yawning something that is necessary? Does it do something, actually, or just yawning?
But there's only a day and a half left to find the key. Daylight still trickled in from the nearby windows. However, given the little progress made by the shrinking group of survivors, we couldn't waste precious time. See you at dinner? Doesn't it like put air in your brain or something?
Does it? I had no idea.
Okay, see you at dinner. Thus, I turned away from the trapdoor wall and began exploring the new section I found myself in. It increased blood pressure? Oh! Hearing a quiet crackling sound, I proceeded closer and found a fireplace. I made it discreetly in the wall. The flames danced and flickered, radiating red warmth. They seemed to reach out toward me, causing me to stumble back. An image of fire flashed in the back of my head. Oh! A sudden sharp pain spiked through my skull and I grasped at my head with a groan. I lost my sense of equilibrium, backing into a wall so that I could lean against it. In the brain, insane in the membrane. I grit my teeth. The flames were in my eyes. I struggled feeling a strange roundness in my throat. Using the wall as support, I slowly made my way away from that area. Until my breathing cleared, a dull headache and unsteadiness persisted. So focused on my discomfort, I didn't notice the footsteps approaching. Did you prepare something yummy, Sime? That was when the air seemed to freeze. Oh, an unfamiliar monster. A tall woman with red hair and her entourage of followers passed by me. Every sound in me screamed to get away from her. Is that the king? Already lightheaded from the episode before, I felt I couldn't breathe under her suffocating aura. I met her eyes. I mismatched red and orange, and my consciousness cut out. He, the marshal of the center altar, sleeps at the hour of the dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. With the deadline looming over our heads, one had to ask, what was the meaning of the dragon and the snake? Such as some roasted burger that were 25% off with some flat green beans.
Ooh, yummy!
Okay. He, the marshal of the center altar, sleeps at the hour of the dragon and snake. Together with the sacrifice king, cursing the father blessed by the gods. I think the easiest one will be to choose time Enough yawning about. You're like, okay. It seems to make sense to choose time, but I also can't help but wonder whether it does seem to be the correct one, while the correct one will be the second. I'm gonna pick time too. Time? For example, the time at which the key would reveal itself. That's been terribly unfair. Had anyone ever said that the trial would be fair? In the previous game, 11 had used the old-fashioned way of saying time with animals. Therefore, the dragon and the snake would certainly have been the same. I tried to think of what time those animals referred to. A voice in my head spoke. The hour of the dragon and the hour of the snake referred to the period between 7 AM to 11 AM. If that were the case, then we had only one more chance. My thoughts ended. Suddenly was snapped back to reality by someone shaking my shoulder and that someone's familiar voice. Hi, Lou. Oh, she's back. She found us. Welcome back, Seaman. Black spots faded away from my vision. I stumbled right into the person who was shaking me, nearly knocking us both down before regaining my bearings. Yanshu? The last thing I remembered, I had lost consciousness, apparently standing, after seeing a strange woman. I didn't know much about time, and I didn't know how much time had passed since. The sun had set. More than that, the sky was pitch black. Unease ran through my chest. What time is it? Just about curfew. You missed dinner, and you weren't in your room, so I came out to find you. I was scared that... Why did you miss dinner? Fast footsteps and a sharp scraping noise cut off my words. At the end of the hall, I spotted a pair of maids. No, nothing about them looked human. I spotted a pair of monsters, who had certainly spotted us with their many eyes. We'll have to run. Yanshu and I began to run in the opposite direction of the monsters, which similarly began to sprint after us. We quickly reached a fork, causing me to hesitate for a moment. I didn't know where this was. I didn't know the best way to go. I didn't know if I'd run into a dead end. We didn't have time to hesitate. Yanshu grabbed my hand. This way! The sounds of the monsters sounded right next to my ears. Tugging, she pulled me along the run. We ran, making turns here and there until I was dizzy. We ran. Yet for every meter we ran, the monsters seemed to move too. Their movements scraping against the floor, their eyes so terribly hungry as they burst at our backs. The monsters were gaining on us. Still holding Yanshu's hand, I felt her beginning to lag and pant. I knew where we were now. Seeing a monster reach out to grab Yanshu, I yanked her out of the wall and practically dragged her to run as I chunked a random object in the hall straight into the monster's face. We had to go. We had to run. We're so close to safety. My Senate room was only a few meters away. The monsters were even closer. Through sheer force of will, I pushed Yanshu through the door and slid into the room. Slam. The moment my entire body was inside the room, I slammed the door shut, smashing against the fingers of one of the monsters that had reached to grab us. Ouch. Ignoring the rolling digits that turned to black ooze, I looked at the door. The ooze dripped to the floor and evaporated. Knock, 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 knock. Neither Yanshu nor I were foolish enough to open the door. I watched the door and beckoned away farther into the room, picking up any solid object that I could use to bash the monsters, which should they make their way into the room. My heart was about to beat out of my chest. Knock, 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 knock. Not once did the monsters seem to touch the handle or try to open the door. I wondered if the monsters had to follow rules for the game as well. Finally, the knocking stopped. Only once I heard the monsters leave did I return. The makeshift weapon, I picked it up back to its original position. Are they gone? I think so. I collapsed like a slug face first into the bed, rolling around onto my back to more easily breathe. My limbs felt like jelly. Seeing Yanshu sit down on the bed next to me, I pushed myself up to a sitting position to accompany her. Thanks for saving me. She shook her head. I don't know what happened. I saw this ominous woman and then I just blacked out. She wasn't one of the survivors or one of the servants. So, that's what happened? I was really worried. If you hadn't come to find me, then I think I would have been a goner. I hate that. No one at dinner found the key to the Aether, so we're here for another night. No luck on my end. I let out a sigh. Sitting in subdued silence, Yahhō retrieved her phone from her pocket. I have some pictures of the mansion that I want to review. I looked too. I scooted closer to her on the bed, my fingers brushing against her hand by accident. We reviewed the dozens, maybe even hundreds of photos that Yahhō took of various places across the mansion grounds. Not one hint of the key could be found. Let's go back to the riddle we saw on the first day. Yahhō opened the photo of the plug. He, the marshal of the central altar, sleeps at the hour of the dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key. Is it like the maid that may be sleeping and does have the key? I don't know. Cursing the father blessed by the gods. Who's the marshal of the central altar supposed to be? Ʀᴏ central altar? Who is Ʀᴏ again? I'm a bit confused. Huh? The title tugged at my memory, buried deep within my head. A name then set up on the tip of my tongue, something I remembered from when I was younger. I seem to have watched a show as a child with a character with a title. Ʀᴏ. Is Ʀᴏ the marshal of the central altar? Ʀᴏ is the marshal of the central altar. It's his Taoist name. Another one of his titles is Third Lotus Prince, because he was reborn from Lotus roots, maybe? I two adaptations of Journey to the West far outnumbered those focused on Ʀᴏ. I had still watched a few cartoons and dramas focusing on Ʀᴏ when I was younger. He was a mythological figure, a mischievous boy born out of a ball of flesh after a gestation period of over 3 years, popping out of the flesh ball as a full-grown boy, richer than an infant after the ball was cut open by his father. The boy proceeded to kill a dragon god at some point. Amidst various shenanigans, which may have had liberties taken with them for the sake of television, Ʀᴏ died and was brought back to life with a lotus root by his Taoist master. After a conflict with his father, Ʀᴏ ended up being trapped in a golden pagoda given to his father by the gods to tame Ʀᴏ, or so the adaptation I was familiar with went. The boy deity also appeared in Journey to the West and its various adaptations with a slightly different backstory. With Ʀᴏ as the marshal of the central altar, as well as a character with enmity against his father, I thought he must have been relevant to the riddle describing our key. I think we're onto something. The problem was that neither Yahhō nor I could figure out the last piece of the puzzle to connect us to the answer. After mulling over the riddle for a while longer, the two of us tucked in for bed. Night passed. Morning came and passed as well, and eventually with no key inside for any of the survivor group. Any survivors still left, including Yahhō and I, gathered in the dining room during lunch, feeling the pressure of the now looming deadline. Less than half a day remained. No one knew where the key would be. Although I had missed dinner to the previous night, during the previous night, I could clearly see that the survivor count had decreased between yesterday and noon, to this morning to now. According to the others, we had to go through just about the whole mansion. They had explored the cellar, the attic, even the servants' quarters where the unlucky survivor had nearly gotten himself eaten alive. We saw a riddle when exploring, and it might be a clue to where the key is located. I think I remember seeing something like that too. What was it, Martial Dragon? Exchanged looks with Yahhō. Yahhō took her phone out from her pocket, drank suspicious looks from the other survivors, and opened up the photo of the plaque to show the others. He, the marshal of the central altar, sleeps at the hour of the dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. Does anyone have an idea what this riddle could mean? The survivors murmured amongst themselves. A few piped up with ideas and interpretations, but no one thought of anything, now or clearly actionable. It seemed the riddle was still unsolved. As we were about to move on to another topic or possibly disperse, One of the younger survivors spoke up, crossing her arms in annoyance. Why do you have your cell phone? I also used my phone all the time when I was alive, but I don't have my phone with me in the afterlife. And some gloomy looking freak has hers? Excuse you? Are we sure she's not in cahoots with the game masters? What are you trying to say? Narrowing my eyes, I protectively moved to block the aggressive survivor from Yanshu. The eyes of the group grew unfriendly as they whispered among themselves. Calm down, maybe she just got lucky and hit it well, so she got to keep her phone. Since we're here, why don't we ask the girl to try calling civilization to get us all out of this hellhole? The group agreed. I gripped my fist in irritation, but looked toward Yanshu to see how she felt about it. Clearly, we had no signal in the first round. We didn't seem to have any last night either.
Hey, how's it going? Hi, Kitty! Is the soup... Yeah. Is the soup visual novel? It's going well, thank you. How are you?
Can we try that again? She nodded. Extending her hand to show her phone, she called 110. There was no signal, and the call failed to go through. Give that to me! Taking advantage of Yanshu's extended hand, the teenager tried to yank it out of her hand. The others began to push toward the two of us as well. Back off! Yanshu backed away, pulling her phone closer to herself. Did that creepy judge say that we're all dead? How did your randos die, huh? But you died in a dirty, stinky ditch somewhere, where no one cares about you. Perhaps you're doing what the young people these days call projecting. Huh? Just looking at your balding head makes me smell like the residual stink. Can we calm down, get back to— oh my gosh, a bully.
I'm fine, thanks. Glad to hear so.
Wait, you want to share with the class the way you died? The other players had already begun—
Remember to hydrate and eat fruit, yummy face.
Yummy face. I did eat the fruit already, thank you. Yummy face.
The other players had already begun fighting among themselves, arguing about what this teenager was talking about. Despite not knowing how I died, I had the suspicion that most of the other survivors knew how they died. You shouldn't ask people that. Maybe I should. That Game Master Judge Girl said that we're all sinners here, so you must have been some real messed up people who died in real messed up ways to get here. What did you do to get pulled into this sinner game? You must be a total creep. Pot, meat kettle. Bickering, pushing, the survivor group devolved into chaos. Yanshu tugged at my jacket silently, looking like she wanted to leave the dining room as soon as possible. I felt tempted to go as well. However, before we could leave, the teenage survivor turned the group's attention back toward us. And really, what is with the phone, girl? You're right. Why does she have a phone? Taking advantage of his size, the middle-aged man, who I had thought initially reasonable, plucked Yanshu's phone right out of her hands.
Crazy! You old bus.
Yanshu reached for it, only to be blocked by other survivors. Give that back. It doesn't belong to you. Even if she's innocent, we can make better use of this phone. Huh, how do you unlock this thing? Seriously, give it back. Give it to me. I know how to use it better than an old man like you. Noisy. This place was really noisy. A plate fell to the ground, more accurately. Yanshu threw a plate to the ground. The room fell silent in surprise, then she opened her mouth to speak, loudly and clearly. Give my phone back to me. Walking up to the middle-aged man through the crowd that appeared surprised to see Yanshu speak at all, Yanshu took her phone back. She wiped it off with a napkin and held it close to her chest. Sending a glare toward the other survivors, she walked away, exiting the dining room. I think her phone is holding some special meaning to her. Ready to annoy myself, I copied Yanshu's glare and made to leave. You should consider assuming the key search before wasting any more time bullying people. I exited the dining room without waiting for a response. I found Yanshu in the hallway, not too far away. Are you right? I can't stand people. Yanshu let out a deep sigh and stared down at her feet. After a while of silence, I followed her tug at my jacket sleeve. Let's try to find the key. Yeah. We continued our search. Time passed. Out of the blue, the air changed, and Eleven's voice sounded out from the sky, reminding me of the first round of the mountain. The feast for the king of the 11th court will commence in approximately 1 hour. We're almost out of time. 1 hour. Just 1 hour left. We didn't have any time left to wander around and hope for the best. We had to figure out just where exactly the key was hidden. He, the marshal of the central altar, sleeps at the hour of the dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. My brain clicked. Ah, that. Based on the riddle, the key should be somewhere in the southeast. The one place that we haven't checked yet, inside that pond with the lotus flowers. The dragon and the snake refer to the directions to the southeast. The marshal of the central altar is Neja lotus flowers. We turned to look to the southeast in unison. Exchanging looks, we nodded and started running down the halls toward the garden in that direction. We reached the garden and stepped right in front of the pond. Beside the greenery and flowers, it seemed unassuming, with the pretty white-pink lotus flowers floating upon its surface. Likely no one had thought to search within it. No nets or tools inside to use. And she looked left and right, trying to find something to poke into the pond with. But we didn't have time for that. I'm pretty good at swimming. Without thinking further, I dove into the pond with a splash. The water soaking into my clothes hindered my movement, but I forced myself downward, opening my eyes. The pond wasn't so deep that light couldn't reach the bottom. Bubbles escaping as I conserved my oxygen. I quickly spotted something that reflected the water. Filtered sunlight sitting in the silt at the pond floor. I have to go now, but keep going. Oh, Slay Queen. Take care, Kitty. Thank you so much for stopping by. Bye-bye. It was a golden pagoda figurine. I swam toward the pagoda and lifted it from the ground. From it dropped an object that I grabbed before it touched the pond bottom. As Eleven stated, the moment I saw the key, I knew that we had found it. More bubbles escaped from my nose. A muffled celebratory jingle reached my ears from above the water's surface. I had to go up, otherwise I'd run out of air before I had a chance to win this round. Gripping the key in my hand, I pushed myself off the pond floor and began to swim upward. The light above the water grew brighter. I was almost there. That was when something yanked on my leg and began to pull me down. In my shock, air escaped from my mouth. I started to swim upward, just my hand splashing up above the pond surface. Then I felt myself being pulled down again. It was out of air. I couldn't accept this, but the thing overpowered me. I glanced down for just a moment, seeing a rotting creature that resembled the maid's dragging me down a water ghost. I extended my hand toward the surface, which was growing farther away, even as I kicked at the monster and tried to swim. No! A thin hand grabbed mine. She pulled desperately for my sake, and she pulled against the force of the ghost dragging me down and pulled me above the water. Whoa! I gasped for air. Hilo! Crack. Using the ground as leverage, I kicked the ghost away and lifted the rest of me out of the water with Yanshu's help. The monster poked its head above the water for a quick second, before diving back down, waiting for its next victim. Splash! Finally, having a chance to catch my breath, I sat on the ground for a few moments and breathed air. My clothes were wet with water, weighing me down and leaving a puddle on the ground. I gestured for Yanshu to hold out her hand. As she did, I dropped the key into her palm. You found it? Yeah. As I forced myself back up on my feet, an announcement came from the sky. Congratulations, the key has been found. All players should make their way to the banquet hall for the feast. We made it. A maid wearing its human facade approached us and bowed. In its hands, it held a towel, which it passed to me to use to dry off. Please follow me to the banquet hall. Just like that, we reached the banquet hall. I was looking at the picture on the wall. The moment we entered, the key disappeared from Yanshu's hand. It seemed that the key scroll was finished, once again reminding me that we were in the afterlife. In the banquet hall was a long table. At its head sat the tall, red-haired woman I saw the day before, her gaze sending a chill down my spine. The woman spoke. Congratulations, you have made it to the feast of the third night and passed the second round of my game of life. I am the king of the 11th court. First, sit. I spot the 11th sitting beside the king. They sit beside the 11 on empty. All of the other survivors set themselves. A number of seats further away from the king had been left unoccupied, sets of 2 or 3. I contemplated where I should sit. Next to 11, next to Yanshu. Ooh. Yanshu? I want to sit closer to the door. Sure. Finding 2 seats by the door, we sat down and glanced at the far other end where the king sat. Start the feast! The king clapped her hands once. Then the servants began to lay out various dishes atop the long table, placing shared utensils on each dish to let all of the guests serve themselves. The food looked different from what we had in the dining hall during the time we spent at this mansion. The meat glistened with strange sauce, the vegetables and pastries appeared a level higher in craftsmanship. The two of us picked up some food to eat. I put a piece of the strange meat into my mouth and paused. Crunch. It tasted strange. Weren't we supposed to feast upon the people that did not win? Crunch, crunch. It really tasted strange, a thick, salty, metallic feeling coating my tongue. Tempted to spit it out, I looked at Yanshu, who was eating the same thing without any reaction, and swallowed the piece in my mouth, resisting the urge to gag. Then I picked up my cup and drank water till the flour left my tongue. I didn't need to eat during the feast. What do you think about the meat? It tastes normal. I don't know if we should eat it. Alright, I trust you. Yanshu put down her fork and wiped her mouth with a provided napkin. In the meanwhile, can I ask you whether you want to go back to life and reincarnate if you pass the next round of this game? Of course I want to go back to life. I plan to live till at least my 80s, so dying permanently in my mid-20s will be a huge waste of my retirement plans. I've still got a lot left to do. What about you? I don't know. Going back to life will be alright with me, but reincarnating will be alright as well? I'm not sure. Reincarnating will mean drinking mango soup and wiping away all my memories of this lifetime. I wonder how it works. For example, would it be able to wipe away all the feelings you ever had in this lifetime? It seems sad if so. Why, isn't it better to not have to feel any of the sadness of your previous life? But then you can't remember any of the happiness later. Even the happiness, I don't think you're supposed to be able to remember where it came from. That really seems so sad. But there's nothing left to be sad about. In fact, wouldn't you be happy if you can't remember being happier or sadder? I would say no. Why? Just my gut feeling. I see. I looked carefully at Yanshu, the girl who I grew up with. Talking about forgetting, I found myself wanting to commit every bit of her to my memory. For example, she had pretty eyes, a cute nose, soft lips, and these days like it to die, the inner section of her hair. She was a bit shorter than me and didn't go out in the sun much. At the very least, I'd be sad if I forgot about you. Yanshu was the only Yanshu in the world. Me too. I don't want to forget you. I put my hand on top of hers. Her slender fingers felt chilly, but I would warm her up. Oh, right, I have another point against reincarnating for me. I don't like drinking soup.
Oh! You don't like soup? What are we here for then? I came for the soup mainly.
Even if it's magic soup, wouldn't magic soup be even worse? I can't imagine how it tastes. I don't know. Soup is pretty yummy. Rather than eating, we decided to chat. Luckily, sitting at the far end of the table, no one, not the survivors, not the king, not the servant, bothered to interrupt our conversation. The feast continued for a while longer. Then the low bell tolled, signaling the end of our time in this round. When I opened my eyes, I once more returned to my familiar yet lifeless apartment. I leaned against the wall, hand pressing against the familiar feeling, unfiddling with a hole that I had made once upon a time with a nail to hang a whiteboard. Even now, I felt as if I could awaken from this nightmare to find that all of this was a dream, yet I would not wake. Only one round remained of the game of life. After all of those close calls I had in the past 2 games, I still had no idea how I died, having no time for introspection when running for my life. I wondered how I lost my life. Was I murdered? If some unknown entity held a grudge against me and brutalized me to the point of amnesia, even in the afterlife, I wondered if I wanted to remember. Was it a natural disaster? Climate change had certainly increased the instance of floods, landslides, fires, and whatnot in the region. Perhaps I simply dropped dead of a heart attack. I'd always thought that my family's genes were pretty resilient. None of my grandparents ever having heart issues or strokes. None of these questions bore any results. Mulled over my unclear death wouldn't give me any answers. Knock on Yanshu's door, open the front door. I'm gonna try opening the front door again. I walked over to the front door and opened it. Hello? The scenery had not changed from before, pitch black, a monstrous darkness that threatened to spill into my apartment and devour me. I had a feeling that that girl would... slam. Immediately closing the door, Eleven appeared beside me and kicked me in the shin. What are you trying to do? As I lifted my leg to rub the place, she kicked me. I couldn't help but grin. Would you like to stay for some snacks? I walked her over to the kitchen dining area and began dining through the snack cabinet filled with sweets and miscellaneous items, dumping them onto the table. That will be alright with me. As I gathered my collection of snacks, she picked up a random wrapped candy and unwrapped it. What is this? Coffee candy. She popped the candy in her mouth. Ugh, it's bitter. Oh, but there's sweet cream inside. Crunch. She made a face at the sensation of chewing past the hard candy shell, but it seemed she didn't quite like the cream. For refreshments, I think today feels like time for some cold drinks, especially after the feast. I have some sweetened soy milk in the fridge, if that's alright. Yes, that will be fine. Walking over to the fridge, I retrieved 2 cans of soy milk and passed one to Eleven. She seemed to struggle to open the can via the tap, but before I could offer to help, she managed to open it and took a sip. Although it lacks fragrance, the sweet taste goes smoothly down my throat and washes away the coffee flavor. Rest in peace, coffee candy. So what's the next game? If you think bribing me with food and asking casually will get you answers, I'm afraid it won't work. Wait for the third round to begin, and you'll be informed of the rules. Oh, it was worth a try, just a try. I threw open a pack of spicy strips and grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks that had gotten mixed in with my stash. As I used the chopsticks to pick up the spicy strips to eat, Eleven sent me a curious look. I offered with my chopsticks a strip, gaining a glower. Yet not wanting to get her hands dirty, with a little pink rising to her ears, she opened her mouth and ultimately let me feed her a spicy strip. She chewed and nodded in approval. There's a trial in court after finishing the 3 rounds.
Oh yeah! Democracy! How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, Demon! Floof raid! Welcome in! How are you doing? What were you up to? Let me make your shout out. Welcome in, Demon. Welcome in, Kamakaze. Welcome in, TJ Ponder. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the following bots. Welcome in. Oh, thank
All
you,
I hear
Simon.
is me. Stop it.
All I hear is that I'm trying to adapt to you, love.
No!
String
Stop
Identity V.
blaming.
Did you have fun? How did your stream go?
Okay, thank you. Bitch. Darkstar Whiskers is cute.
You're having a nice float. Yeah,
I like that. I like
am.
that little
Thank
legend.
you so
He's really cute.
much.
What's a nice kitty
Demon
cat?
Traders, please do remember, in case you need to take some rest, something to eat, something to drink, a round of toilet, and whatnot, please take care of that. It does take priority. Your health always. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Gyepi, the Demon Fox VTuber that cannot play for the games nor games with camera rotation. I do love storage games, adventure games, cozy games, and also psychological horror games from which I'm taking a big break. I really love visual novels, and I run a review blog that is soon gonna resume its activity. We're here to play the Yuri visual novel, the free-to-play one. The free-to-play Yuri visual novel that is also subtimate, and it does have
quite many psychological horror elements. When I heard it being defined as a cute yet horror-ish game, I assumed it would be like, you know, a pinch horror-ish. Instead, it's like fully cute and fully crazy. So yeah, things to be happening. It's free to play. Go check it out if you're interested. Actually, not 100% if that song originated from Vinny or not. Divine should post song via Miku. I see. I had no idea either. And Dime, I'm supposed to sing a song for you. Give me a moment, I'm gonna note down your raid so that I know how to raise the counter later on. Thank you so much again. And I guess it's time to sing, yeah. All is good and under control. But worry not, today I am ready. I'm actually ready. So give me a moment. Let's change the screen. Okay. Here we are. The table goes off. Give me just a moment, as the table is heavy for me to pick up. Calmly, one thing at a time. Okay. There we go. Table stays away. Why is it a disaster? This is not a disaster stream, Sima. What do you mean? Everything is good and under control this time. It is. Okay, the song list, let me fetch it. Here we go. One thing at a time. We can do it. Okay. So, a song for Dime. Okay. We can do it. Let me check the audio levels first, please. A bit lower. Okay. I do be ready. I think. Let me take a sip of water. Good choice for a song. Thank you. Okay. Shabba daka feel good. 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 He's breaking down on a camel's back. They just have to go cause they don't know whack. So while you feel the streets, it's appealing to see. And you won't get out the country cause you're done and free. You got a new horizon, it's ephemeral style. A melancholy town where I never smile. And all I wanna hear is the message beep. My dreams, they got to kiss me cause I don't get to sleep, no. Windmill for the land. Town forever, hand in hand. Welcome to take it all in on your stride. It is taking, falling down low forever. Love is free. Let's turn forever, you and me. Windmill for the land. Is everybody in? Laughing gas, this hazmat, fast cats, lining down like
ass cracks. Play this bone inside the truck. It's my chocolate attack. She done stepping in the heart of this year. Gerber hurting in her ear. Watch me as I gravitate. Ha 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 ha. Yo, we're gonna go down this small town with your son. You're in the blink. Gonna buy the dust. Gonna fight with us. With your son, you'll kill the ink. So don't stop. Get it. Until each other head and watch the navigate. Ha 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 ha. Shabba. Shabba daka feel good. Shabba daka feel good. Shabba daka feel good. Shabba daka feel good. Pam 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 pam. We'll mill for the land, town forever hand in hand. Take it all in on your stride. It is taking, falling down low forever. Love is free. Let's turn forever, you and me. We'll mill for the land. Is everybody in? Don't stop, get it. Peep how your captain seen it. Steady, watch me navigate. Ha 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 ha. Don't stop, get it. Peep how your captain seen it. Steady, watch me navigate. Ha 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 ha. Shabba daka feel good. Shabba daka feel good. Shabba daka feel good. Shabba daka feel good. Yay! Also, Simon, still, every time I see you use that emote, I just see here, big gay. I still did not manage to understand which emote is it. I can't. Thank you again for the read, Dime.
So like penetration
works.
Always be good because it
always be good. Penetration works. I know them by memory, them clips. I did not make them. You picked the perfect song. It's one of my favorite of all time. Oh, glad to hear so. Good job, Gyepi. You're welcome for the clip. You're welcome. Thank you. It was so good. I'm glad you enjoyed. Yay! Back to gaming. Also, I had to note down the sticky note, the new follower. Give me just a moment. Okay, where are the sticky notes again? I think we need one more sticky note. It was so nice. Oh, thank you so much. Glad to hear so. Just made my day. Oh, you're way too sweet. Okay, sticky note. A new one. Okay. Here we go with a new sticky note. Okay. So, we can do it. I promise. Oh yeah! Thank you so much, Joseph. Thank you so much for your sub. Welcome me. How are you doing? I do owe you a spin with the spinning wheel in exchange for the sub. But first, give me a moment. I'm trying to look for the new followers URL so that I can feature them on the sticky note. We can do it. Okay, it was ink blots. Okay, we can do it. Probably. Or maybe not, I don't know. Okay. Pam 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 pa 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 pam. No. Where did I place it? I'm not seeing it. Oh, no!
Wait. Wait. No, wait, I messed up the other sticky note as well this way. No. I'd apologize about the scuff. We're returning soon. That's the moment. Okay? Down, da, 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 down. Well, here we go. There we go. Okay. And one thing is done. Now, we have to switch the screen again. We have to switch the screen and spin that wheel. We go back. Cha-cha! Okay. The sticker note is in place. Okay. The spinning wheel returns. Gamba. Okay. Okay. We only have 4 keys left here, now that I think about it. On the spinning wheel. Let me fetch back my table. The table stays on during the spinning wheel thing. Which one was it? Oh my gosh. What if you get 5 subs till the end of the followathon? What will happen? We will see. We will see. But yeah, I'm also noting down how to increase the timer. Yeah. Okay. Cow's head, are you ready to spin the wheel? Are you ready to take that spin? We have only 4 games left. Yeah. At the moment, at least. Spin! Oh yeah! Congrats, you got Campfire Cozy AI villagers. I'm here to precise once again, the AI part comes only to interactions with the villagers. So basically, you can chat with them and they do respond to you, but you also could gaslight them into thinking they did or said something that they never did and create your own stories over there. Yeah, that is totally not what I did before. Yeah! Give me a moment, I'm gonna DM you the key. And thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much. Never happened. Oh, don't dox me, Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't know what kind of doxing would it be, saying the spinning wheel, but still. Okay, give me just a moment. I'm gonna DM you the key. I'm going to DM you the key. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the game. Okay. Back to gaming we go. Wait, am I crazy? Did they close the game? What? The game crashed? No! Oh my gosh. Okay. Not a disaster stream! This is not a disaster stream! Give me a moment. Everything will work. I promise. Professional streamer, professional gamer, worry not. Everything is under control, under my control. That is why you don't have to worry, I think. Okay. 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 Okay, so I was trying to open the front door. Da-da-da-da. Okay. Dum, da, 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 dum. And we started talking to 11, asking them what will be the next test. By the way, we're here to play a free-to-play visual novel. It does contain heavy imagery, as in violence and maybe possible depressive topics. So if you cannot handle this sort of content, please do close my stream, and we're gonna see each other another time. Because take care of your mental health, it also always should come first. That and physical health. So basically here we woke up and we discovered that we're dead. We don't have the permission to be reincarnated due to the sins we did commit. And we remember not as much coming to our life, and we have no idea of how we died also. Later on, we did hear that there may be a game with 3 different tests. If we do surpass it, we'll be granted a permission, a possibility to either get reincarnated or return to our life. And we also met our ex in this game, the ex from which we did break up ourselves. 11 here, the girl right here, is the judge. And she did state that she cannot leave that place, and she seemed to be sad about that, and we did not get much information just yet. And so far it seems like we have the possibilities to get closer either to 11 or to our ex. I'm doing a bit of both, honestly, since I'm very curious to what is going on. So that's it pretty much, yeah. Also, you did unlock today. Chat picks the banner for me to use on Twitter for a week. So feel free to get creative. Okay. Coffee Candy, so what's the next game? We did ask that and she said she was gonna share during the actual beginning of the test. It is the 3rd test, the last one. The one that we're about to take. And we just offered her some spicy snacks also. Okay, she tried and nodded in approval. There's a trial in court after finishing the 3 rounds, right? What happens to people who lose then? You'll become a meal for vengeful ghosts. The results is the same regardless of when you are in the game of life until you have gained the qualifications for reincarnation. Then she paused for just a moment. That said, should you catch the eye of the king of the 11th court, you may remove yourself from the game of life. Rather than winning or losing, you'll become a denizen of the 11th court serving under the king. I don't recommend it. Oh, why? Are you contemplating it? I contemplated it. To stay in the underworld, accompanying the beautifully terrifying king along with the monstrous ghost, was not something I wanted. Perhaps the only one who seemed like a person at all here was 11. If she could just go to the real world instead, then that would be better. I shook my head. I want to go back to life, then don't think more of it and avoid the king's attention. 11 glanced around, perhaps finding the apartment too big for just one person. Do you have a family? Her question prodded at an old sadness that felt like a wound, which had long scarred over. I don't have any immediate family, and I guess I don't have any extended family left either, who I know of. I was mostly raised by my grandparents who passed away 2 years ago. I don't think I have any other relatives. Well, they were getting old into their 90s when they died, so it wasn't anything like a freak accident. They just got old, got frailer, and one day they didn't wake up again. Although it hurt that Grandma died right after Grandpa, leaving me all alone. My condolences. It's okay. I wonder if they've reincarnated already. Very old people don't come to the 11th court. But what's the reasoning again? They're not very palatable. What the hell? So they're certainly under the jurisdiction of another court and will certainly be reincarnated with time if they haven't been already. Oh, okay. I try to imagine my grandparents lining up to drink soup at Yahhō Bridge, having their memories wiped away by Mangpo's magic liquid. By the way, this visual is called The Final Prize is Soup, since there is this special soup that you do drink to wipe off your memories and then get reincarnated and start a new life. I guess they'd forget me in their next lives. Yes, but the type of person someone is doesn't change very much. If they were kind people, then I'm sure they'll also be kind to people in their next lives. If I weren't here, then perhaps I would have wanted to meet who raised you. But it's best if they never have to come to the 11th court, regardless of lifetime. 11 sipped her soy milk. What happened with your parents? My parents died when I was young. Apparently we were going on a trip to Chengdu when the car was hit by a speeding drunk driver. They died protecting me. That's what I've always been told, at least. I don't have any scars from that, and my grandparents said that I was uninjured after the accident. I don't know. I was too young to even remember their faces, and I don't remember the accident. As I grew up, I felt sorry. I felt sorry because to me, the people who my grandparents mourned over, the people who protected me, were nothing more than dead strangers to me. Actually, it was nice to grow up knowing that I was loved by the people who gave me life and gave their lives for me. Perhaps I should be a little jealous that you have such a family. Yet all my family was dead. I really don't have any family left, and I'm even just a lonely single dog now. If you consider only the living and not your memories, I was also dead. 11's words reminded me that even if my grandparents weren't gone, their memories lived on within me. What about you? Now that I've spilled my guts, shouldn't you also tell me a little something about your family? Only one of us is a judge. They look like I have family. Those people are... No. She shook her head. The last round is coming. I will see you again, if you survive through it. Then she turned and left, disappearing as if she had never come to my apartment in this dreamlike interval between games. Before long, the low bell tolled, signaling the start of the third and final round. Darkness enveloped me, devouring the ground beneath me and covering my vision. Waiting for the scenery to change, I closed my eyes. I seemed to hear the hiss of a snake and the flow of a river. Yet, the air felt far too stagnant to be outdoors. When I opened my eyes, feeling the ground solidify under my feet, I found myself in a place stranger than the previous 2 games locations. Glass walls surrounded me in all 4 directions. Beyond the glass walls stood more glass walls, forming a matrix of glass boxes. The walls extended just too high to be climbed, capped at the top by a similarly glass ceiling. Even the ground appeared to be lined by a layer of glass. Within each glass box stood one survivor, arriving at the 3rd round, just like me, on some sort of podium. As everyone arrived, 11's voice came from the sky as usual. Welcome to the 3rd and final round of your trio. I'll now explain the rules. The 3rd round is an individual game. Each player will stay within their own box, and within their box will be a podium containing puzzles that must be solved in order. Solve all 9 puzzles before you drown. Oh, your time limit is dependent on your sins. I glanced to the middle of my glass box at the mentioned podium, spotting a puzzle sitting there. The ground was still dry. This game was specially bestowed upon you by the king of the 11th court. I am truly overjoyed. Good luck. The moment she finished speaking, water began to trickle into my box from an unknown source, creating a puddle-like wet film beneath my shoes. I looked around, spotting Yanshu in a neighboring box. That is our ex, by the way, for whom we still do have feelings. Then I approached the glass adjacent to her box. Yanshu seemed to have the same idea, as she too stood before the same glass wall. Stand back a little. Yanshu smacked the glass wall, but nothing happened. Let me try from my end. After Yanshu stood back, I sent a roundhouse kick at the glass. My boot bounced off the wall, sending me stumbling, leaving nothing but a bit of water from the ground on the glass. I don't think we'll be able to get past the glass. She did say that it's an individual game, didn't she? I glanced beyond the glass, over at the podium and Yanshu's box, finding that even the shape of her puzzle appeared a little different from what was on my podium. I'm already expecting some dramatic outcome here. This is not good. Adjusting my stance, I felt my feet push against the water. Splish, maybe it had already risen to 2 centimeters. The water is already rising. Let's focus on our puzzles for now, alright? She nodded. I believe in you, Hilo. I believe in you too. Oh. So it's not the jigsaw puzzles. I imagined those to be there. No! It's the crazy kind of puzzle. No! Walking to my podium, I looked at the puzzle that sat on top of it. It was a metal puzzle made of many pieces that had to be put together, rotated, and adjusted to fit together. I held it in my hand and began to fiddle with it, trying to figure out how to solve it, having received no instructions beyond just to solve it. Water began to seep into my shoes, soaking my socks uncomfortably. As I racked my brain, pushing pieces together, the water did not stop, gradually increasing as it rose. Click, I solved the first puzzle. The initial puzzle disappeared, and in its place came a similar but wholly different puzzle. The water level dropped along with the first disappearance. Okay, I let out a slight sigh of relief at the game's kindness. My pants, wet by the now lowered water, stuck to my lower legs. The trickling sound of water conveyed to me that just one puzzle wasn't enough to stop the flow. The water rose. Click. The water fell. Despite having been able to solve 2 puzzles, I wasn't able to prevent the water from gradually going upward, soaking above my knees. I glanced over at some other survivors' boxes, noticing that their water levels had reached far above mine and appeared to be increasing at different speeds. A few players give up on puzzle solving and choose to instead throw their puzzles at the glass, smacking the walls in an attempt to get out. Click, click, click. The water undulated. My clothes stuck to my skin, wet. My hands couldn't help but grow stiff as they forced cold, hard metal pieces together. I could feel my body temperature dropping as I began to shiver. The water wasn't warmed like a swimming pool. As I began to slow, I nicked my hand against a particularly sharp piece. The water stirred as a single droplet of red fell in, mixing and dispersing. Oh. I shook my head. I had to focus. Click. Luckily, I was able to get my 6th puzzle to click into place, with my slightly numb fingers, hearing the satisfying click and feeling the water lower. I took a deep breath before readying myself for the next puzzle of many. Bam! I jumped in surprise as a loud noise came from the back. I glanced backward and saw my neighbor in that direction smashing himself, full body against the wall, trying desperately to get out as the water reached right below his nose. Oh my gosh! He was going to drown. As I met his eyes, I saw the water reach above his nose. A steady height and him trying to tread the water, weighted down by his clothes. I turned back to my puzzle, averting my eyes from his look of despair. The noise was distracting. Noise! Oh my gosh. The noise was distracting. I had to focus. Eventually, the noise from the back weakened and stopped. Click. I didn't know how long had passed since the game had started, each puzzle taking a non-trivial amount of time to finish. Certainly, it must have been at least 2 to 3 hours now. I adjusted my standing position. My legs were growing sore, becoming stiff from the water and all of the standing. I cracked my neck, gazing upward for a second to relieve my neck of the stress of looking down for so long. Yet I had no time to waste. Splish, splash. The water rippled as I moved. I glanced toward Yanshu, who seemed to be doing alright, water at her waist. Then I returned to my puzzle. Water reached my chest, encroaching on the podium's height. Frustratingly, I couldn't get this puzzle to work, even as I nearly jammed my fingers trying to piece it together. The water reached my chin, forcing me to lift the puzzle above the water. As I adjusted the height of my vision, I inadvertently looked to the box in front of me. At that person. The person in the box in front of me was floating, his body floating face down in a box full of water, that his corpse was being pushed against the ceiling. Oh my gosh. As my hand shook and nearly dropped the puzzle pieces I held, he began to sing. Click. The shock of seeing a corpse actually helped me solve that puzzle. What the heck? I almost wanted to laugh, as I felt the water level drop back down to my waist, leaving all of my clothes uncomfortably wet, but myself able to breathe. I didn't dare to look toward my last neighbor, who had been hitting the wall as well, but no longer made any noise. The water retreated, lapping upward at my torso, as if disappointed. The last puzzle appeared before me, and without pausing, I grabbed it to begin piecing it together. The configuration appeared even more complex than the previous 8. My fingers hurt. My arms couldn't stop shivering. Ah! Hearing Yanshu's voice, I immediately twisted to look in her direction, scared that she would also be drowning, and I saw that the water level in her box was even a little below her waist. Congratulations to the first person to complete all 9 puzzles. You have passed the 3rd round. A sense of relief rushed over my body. I'm glad. Before Yanshu could do or say anything, an unknown force whisked her away and emptied her box. I turned my attention back to my final puzzle. I had to focus. My stiff fingers fiddled with this final puzzle, slowly but surely connecting the pieces and pushing them into the correct place after many, many moments of trial and error. The water once more reached my chin. As part of the puzzle, I fixed it to the podium. Now I had one last piece that I needed to connect to the puzzle, which I felt that I knew how to complete. Yet I could no longer pick the puzzle up, and had to look through the distortion of the water. It was just one piece. I expected a satisfying click, yet the budding sense of victory in my chest gradually turned into anxiety as the puzzle's final piece just wouldn't fit into place. Why was it not fitting? Was I trying to put it into the wrong place? The last piece seemed to obviously fit into the last hole left, but it wasn't fitting. It wasn't clicking into place. Even as I ducked my head under the water to examine it more closely. Why wasn't it clicking into place? The water reached my nose. The puzzle wasn't clicking. Why? The water reached above my nose. I forced myself off the ground and began treading water, keeping my head above the water. Holding the last piece in my hand, I took a deep breath and dived. Why wasn't the puzzle piece fitting into the only place left to put it? I went up for air and tried again, to no avail. I repeated those steps a number of times, yet no matter what I did, no matter where I tried to insert the final piece, it seemed like an invisible force was blocking me. Then, as I went up for air for the nth time, I hit the ceiling. The glass box was filled with water already. I had no choice but to return to the podium. My lungs burned. My vision flickered. Gripping the puzzle on the podium and forcing the final piece into its hole. I wanted to cry, but there was too much water around to cry. As strength left me, the cold and lack of oxygen overwhelming me, I wondered if this was it. A new warmth, perhaps a hallucination, seemed to touch my hand. Click. The water above lowered, yet it was far too high for me at this moment to be able to swim up to. I was too tired. As black spots started to fill my vision, the water surface growing further as I sank, I heard 11's muffled voice making an announcement for me. Darkness covered my sight. The pressure of water seemed to disappear from around me, and I felt a pair of soft lips press against mine to pass air to my empty lungs. My consciousness faded. Oh, I saw a dream. In this dream I walked into a lonely courtyard, a place that looked like the set of a historical drama that Yanshu liked. I spotted a girl whose face I could not make out. She appeared familiar, but even when I squinted, her facial features remained unclear. As I approached the door to the living space, the girl spoke and stopped me in my tracks. Who are you? Her voice sounded familiar, yet I could not remember who she was. Not speaking, are you a servant sent by that woman? My stepmother? Oh no, she likes to be called Madame by you servants, doesn't she? To scare me or ruin me? No, I'm not a servant, I stopped realizing I didn't know how to explain myself. Surely my name wouldn't be useful information. I doubted that I had traveled through time in this dream. But are you going to say that you're a mere grinded flower, TF, who does distilling during broad daylight? Later, I might be a ghost. Think of a better excuse. Is that how ghosts dress? Looking down at my outfit, I realized that I was still wearing normal, modern clothes. A shirt, jacket, jeans, sneakers. Certainly, I didn't look like a ghost. Then, I'm a ghost from the future. At the very least, I will concede that you might not be one of that woman's people, but you have no excuse for trespassing. Actually, who are you and where am I? She then spoke slowly, as if I were a fool. This is a courtyard in the Marquis Pingan residence. I'm the firstborn legal granddaughter of Marquis Pingan, or you may say that I'm the daughter of Sir Xiao, who executed his first wife 2 years ago. Her voice twisted at the mention of Sir Xiao, her father. A man who married a stepmother who would harass his daughter, and a man who killed his wife. He seemed unpleasant. She mentioned those names, as if I was supposed to know who they were. Did Sir Xiao, was his first wife your mother? The question slipped from my lips before I realized how inappropriate it was to ask a stranger about their dead parent, within minutes of meeting her. Do you not know of our family history? Or is this another form of harassment to have me talk about it? No, I'm sorry, you don't need to talk about it if you don't want to. She paused. I see. You might as well hear the true version of the story rather than all the lies that have been spread. My mother was indeed the first wife of Sir Xiao, a talented woman whose greatest flaw was loving a man like him. She was unable to bear him, Amel, her, and disliked his concubines, many of which he took in during her pregnancy with me, and her miscarriage that could have been my brother. My father intended to divorce my mother for those 2 points, and despite her pride, she accepted the shame. However, my father's favorite concubine, that woman, she couldn't even bear to see my mother alive. That woman planted items associated with witchcraft in my mother's room and had my mother accused of witchcraft in front of guests. Witchcraft? A crime worthy of the death penalty, but it was fake. In this first place, witchcraft is just photo superstition. Why? You must be a foreigner. Witchcraft was outlawed in a decree by the previous emperor, and no one is free from punishment should they be caught doing it. Even an imperial concubine was executed 5 years ago for witchcraft. The rest of the story everyone knows. My mother was executed. My father never once trying to save her. Her shoulder shook with an emotion that wasn't mirrored. Then he elevated his favorite concubine to the position of main wife. Not 2 months after my mother's death, that woman who killed my mother. Well, we'll see if she can bear him. He's desired her. His backyard is far too messy, and there's a reason why there's been no movement in anyone's stomach for years now. Ah, that's karma for you. It is surprisingly refreshing to say all of these things aloud. I don't even have a trusted maidservant who I can say those things to. I suppose I'm taking a risk by speaking to a stranger, a person who calls herself a ghost. I can at least promise that I won't tell anyone what you told me. Even though I couldn't see her face, she seemed terribly lonely. But are you okay? She didn't have anyone, to the point that when someone came to her courtyard, she assumed that it must have been an enemy, sent by those who call themselves her family. In fact, if I had been malicious, it didn't seem like anyone would have stopped me. She had no family and no one to accompany her, because that means you're alone here. So I am. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Is there anything I can do? If I could even just poison that woman, then I will be satisfied, but where can I get my hands on poison as a boudoir girl? Poison, huh? I don't know if you have any poisonous flowers growing here, but sufficient amounts of nutmeg can kill an adult. Are apples a thing already? Apple seeds also hold some poison, but it'd be hard to get someone to eat enough to be fatal. Maybe mix it into something. That's good to know. Maybe you also need to be careful about her poisoning you. I appreciate the concern, stranger. If I were a son, then certainly that woman would have already tried to have me killed. As a girl, the worst that she'll try is to ruin my reputation and marry me off to an old lecher. For that he is scum, my father will be upset if the asset that he's had raised for so many years was ruined when he could have instead used me for benefits. He luckily prefers to keep his only daughter out of sight, and out of mind until he finds the right person to make a marriage alliance with. What a chauvinistic scumbag. Yes, he is. I contemplated aloud. I wonder if finding someone to elope with will be hard. With whom would I elope? She got close to me and whispered into my ear, her breath tickling against my cheek. For some reason, I noticed that she smelled nice. I'll let you in on a secret. I don't like women. In other words, people will call me a mirror grinder. She returned to our initial distance and laughed. That one would certainly love to hear this. Even if there was a decent man willing to elope with a marquis's granddaughter, I wouldn't be interested. I have few female friends, and don't know anyone who would elope with me. Would I elope with you? I'm a good comrade too, I also like women. But it's impossible because I'm not from this time, and I'm dead. For now. I keep your secret too. What a shame. You seem like someone I could get along with given time. Well, if I weren't dead, then I wouldn't have minded trying. We chatted a little longer. Then my body flickered, becoming partially see-through. Huh? So you are in fact a ghost. She reached out a hand to touch mine, not passing through me. As I expected, instead of retracting her hand, she held mine and ran her fingers along my palm. Her touch tickled. Is it cold to be dead? No, not really, but you're warm. I see. I flickered again. Looks like I have to go now. My body grew more and more transparent, a tugging sensation at the edge of my mind, trying to pull me out of this courtyard. Goodbye. Don't get yourself executed for witchcraft, and maybe we'll meet again one day. Yeah, maybe we'll meet again one day. Huh? The dream ended. I gradually opened my eyes, nearly toppling over as I regained consciousness. My clothes had dried from when I nearly drowned, and I was sitting in a chair, from the moment I first met 11. In that same dark place. 11 stood before me, evoking a strange feeling of familiarity within my chest. Congratulations on passing all 3 trials. You will soon be judged before the 11th court to determine your final fate. However, as you have obtained the ire of the king, you'll likely be judged unfavorably. Is the king the one who makes the final judgment? In theory, no, but in a sense, yes. The 11th court is ruled by the king of the 11th court, and despite its name, it is outside of the 10 courts of hell. I stood up. Wait. Even if you said that it's outside of the 10 courts, I don't know what you're trying to imply. There are too many interpretations of the afterlife. For example, the number of courts often changes between 18 and 10, depending on which reading someone is using. I furrowed my brows. The 10 courts are the true authority of hell, in charge of punishment and reincarnation of the dead. The 10 courts would never allow that person to undo their death. While the 11th court has the power to do it, should you expect justice, then you would be sorely disappointed. It has simply gone unnoticed this far, that the 11th court is doing what it is. There's a set of drums before the 10 courts that require extreme conviction of will to use. They're the drums to petition the King of Hell, King Yanluo, to take attention to injustice in the realm. Once the drums are sounded, the 10 courts are obligated to act. Why tell me this? She paused and gazed at me. I am at least a little fond of you. And I have someone who I am very much not fond of. If you can pass the court judgment and return to your life in the realm of the living, then I will be happy for you. However, should you be devoured by the 11th court, then your soul would cease to exist. In that case, reincarnation will be kinder. Even if it means that we'll forget you? Why would you want to remember me? 11, you're worth remembering. 11? Ah. Somehow I seemed a little silly, saying such things about remembering her when I still didn't know her name. It's a nickname since I don't know your name. You're the judge of the 11th court, so 11. I see, my name is not 11, but you're welcome to refer to me as such when speaking to others. What is your name then? That's a secret. Tell her my name. I was still curious. Second one. I was still curious. Could I have a hint? No. You sure? Yes. Really sure? Quiet, you. Sorry. 11 crossed her arms and huffed. In the end, I didn't learn her name. Then the low bell tolled. Oh. The scenery around me shifted, the darkness receded. To reveal an open courtroom. In the moment I blinked my eyes in surprise, 11 disappeared from before me. She appeared, stepping up to the judge's table in the front and taking a seat. I looked around, finding ghastly spectators lingering in the shadows. Looking upward, I saw a second-floor balcony, where above the judge's table, the king sat upon a throne. The king overlooked us, with shadowy advisors, standing silently as they flanked her. Yahhō then appeared beside me, stumbling as if she, too, was pulled from another location. Hello? Yeah, I think this is it. Watching the two of us with hungry eyes, the ghost murmured and were silenced as 11 slammed a rectangular wooden slab, the gavel, to the table, signaling the start of court. Defendants, welcome to the 11th court, and congratulations on passing all 3 rounds of the game of life. The ghost laughed. It is here that your actions through your trials will be used to re-evaluate your status. To summarize the 3 trials, we still felt far too unreal. I rushed down a mountain at night, I searched for a key within a mansion and a box where I nearly drowned. Then, pulling out a book, she began to note our actions. While not every moment was recorded, I felt a chill down my spine hearing the recollection of those terrible games and realizing how much the king's ghost had been surveilling us. As noted, both players passed the 3 trials without issue, including the final decided by our king. 11 met my eyes and gave me a slight nod. It was going to be okay. As the judge of the 11th court, I declare King Yahhō and Chen Yan should not they have been judged to be guilty. Oh! The king stood from her throne, the air froze, and 11 paled. The king sent 11 a sharp look and snapped her fingers, dismissing the illusion of a courtroom, to leave only a dark hellscape. I could barely breathe as the king exerted power, which I could almost see emanating from her body. Yahhō did not seem to be in a better state. Oh yeah, before we could react, a number of ghosts surrounded us and grabbed our limbs, holding us in a place. The king descended from the balcony and walked toward 11. Smack! The king slapped 11, leaving an ugly red mark on her face, yet 11 did not fight back and simply stood in place. Oh no. My sacrificial wife. I wonder why is it that you think you can disobey my intentions for this pair of humans? Huh? I tried to speak up, but my body was frozen. My tongue was frozen. I couldn't move. The king rudely grabbed 11's chin, fingers digging into 11's face. Your father married you to me, throwing you to the bottom of my river, weighed down by stones. I thought that you were beautiful when you drowned, so I took you in as my first wife. So 11 is the girl that we met? In fondness of you, of all of the time we spent together, I have always kept you as my main wife, even bestowing upon you this position to play with in my court as my mouthpiece. Sing 11 refused to look at her. The king yanked 11's chin upward. This is the gratitude you show me. The king turned a direction, pulling 11 to also do so. The judge who has chosen to help you is nothing more than my woman. She and this entire court belong to me. Why is it that my woman likes to rebel so much, although I do like them feisty? I thought that I had already broken you in. Is it that the meat you have eaten was too unfresh, causing your sense to rot away as well? Certainly there's a meal to be had soon. While speaking of meal, the king's mismatched eyes roamed over Yahhō and me. I could almost hear the ghost holding us salivating. Then the king looked at 11 again. But I will need to discipline you later. This was wrong. It was wrong. I couldn't understand why 11 would just take those words from the king. I couldn't accept the way that the king treated 11. If the king was going to have Yahhō and me eaten, then I wanted to at least give her a slap back. You... Words slipped past my frozen tongue. I coughed, feeling control return to my body. However, when I tried to charge forward at the king, the ghost held me firmly in place. The king glanced toward me for a second. Kneel. Then she exerted more power, forcing 11 down to her knees. Making a gesture, the king had the ghost drag me over and throw me to the ground. The ghost pulled me up, just enough to force me to kneel before the king. The king stared into my eyes with her mismatched snake eyes, making my blood curdle. She was a predator, my sixth screamed at me. She was a monster, I already knew that. What did you do to make my woman so interested? To choose you in her little rebellion? A little ugly and deformed. Certainly without any sense and not enough ability to even pass through trials without your help. I can see why she would aim for your favor, you puny, insignificant worm. It may be that you're blind. I would have rather married someone like her instead of you. Before I could process 11's words, the king's armored boot smashed into my gut. She kicked me so hard that, if it weren't for the ghost holding me, I would have gone flying. Ugh! My cushion just cut for a moment. My mouth filled with metallic taste, and red spilled from my mouth. I have it, tried to breathe through the pain. What was up? What was down? What just happened? I heard Yanshu scream, muted in my jumbled mind. Just for a second, I felt glad that I was already dead. I'm divorcing you. The low sound of drums echoed through this dark space. The sound and vibration shook me to my core. Even as my vision was slowly clearing up, I knew what these drums were, even though I couldn't see them. The 11 had done something to sound the drum of the 10 chords. I should have done this a long time ago. You. What? Still so afraid of the 10 chords that you heard your pitiful little kingdom and its rotten chord from? Have you become so enamored with your fake? Bam! The king kicked 11, sending her flying across the ground. Then the king stormed up toward 11 and stomped on 11's chest. Gah! The king lowered himself onto 11 and grabbed 11's neck. You foolish woman, do you know what you've done? When the 10 chords come down on a soul, you will also be purged. Despite all of that, 11 didn't apologize. Instead, she laughed. I was in love through her throat that was being held by the king's hands. What would I not know? We can all be punished together. Punished together? No, I'll be the one to devour you myself. Before those bastards can do anything, no matter what, you will be nothing but mine. The king began to squeeze. Even though I knew that I was too weak to do anything, I struggled against the ghost holding me, trying to reach 11. 11 pushed away the king, to no avail, twitching as she struggled to breathe. Her hands brushed against the ground, as if she was searching for something, and as her struggles grew weaker and weaker, she managed to pull a scalpel out from the ground. Taking that scalpel into her hand, she stabbed at the king. The king recoiled for just a second. That 1 second was enough for 11 to slip out from beneath the king and roll away, just out of the king's reach. As 11 struggled to her feet, the king made to grab 11 again. And then the sound of marching entered my ears. I felt the grip of the ghost, holding me loosen a little, the ghosts beginning to shudder and whisper among themselves. Oh, a wet-haired androgynous person walked into this scene with a group of soldiers marching behind them. King Yahhō, I'm the king of hell, King Yahhō. Who is the petitioner who sounded the drums? 11 stood up straight, finding her balance, and saluted with her hands clasped together. I am. Greetings to King Yahhō. I am ᴍᴏᴅᴇᴏ, the humble spirit who was sounded the drums of the 10 chords to petition for justice. That is how I learned her name, ᴍᴏᴅᴇᴏ. It was a pretty name, fitting her well. What is the crime that you have called upon the 10 chords for? Pointing at the king of 11th court, 11 began. Reporting to King Yahhō, I'm here to accuse this snake demon and her court of not one but many crimes. She was attempted to usurp the power of the DU government and commit treason by creating an 11th court outside of the 10 courts to process the dead. She has been deliberately creating vengeful ghosts from the deceased via cruel machinations, tricking innocents into thinking that they are sinners. 11 gestured to Yanshan me. She has also been stealing the dead from the 10 courts, eating humans and destroyed the stolen souls. In doing so, this removes souls from the cycle.
What the hell, piggy?
Ah! Sorry about that! That's my guinea pig! This removes souls from the cycle of reincarnation and is against the balance of the world. King Yahhō nodded. I see. And I have no reason to allow you to continue. Oi! Millionaire, yeah!
The millionaire did speak.
A giant snake, the king of the 11th court, transformed into a giant snake, with a sound of rushing torrents. I fell to the ground in shock as the grip of the ghost holding onto me disappeared. The ones holding me were running away. Don't you run, you traitorous cowards! As I crumbled to my feet, I saw that the ones that had been holding onto Yanshu similarly began to flee. The cowardly ghost didn't make it very far before being swatted by the Snake King with her large tail and swallowed whole. King Yahhō pulled out their sword. The snake demon had committed crimes and will be subdued and slain if she does not stand down and accept judgment. The soldiers pulled out their swords. The remaining ghosts on the Snake King's side prepared themselves to fight as well. As both sides began to fight, Yanshu ran up to me and gingerly examined my slightly bloodied shirt. "Hello, are you alright?" I thought my torso still felt incredibly sore. I was still alive, and the adrenaline of the moment likely numbed the pain. "I could be better, but I think I'm alright. Are you?" Clank, before we could talk any further, a soldier rushed between us, and a monster that we hadn't even noticed. We cut down the monster and, without pausing, went to continue fighting. Then a huge blade made of water rushed by us, only a meter away, splitting the soldier in half. I looked away, feeling a budding nausea rise up to mix with the blood in my mouth. We were sitting ducks here. I took it at Yanshu, who couldn't tear her eyes away from what just happened. "We're a bigger target if we were together, so let's split up and try to get out of the way." Yanshu hesitated but eventually nodded. You better not die. Same to you?" We split up, running in different directions. As I reached a distance sufficiently far away from the center of conflict, I couldn't help but keep an eye on the fighting on 11, Xiaoyuan. I spotted 11 bend down to a defeated soldier and pick up his sword after offering a few words. Then she rushed into the fray, smashing in the head of a vengeful ghost, moving in the direction of the Snake King. Clank, clank! The ghost and soldiers clashed. The Snake King, huge as she was, swatted the battlefield indiscriminately with her giant body and manipulated huge sections of water to drown and cut. It felt unreal. King Yahhō chased after the Snake King, attacking with their sword. The fight between the two appeared almost like a dance. With each attack, the water dodged and retaliated with shining cuts. Splashing water, 11 rushed in, chasing after the Snake King as well. Falling in step with King Yahhō, she stabbed and slashed at the Snake King fearlessly. I wanted to rush in and help, but I was too scared, too weak. I wanted to grab a sword too, but I thought that I would just get in the way. Damn it. 11's added presence began to throw the Snake King onto the defensive. Maybe because of how long 11 had accompanied her for. A large wave of roaring water flew toward the two attackers with a low swipe by the Snake King's tail, making my heart nearly stop. The water itself was split apart by King Yahhō's blade. Unreal. Then with one smooth movement, King Yahhō cut off the Snake King's tail. Ah! The blood sprayed out like hose water. Red, leaking red. The tail bounced onto the ground and twitched a few times before stopping. The Snake King flew back many meters, making a tactical retreat from King Yahhō when she spotted me watching, and then she came charging at me. Eh? I couldn't dodge. A blur of black and red dashed in front of my eyes before I could even brace myself. I heard a crunching sound that shouldn't have come from the human body. Warm red blood spread into my face. 11 had thrown herself in front of me, trying to block the Snake King. I got herself impaled through the chest with a large, terribly large fang. Oh my gosh! Her body was limp in the Snake King's mouth. Far too much blood dripping onto the ground. nothing with her red dress. Yet she still held on to the sword. Time seemed to stop. The snake was going to eat her. Suddenly the snake jolted and threw 11 to the side instead. Sending her body hurtling through the air, King Yahhō had come chasing after the snake. The Snake King and King Yahhō resumed their violent dance. Oh. I ran to 11, ignoring the sword that had fallen now a meter away from her body. I was too ambitious. There was so much blood spilling from her body. I thought red sweated her. This was far too much red. I held her, but I didn't know what to do to stop the red from flowing. Maybe I'm still just a weak little girl in the end. I shook my head profusely. No, she was so strong. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have anything to patch her up with. And even if I tried to put pressure on the wound, it was far too large for my hands to stop the blood. She coughed, her tattered body convulsing. But I'm glad. I'm glad that I rebelled against her, and that I did it before she devoured you too. As I've said, I'm rather fond of you. You don't need to talk, she shook her head. Even if we've only known each other for a short period of time, I really am fond of you. My heart seemed to constrict. I felt as if something was stuck in my throat. I'm also fond of you, really. I like you. I think we could become really close given time. She was a kind person, although she held herself with a cold exterior. Prickly at times, underneath, she was warm in a way that couldn't be destroyed. Despite only knowing her for a little time, I had already caught a glimpse of that. And you know, you have a really pretty name, Yuan. I wondered if she didn't like her family name Shao. If I were her, then I would have discarded the name of a useless family that threw me away. Is that so? Then, call me by that name. Yeah, Yuan is really pretty. So are you. Your words tickled my heart, but I couldn't feel happy when she was still bleeding. Is there any way to save you? Any afterlife magic or anything? I'm just... washed up divorced woman. What's the point? Stuff is snapping in my brain. Then, marry me. You shouldn't say that so easily. I was chastened. Marriage wasn't as simple as proposing and figuring it out later. I was someone who couldn't even work out a long-term dating relationship. I just didn't want Yuan to give up. But I shouldn't give up just yet. Because that snake is still here. Kiss me and give me some of your life power, the essence of your soul if you're willing to. I kissed her. Her lips were soft, a warm energy passed from me to her. She bit down my lower lip, drank blood, then prodding with her warm tongue, she licked the blood from my lip. A tingling feeling rushed through me. My heart skipped a beat. I focused on kissing her, on passing life power on her soft lips. My face was definitely flushed, my heart racing with an emotion far from fear, much closer to the light. Our lips parted. For air? No, it seemed that we were done. Her lips appeared redder than before. The flow of blood from her chest had stopped. I helped you to her feet. Thank you. Her complexion looked better. She was blushing, pink reaching her ears in the cutest way. She walked to the side to pick up her sword, but rather than jumping back into the fray, she returned to my side. We looked toward the still continuing fight between the Snake King and King Yahhō. The Snake King appeared to be losing. Bleeding from many cuts into the myriad of puddles on the ground, King Yahhō chased after her, swinging their blade relentlessly. No longer was it a dance. Now it was a hunt. Unlike before, even I could follow the Snake King's movements. All the vengeful ghosts appeared to have been dealt with by the 10 court soldiers. I spotted Yanshu standing near a few soldiers, being protected from any water attacks. I was relieved that she was safe. The Snake King began to flee from King Yahhō. Yet perhaps furious that Yuan had called the 10 courts upon her, the Snake King charged in our direction. You! No. Yuan charged at the giant snake with her sword in hand as well. She and the Snake King had their own short violent dance that lasted only as long as it took for Yuan to get on top of the giant snake. Taking advantage of the weakened Snake King's lapse in judgment, Yuan stabbed the sword into the Snake King's forehead. She pushed it into the Snake King's brain and forced the Snake King into a dirty puddle with a splash. The snake convulsed and stopped moving. I don't belong to anyone. She kicked the snake corpse. King Yahhō approached, looking over the giant snake with a sword in her head. Nodding to Yuan and me, they sheathed their sword and retrieved a strange artifact from their sleeve. With a quickly murmured spell, they held the artifact out toward the snake. The snake was sucked into the artifact and disappeared from our sight. The snake demon has been judged and sealed. After that, King Yahhō had their people clean up. Yanshu joined Yuan and me, standing off to the side waiting. She looked at their bloodied bodies, and couldn't help but worry, in a way that brought a sense of peace to my heart. By the time the people from the 10 courts finished, this place looked almost as if no fight had occurred. Now we must deal with you 3 remaining. The 2 human souls, Yahhō and Chen Yanshu, should be returned to the cycle of reincarnation. Xiao Yuan must also be punished for her part in the false 11th court and removed from the cycle of reincarnation. Ooh. Okay, I have only the accept choice. I wonder if I got closer to 11, maybe I could have helped. And she bowed her hands into fists, glancing toward me as if expecting me to speak up, but I looked toward Yuan to see what she would do instead. Yuan nodded and stepped forward. I don't think I could say anything. I did not say anything and accepted her choice, King Yahhō's judgment. 2 of King Yahhō's soldiers walked up to Yuan, ready to take her away to her place of punishment. She muffled goodbye to me and gave me one last smile. Then she was escorted away. As I looked at her back disappearing from my side, I felt as if I had lost something terribly important. Yet I didn't say anything in the end. Before long, Yanshu and I were sent to wait at Naihe Bridge. Amidst many faceless souls, the 2 of us lined up without Yuan to receive 괰ᴏᴍᴜ in order to forget our mortal lives and be reincarnated. Will you forget me? But we can meet again in the next life. I averted my eyes from Yanshu. What a non-answer. Yanshu tugged on the end of my jacket. When you drink that soup, you forget everyone, including 11. Yuan who wasn't allowed to reincarnate. Yuan who I will never see again. I gritted my teeth and held back the feeling, welling up in my tear glands. Do you hate her for being part of what sent us through the obscure trials? No. Do you? Yanshu shook her head. I'm grateful to her for helping us. You know, even if you can meet your parents and grandparents again in your next life, you'll never meet her again. I know. Yanshu let go of me for the final time. I see. Then Yanshu stepped out of the line for 괰ᴏᴍᴜ. I don't want to drink the soup. It's not that I care that much for her memory. I'm only grateful for her, but I just don't want to drink the soup. So I won't reincarnate, not yet. I'll just stay here. Oh, did I really have nothing better to say? Yahhō, was this the type of person you really were? What was it that you really wanted to say? No, please reincarnate so I'm not alone. And so I realized that I was alone, and that I would be alone. Is there no one you want to remember? The line moved forward. After she had stepped out of the line, Yanshu still walked by my side until I reached 괰ᴏ. The old woman goddess served me a bowl of soup, telling me to drink the whole thing, and acknowledged that Yanshu was not yet ready to have the soup to forget. Yanshu idled by the side, choosing to accompany me until I finished drinking the soup. I looked away from me. Holding the bowl in my hands, I drank the soup. The soup was disgusting. As before, I knew that I hated soup and I hated this soup. Tepid liquid rolled down my throat, making me want to gag, but I even so drank the soup. I wanted to forget because I knew that I would regret not speaking up against King Yahhō's decision, and not asking for amnesty for Yuan, even more than I did now. If this was part of life, part of death, part of reincarnation, then I will forget. I drank the soup. Everything was washed away. Everything should have been washed away. Next I had to enter the light, but not knowing why, I stopped in my tracks. Is there anyone you still want to remember? A stranger spoke to me. Remember? What was I supposed to remember? I looked at the stranger, who had a terribly sad expression in her face, in confusion. There was someone who I should remember. I don't know. Mangpa's people ushered me forward. The next step in reincarnation, but I hesitated, looking back at the stranger for a single moment before stepping into the light. For some reason, my heart felt empty. Oh, but then the thicc. Okay. We got a bad end. I see. I see. Huh. Tell her my name. Speaking of names, I realized that I had never told her mine. I should probably introduce myself to you. My name is Kyang Kyang like thousand, high like the sea, and low like dew. I traced my fingers through the air, writing out the strokes of my name. She let out a soft laugh. I already knew your name. Kyang, it's a pretty name for a beautiful person. My heart for some reason skipped a beat. I felt a little heat pull to my cheeks. Okay, this is the same, right? Yeah, looks like it. Oh! Tyler! For the headbutt! How are you doing, Tyler? Thank you for the stretches. Thank you. Thank you for the headbutt. Thank you for the headbutt. Okay, so King Yahhō spoke, but I couldn't accept the judgment. Without thinking, I stepped protectively in front of Yuan. Then realizing that I couldn't do anything to protect her, I dropped to my knees and prostrated myself before King Yahhō. Yuan should not be punished for the deeds of the Snake King. Why do you say that? I looked up, adjusting to a kneeling position, as I saw what King Yahhō did. Thank you for the headbutt. Just seeing you coming. Thank you for the headbutt. Hi, Keeper's doing good, just busy with school. I see. I hope it's going well at school. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the headbutt. I looked up, adjusting to a kneeling position, as I saw that King Yahhō did not appear to be upset by my request. However, they did not appear to accept it either. She's also a victim of the Snake King. Instead of being punished, she should be rewarded for her meritorious deeds in saving our lives and revealing the crimes of the fake 11th court. King Yahhō, please spare her. Following my lead, Yan Shuk kneeled before King Yahhō as well. Morning, Gyepi. Hi, Gyepi. How are you doing? Welcoming. Good morning to you. I know what she did in the past, but I know that she helped us. The reason that you came here and found out about the Snake King's wrongdoings should be her sounding those drums. King Yahhō looked at the three of us. Yanshu and I were kneeling while Yuan made no movement to beg for amnesty. Yuan shook her head. Thank you, but I will take my punishment. Everything I've done is for my own selfish reasons. What sort of expression was that? Were you really satisfied? I wanted to ask Yuan if this was really alright. My chest constricted, and I wanted to shout out that being human meant being selfish. That wasn't being selfish, alright? I didn't want to see her go out burning together with the people she hated. I felt that she still had life left to live, even if we were all already dead. You're sabotaging our efforts to save you. I didn't know what sort of expression I was making. Well, yet I could see her smile. Remember me instead. She smiled as if a weight had been removed from her shoulders. For example, remember that Yuan existed, and that Yuan was here. Yi like harmony, Wen like multicolored clouds. Such a pretty name. If Hilo can remember Yuan, then Yuan will be satisfied enough. Letting out a light chuckle, she paused and tilted her head toward Yanshu. And if Chen Yanshu remembers me, then I wouldn't be unhappy either. Yanshu looked away, a little shy. Yuan bowed to King Yanluo, making her own request to the King of Hell. Please grant it to humans the reward that the false 11th court promised them, King Yanluo. They were forced to go through 3 cruel games with the promise that they would be allowed to undo their deaths and return to the world of the living. The power left in the Snake King, that stolen power, should be enough to return the 2 of them to life. We seem to be receiving many requests today. Then King Yanluo nodded. That is agreeable. Yet it wasn't agreeable to me. I wanted to go back to life, but if it were to be like this, then we'd just be trading our lives for her life, even if she had died a long time ago. King Yanluo, please spare her. Why? I met King Yanluo's eyes, and I realized that they were cold, terribly, terribly cold. Because her life isn't that snake demon's thing. It wasn't the snake's thing. It wasn't her father's thing. Both of those people took her life away from her, and I felt like that was so unfair. In what world was it, okay? My tears dripped onto the ground. I realized that I was crying. Silence. Then let Xiao Yuan live out a human life first. Live out a life taken from her by the snake demon, and then be judged again by the 10 courts after her death. At the time as a human being like she should have been all along. I feel the case is not an issue to wait. That is to say, you will all return to the realm of the living to live out the remainder of your lives. We will see you again at the 10 courts one day. King Yanluo made a few gestures with her hands and began to chant a spell that I could not understand. Soon enough this place began to be covered in particles of light. Later, perhaps the 3 of us were turning into light. Thank you. King Yanluo did not acknowledge our words any longer. Yanshu stood up, brushing off her knees. She seemed to squint as if looking at something bright when gazing at Yuan and me, before shaking her head. Then, mouthing "see you later," she turned and disappeared into the light. Yuan took my hand and pulled me up to my feet. Let's go. Warm light enveloped us. The events of that time, for just like yesterday, yet in a blink of an eye, 4 years had already passed by since the game of life incident in the afterlife. While we never spoke about it to anyone else, Yanshu, Yuan, and I were all doing well and keeping in touch. Yanshu had gotten incredibly busy recently. The company she worked for making a breakthrough on cancer T-cell therapy and going through very successful clinical trials.
Welcome in, Loki! How are you doing?
As a major contributor to that project, her career seemed bright, but unfortunately her free time was completely blocked out. I hadn't been able to meet with her in person much in the past months. As for Yuan, she had been dropped into my apartment as she was in the underworld but as a living, breathing human being 4 years ago.
冗談を言う余裕なんてあるのね。楽しみだわ。くるくるバーカーじゃない。ということは司令官は本気のようだぞ。本気でユリってことか。くるくるバーカーって私が言っちまったじゃないか。ちげえよ。司令官は戦う気だよ。
Thank you, Seaman.
A few difficulties arose with getting the identification paperwork settled, but connection never failed to help. At the moment she was going to school, funded by the government, and working part-time as an expert on ancient China. I didn't know how, but she managed to convince the government she was, in fact, from the distant past, without being dissected or institutionalized. She'd become something of a minor VIP in the right circles. My career was also going rather smoothly, but all of these thoughts about our work and careers were just floating around in my mind because I was feeling that nervous. To think that I would be thinking about that sort of thing on a Friday afternoon. At the moment I was sitting around in my apartment, fiddling with a little box in my jacket pocket. What I was really thinking about was my girlfriend. Yuan and I were dating. The little box in my pocket was something that I had prepared for her, as I turned the corners of the box, finding them soft and rounded. I wondered if she would like it when she arrived. Knock knock. I went to open the door, finding you in there. It's so strange to see her in everyday clothes. Come in. How was your day? It was alright. We chatted a while in the doorway about our day and various miscellaneous topics before you suddenly took my hand into hers. How do engagements work in the modern world? Between women, that is. My brain seemed to turn to a halt. I want to ask you to marry me. My heart skipped a bit and I felt my cheeks begin to heat up. My face must have been terribly red. With that beautiful smile of hers, she continued talking while playing with my fingers. I'm unable to give you a dowry, and we haven't compared our 8 characters. Yet it seems that those little rituals of the past are of little matter now. Oh yeah. I love you, Hilo. I love you too. My heart was about to burst from happiness. Will you marry me? I nodded. Of course. I prepared rings to propose to. I pulled out the little box from my pocket. Dropping to one knee, I opened up the little box and revealed the ring that I had chosen after sneakily asking her weeks ago. Will you marry me, Yuen? Yes, of course. With hands trembling from joy, I slipped the ring onto her ring finger. She gestured for me to give her a ring to put on me as well, and I pulled out another little box from my other pocket. Then this means you promise to spend a long, happy lifetime with me. She slipped the matching ring into my ring finger. I nodded. Yeah. Close your eyes. We kissed. A warm, soft kiss filled with love. Oh, so we got 11 sending. Okay. I wonder if we can get more information coming to how we actually died there. Before. Okay, let's see.
So many savings.
Okay, I think right now I would go on a lunch break. And when I return, we could finish the game. We could complete it. I'm going to put on once again some of my older VODs to watch for you. So yeah, I'm gonna be back in, I think, a bit less than an hour, possibly. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let me pick the votes to play for you. And we're gonna see each other later. In the meanwhile, do think about what sort of banner should I use on Twitter. Okay, as you did unlock that. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. Found it. Okay. I had found the perfect VOD for you to watch. Okay, let me put on my Beerback sticker. And we're gonna see each other soon. A Gyepi evening it is, my citizen bands. It's Gyepi. Is the fox out of the box or is... I can't even begin my own stream. Is the fox out of the box or is the box out of stock of the fox? That is the question. Today we're going to skim through the zombie apocalypse. While playing through this colorful game, I never played through it actually, and I also did receive the key of the second part. I wonder if we're gonna manage to beat the first one on time to play through the second. But let's focus on one thing at a time. Hi Polly, hi, how are you doing? How Kato, Baba, how are you doing? So on my side there are some notices that are a tad difficult to deal with, but I wanted to share with you cinnamons as always, as I'm trying always to be transparent with you, with what does concern the fox and what not, and her environment and her friends and her family. So my Hammy Kelly, the one that I occasionally do salute during my streams when she does come out to say hi, she is actually hospitalized with a possible cancer. We don't know yet exactly how it's gonna proceed.
Kylie was fine afterwards. She was medicated, and her passing away had nothing to do with her illness. She felt no pain. It was not cancer. It was good.
So that we can take care of her with medicines and possibly to let her live longer. So we're gonna see about that. I'm really already missing my Hammy, and I truly hope to have her back here. And so yeah, that's it about the notice regarding my Hammy. Also, I'm like quite not feeling as heavy as I could about this, since this issue fortunately did come out when she is starting to get older, when she is not like in the middle of her yacht to say so. It could have been worse, But yeah, we're gonna wait on the Hammy news and I'm gonna update you regarding that. And for now, let's begin the game. Thank you, Polly, very appreciated. You're so sweet. Thank you, Baba, for the chicken. 19 times it is for Baba to bear with the mischief of this fox. Today the fox got her daily kiwis also. She managed to eat before the stream. So yeah, we're streaming a bit on a whim today. On a whim it is. A stream on a whim. On a whim I do stream. So let's see about them audio levels, as always. Let me see. Sounds a bit low. I think this should be okay. Let's go. So, let's begin. Pam, pam, pam. Is that me?
Hank! Let me in! Door's open. It's madness. Fucking madness out there. What the hell are you talking about? The end of the world! Sure. Hey, can you grab a beer from the fridge? You really don't know yet? Know what? Are you kidding me? You didn't notice all the gunshots and screaming?
Buildings on
I figured
fire.
all the animals are just celebrating something. Just turn on the fucking news, dude. All right, geez, fine. I'll turn on the fucking news.
Coming at you live
For
from Fever
fuck's
Street.
sake.
It's complete and utter chaos here.
Give me a second. I'm gonna lower it a bit. I'm gonna lower the audio a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. So that it's not as loud to you. Possibly. Okay. Let me know if it's gonna be good to you when they do speak.
Animals are going mad, biting each other. Will anyone tell us what's going on?
End of the world, let's have a beer indeed. Is this for real? It's kind of exciting. Let's go.
It's kind of exciting. Are you insane?
I am.
The real zombie apocalypse is happening right now.
On Johnny
Right.
Adventure.
What are we gonna do, Hank?
I don't have
Oh,
an
we're not
iPhone.
going out there, that's for sure. You brought some coke, right?
Why's my apartment like that if I do have an
Why
iPhone?
am I even talking to you? But, yeah, I brought some white. All right, let's get this end of the world party started. Let me just call everybody.
What the hell?
Ah, son of a bitch.
Wait,
no
I don't
signal.
have plenty of money.
All right, scrap
All
that
around the
plan.
place.
Let's do something productive. I have an idea. Okay, we'll go through my whole zombie-related Blu-ray collection. To prepare for the apocalypse? Yeah, sure. Now you're talking some
Sure.
sense. But wait, what? Shouldn't we stock up on supplies? Relax, I'm prepared for this situation. I got a year's worth of food and drink up in this place. Now, pick one of these.
Night of the Living Dead. Austin Powers, Shaun of the Dead. Night of the Living
Night
Dead,
of
let's
Living
go.
Dead. All right, sure. I'm up for a classic, but we'll need some assistance to keep this interesting. I got you covered, dude.
Please let me know
I
in
got my
case the
best
audio is
herb
so
with
loud.
me. Groovy. Roll 'em up. Ah, son of a bitch. You lost power? Don't worry, this happens sometimes. I'm sure they'll fix it in no time.
Oh, so I do not
Who
have
is
the
going to
solution
fix
for
it?
it.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. It's the zombie apocalypse. Ah, fucking cabbage.
4 months later. Oh, we did survive 4 months? Amazing. Where's the dog?
Larry, wake up. I'm awake. Come here.
Where?
Another runner. Oh, shit. Hold on.
What a mess.
That is one
Stinky.
groovy motherfucker. Where? There, in the park. The horse? Yes. He's already dodged a dozen zombies.
What?
Whoa, nice. Oh, look at him run. He's looking like Tom Cruise out there. In which movie? I don't know. In every movie. True. That pony never stops. He's not a pony, he's a horse. That's what they want you to believe. Oh, whatever.
Jesus Christ.
Look, he dodged another one. This might be the first animal this week to survive the park run through. Care to make it interesting? I bet you 2 lines of coke.
He'll make it. He'll die. He'll make it.
He'll make it. You got it.
The
Come
tail
on,
wiggle,
horsey. Atta boy. Oh, watch out for the corner, zombie, you idiot. Come on.
Is this
Yep.
like
That'll
a
be the end of
soccer
him.
play
No,
that they're
horsey.
watching? No.
Oh, shit. He's done. They always ignore the corners.
What the
Wait.
hell?
We didn't say what I'll get if he dies. Oh, never mind, actually. We're out of coke, and food, and toilet paper. Son of a bitch. Well, you'll just have to drop down to the store and pick up some supplies. What? Why me?
Of course, me.
Because we ate my food for 4 months. Hell no, I'm
Ooh.
too small. And what,
Tiny.
I'm big? You're a rabbit. You can hop right out of trouble.
What?
I'm 63 years old. I don't hop anymore. I'm 28. That's plenty for my lifestyle. Oh, great argument. Well, this is just
Is indeed.
peachy. You know what? I'll help you out. Do we still have your walkie-talkies in my van? Yeah, those were impossible to sell. I'll get in the van.
Ooh.
It's parked right outside, and I'll guide you using its roof binoculars and a walkie-talkie. Finally putting that pervy upgrade on your van to good use, huh? Hey, you used it more than I did. I was just checking the binoculars' zoom capacity.
Of course.
Yeah, each time you were in the van. All right, whatever. Let's just do this stupid thing.
Stupid thing. Wow, fireworks outside
Hank,
here. Is
you
this
see
an
me?
apocalypse
Yes,
here as
I
well?
see you.
What the
Feeling
hell?
comfortable back there? Can't complain. I really miss the old mating machine. I had some good times in this thing. Thank God the street riots didn't destroy it.
Are you able to hear them?
All right. Getting a bit uneasy here. Look at all this blood. Does it look safe to go in?
Yep, it's safe as far as I can tell.
As far as I can tell. You can't tell?
Do you want me to look through the walls?
What, do you want me to look through the walls? Yes. The door's locked. What are you
Okay.
talking about? It's broken. Do you want this broken glass to skin me alive while I squeeze through it? Just be careful. Nah, I have my lock-picking tools with me. You know, it's not the best time for showing off. No, I'm not. Oh, just shut up.
Jesus Christ, is it party time for the rich neighbors too, for real? There we go.
There. Okay, I'm very impressed. You lock-picked a wide open.
Are you done with
broken
fireworks?
door.
Thank
Now,
you.
when you go inside. I'm in. Ah, shit. What is it? You just had to pick a store that's already gutted. There's got to be something in there. Well, let me look around a bit.
Okay, let's see.
There are a few boxes of cigarettes.
Carton of cigarettes. Box of cigarettes.
And, well, I guess that's it.
Okay.
That's it?
Wait, there's another door.
Sniff it out.
Oh, dude, I don't know. Can you see if it's clear?
I can truly see into the room. Oh, yeah, it's clear. Can truly see.
I can't really see in the other room.
What?
The window in that room's covered with something.
Yeah.
Well, this is just great.
Well, unless you want us to eat cigarettes today, alright, or I just go in.
Well, unless you want us to eat cigarettes today, I would check out that room.
How about fasting for a day or two? It's actually really very detoxifying.
It's called fasting when you actually have the option of eating food. In our case, it's called starving.
Yeah,
You got a point.
I'm gonna go check it out.
Okay.
Is it all clear?
You should be the one answering that question.
Well, you just get over it.
Well, it's dark as shit in here. I can barely see anything. Hello? Any zombies in here?
What the hell?
Well, if they can talk back, then we're truly screwed.
So there's a fridge near the door, and I think I see a window with a blanket over it.
Yes, I can see that window. Go take the blanket down. There could be more things to loot in there.
Oh, dude, I don't know. What if there's
Just
something
do
in the
it.
dark?
Don't be a wuss, just remove the blanket. Fine, just loot the fridge then. No, first
Don't
one.
be a wuss. Just
We're
remove
gonna
the
be
blanket.
annoying.
Fuck off.
We're gonna be a
Look,
mischief.
don't you think that if there were a zombie inside, it would have already attacked you?
I don't know. Okay, fine.
Unless
I'll
it's
risk my
stuck
whole
somewhere.
life to remove a stupid blanket.
I think I see you.
Damn blanky.
Is everything okay? Larry?
Yeah.
So, what are you
What are
doing?
you doing?
What if I remove it and something jumps me?
Oh, just remove it already.
Okay, I'm removing it.
Okay.
Ah!
What's going on?
Nothing. All good, actually.
You're a little touched in the head, you know?
Oh, fuck off. I'd love to see how you'd handle this.
All right, is there
Sure.
anything else to loot?
Yeah. I see some snacks.
But he did mention a fridge too. Bag of chips. Chocolate bar.
That's it. I'm going back to the fridge.
Oh, okay.
Ah, crap. It's chained shut with a lock.
Now's the time
Really
to
now?
show off your lockpicking skills.
No
Let's
way.
go.
It's one of those, like, tiny, weird locks.
And find something to break it with.
Oh, I see a pipe lying here. I'll try using that as a lever.
Okay.
Come on. No way. It's too strong.
I hear zombies. But
Oh,
a bird.
boy.
What?
All right, Larry,
You're going to be finding another use for that pipe.
you're gonna be finding another use for that pipe.
What are you talking about?
There's a zombie headed straight towards
Why
the
is
building.
it so funny that
What?
pirate zombie?
Are you serious?
I don't know.
Yep, just got inside.
My brain just
Oh,
melted.
Fuck, I can hear it. What do I do?
You bonk
I
it.
don't know.
You don't know? Oh, this is all your fault.
You bonk
You
it.
and your stupid food.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
What?
You're gonna have to fight it.
You're gonna have to fight it.
Just
Are you
bonk.
crazy? Fight it? Who do you think I
Fighto,
am?
fighto.
You don't have much of a choice. Besides, he's half your size. He's a parrot.
Oh my god. What if he swoops down on me?
You have the pipe. Just hit him.
I can't do this, you idiot!
He's heading for your room.
Attack him now.
Attack him now.
No, Hank, I can't do this!
Do it.
You'll die if you don't. He's at the door. Now or never.
Fuck! Stop! Ouch! Stop it!
Wait, it's not a zombie. It's not a zombie. It's not a zombie.
That! Ouch!
It's not a
You bit me!
zombie.
Hank, I'm done!
What the
the
fuck
hell?
are you doing, you stupid idiot?
You're not a zombie?
Do I look like a zombie?
A tiny bit. I'm so freaking looking more than real zombies.
More than real zombies!
You knocked my whiskey to the ground. You're lucky it didn't shatter, asshole.
What the fuck is wrong with you, parrot? Do you hear yourself?
Who that?
That's my guide. He's the one who said you're a zombie.
You have a hell of a guide, mutt.
You sound and look like one.
Why? 'Cause I'm green?
Because you're wasted.
Yeah, you make sounds like that.
Who makes sounds like that?
I make sounds like I want to make, bitch. So what are you doing in here anyway?
Scavenging. I was failing to open this stupid refrigerator when you stumbled in.
Looks like there could be some booze in there. I'll tell you what, I'll open it for you. But we share whatever is inside. Fitty
Is
fitty.
he gonna join our team?
I found it first. It's my fridge.
But you can't even open it.
And you can?
Yes, I can.
Like hell you can. If by some wonder you manage to break the chain, I'll let you have...
1/3 of what's inside 1/4, half 1/3.
Tee-hee! Guess who found some food to just eat? Me. So I'm back. I'm back.
I don't even know which game this VOD is about. Yeah, it's a little indie game, and actually I had quite some fun with it. It was so silly. I'm also pretty sure like the first one was free. Okay. So let's return to the visual novel. The soup one. Okay. Okay, so we have to go through this. So it's knock on Yanchu's door. We did not go through this yet. I rapped my knuckles on Yanchu's door, not knowing if she would be in that room, which should have long been vacated. Before I could call out to her, the door opened on its own. I never had any automatic door opening system built into my apartment, so that definitely was not supposed to have happened. Yet she was sitting on the carpet, fiddling with her phone in one hand and holding an open can of beer in the other. As I approached, she set the beer down, making sure not to spill it. Do you have signal? Yet she shook her head. I took a seat next to her, careful not to lean against the bed, since I was still in outer clothes. At least I had magically dried off between getting out of the pond and now. Leaning toward her, I couldn't help but grin. You cracked open a cold one pretty quickly, if we both got back to our places at the same time. You're the one who always went out drinking for work, coming home late all the time. It really is part of my job, can't get anywhere without the after-work socializing. Although I do wish I got paid a bit more in exchange for all of that unpaid time. Your company's lab really doesn't go out much, huh? She leaned on my chest and shook her head. Her face looked flushed, a cute pink dusted across her cheeks, her eyes a little watery. This was how she looked when she was drunk. I wonder how long had passed since the last time we drank together. As to right now, I was absolutely sober. Not a drop of alcohol in me. She must have really chugged that beer. I only drink once in a while when I'm stressed. Not that it matters since I'm dead. I'll pocket her forehead, eliciting a little yell from her. Let's get through that last round, and then we won't be dead anymore, alright? Want to come with me next time I get invited to something fancy? Absolutely no way. I'm so bad with people. Sometimes you just have to put yourself out there. Most people are pretty easy to talk to once you get past greetings. It's not so bad once you get the hang of it. She lightly smacked my arm. I really hate it when you say those sorts of things. I can't do it. I'm just a useless person who can change, can grow up, can talk to people, can do anything. I can only do things at my own pace. I just can't be normal. Yanshu, whatever, I'm bad with people. I just hate people. Why can't they all disappear and leave me alone? I'm sorry. She turned her head away from me. She wouldn't look at me, pulling away. Or snapping at you. I shook my head. I'm sorry. I apologized. I know that I can be overbearing. It is the right word. Inconsiderate. Acting like the word should work my way all the time, giving advice that no one asked for. But it's true too. We were trying to push her to change. Maybe she didn't want to change. I apologized not just for now, but also for all of the other moments that I should have told her sorry. We sat in silence for a few moments. Do you still remember how we met? Junior high? It was summer, just before summer break. During that exam period when the AC broke halfway through the day, when the next best thing was electric fans circulating humid heat. I shouldn't remember what happened over 10 years ago so vividly, but I really thought I was going to die from the heat. Finally out from the last exam, what was it even? I just remember struggling to get to the canteen or vending machine or anything for a drink of water, and then bumping into you. We didn't know each other at that point, but without hesitation you gave me a bottle of water you were carrying. We chatted about this moment many times before, so the memory had almost certainly been beautified. Yet to speak of it again in our mid-20s tickled my heart. I was on the basketball team in junior high, so I usually carried extra water bottles with me. At that time, I didn't think that it'd come in handy that I carried extras. Still, it was water. My corn gallant savior. You know what I remember the most about that time? That there was a pretty girl who I met after the exams who got assigned to the same class as me in the class shuffle after summer break. The rest is history. Who's this pretty girl you're talking about? You know her better than anyone else in this world. Don't think that I'm joking about calling you pretty. The really pretty girl who I wanted to become close to from first sight turned out to be my new classmate in Yanshu. Lady Luck loved me, so didn't even have to ask anyone to switch seats to get assigned the one next to you on the first day of the term. But I would've if I had to. Aren't those words something you made up when we started dating? It's the truth. Otherwise, what's the point of saying it now? After all, we had already broken up. Now if I had said that I knew right away that you were kind and clever, well, that would probably have been something I made up, even if it turned out to be true. Although red crept up to her ears. Why, thank you, classmate young Hilo, for the glowing character recommendation. I aim to please, classmate. Then Yanshu leaned against me again, just for a moment. The sense that filled the air was soft, gentle, just like her, reminding me of the past. Yet I couldn't bask in that atmosphere of nostalgia for too long, as she distanced herself a little, appearing almost lonely, even though I was right here. Whatever happens, you have to pass the third round, and pass the trial. I'll make sure of it. Despite being the way I am, I can pull through for the moments that count. It's the balance of karma. For every bad thing, there has to be a good thing or something like that. Pushing the long-forgotten can of beer further away, Yanshu rose to her feet. The calming balance will be altered if we keep chatting, so... She took it at my arm, making me follow suit in standing up, and started shuffling me toward the door. Huh? Why? Because it makes me too happy. That's sad. Suddenly I was getting pushed out the door. See you? See you. I stepped out of her room, and the door closed softly behind me. Before long, the low bell tolled, signaling the start of the third and final round. Okay, I'm gonna try skipping and see if anything does change. I don't really think so, too. To eventual new viewers, or those that join it later, I wanted to Remind you that this game does feature heavy topics and violent graphic imagery. So if you don't feel like you can deal with that sort of content, please don't feel forced to stay here. What if I sit next to 11? Does anything even change that way? Give me a moment. First, I think I want to try out the bad endings. You've been warned. Scary stuff. Horror images. Many teeth. Okay, I'll try on it. I think this is one of the bad endings. I broke my stance and turned to run, but I had changed my mind too late. The monster's claws reached my leg and slashed into my calf. Ah! I crashed to the ground but caught myself before my head hit the grass. I immediately tried to crawl away, but... my leg was still trapped within the monster's hand. Its claw would toward me and I raised my paw to bash it across the head. Get off me! It worked. The monster released me to protect its own head, in a whine, and swept it at the pipe. An unlucky hit, the pipe broke in two. It was too sure to be a weapon now. Oh no, oh no. Wait. Hilo, you're bleeding! So we got saved by her. Oh yeah, it got me. The thrill of running away from a predator really did amazing things to the human body. The cut only felt like a soft sting of a papercut in the night air. Yahhō immediately rummaged through the backpack for the first aid kit, and wordlessly patched me up. Okay. With my injury and Yahshū's inexperience in rock climbing, it took longer to climb down the cliff than expected. Even the other survivors who were cheering us on had stopped by the time we set foot on the ground. We didn't make it on time. Hilo, go ahead, I'll be right behind you. She nodded and walked ahead of me. At this distance, I could see the finish line, a line of red painted on the dirt, between us and the crowd of survivors. At Yahshū's approach, several of the other players turned their attention back to us, cheering us on to pass the finish line. I got just sneezed next to me, trying to drink water. Oh no! Kitty! Yahshū stepped 1 foot over the red line. I was just a couple meters behind. Her other foot passed through the red line, just 1 step away. A ball tolled through the night air, and 11's voice reverberated from the clouds once more. The first trial is now over. Congratulations to the players who have made it to the finish line. The air froze somewhere deep in my soul. I knew that it was over. Hilo! Yahshū screamed as she reached toward me, her hands stopping short at an invisible wall. If I had one regret, then it would be that I made her make such an expression. If I were allowed to have many regrets, then it would be that I made her make many such expressions. I slowly touched the invisible wall, felt the barrier between her and me. I pressed my hands against her, separated by a layer of air. Behind me, I heard the inhuman growl of monsters. My breath was caught in my throat. My lungs struggled to keep working as I trembled. No matter how I accepted it, the anger really was scary. Hilo! Hilo! She pounded on the wall, and I snuck a peek behind me. Yikes. Tear flowed through me in waves. My blood felt cold in my arms. Numerous red dots filled the space behind me. I saw pitch-black holes, drilled into just as dark faces. Their scales shimmered red in the moonlight, mixing with the splotches of blood that coated their hands and teeth. My teeth chattered and my legs felt weak. I fell to the ground against the invisible wall, Yahshū following as I trotted down. Yahshū, I hadn't thought it would end up this way. As the hands and teeth of the monster reached me, I wanted to tell Yahshū to close her eyes and look away, to survive and forget me. This really was terrible. I'm sorry. But then, too. Okay, I'm sure I know where to get the other one also. Run. It was useless. How could I fight against monsters? I turned and tried to follow Yahshū. Tried because sharp pain shot up my leg, and one of the monster claws cut into the back of my calf. Wait, is this the same? I stumbled and crashed into the ground. Just in time, I held the pipe up to stop the monster's claws from tearing into my neck. I kicked the monster off me and stood up, putting some distance between me and the monsters. It's like running isn't an option. I barely caught my breath when one of the monsters leaped at me again. No time to run, or is the pipe in an attempt to shot myself, but... The monster screamed as the pipe snagged on its skin, saucing as I made the swing through its torso. It was enough to kill it, but the monster dropped to the ground beside me, clutching itself and writhing in pain. The pipe, thanks to the momentum, bent at a near 90-degree angle. The other monster looked at its companion, then back at me. I'll kill you too. Already went through it. Broke my stance and turned to run. And crashed into the ground, the pain in my leg flaring up at the worst moment. Wait! Was my scream cutting through the air? Stop! Don't pull my arm! It doesn't twist! Ah! My arm was pulled harshly out of its socket, the flesh not remaining unmarred for much longer. I screamed as they continued to pull at my arm until I heard the splitting of skin from sheer force. Ah! Warm blood raining down on me as I watched the monster go down on my disconnected arm. I was still staring at the scene in disbelief when red-hot pain from my legs, from my stomach. The stop of a jaw full of sharp teeth. No, stop! Help me! Someone! Help! But then one. Okay. Now let's pick the other one, ᴄᴏᴍᴍᴜ. That's okay, ᴄᴏᴍᴜ will come back, she might have been flaky and often useless. Would this have another bad ending, or... Oh, okay, the same one. Okay. Here we pick a time in the riddle. What if I pick a location? It's said that animals used to be used to refer to the directions on a compass. Then should people certainly use animals for all sorts of things? A voice in my head spoke. The direction of the dragon and the direction of the snake were both located in the southeast. If that were the case, then we had to focus on the southeast. Yet we had already searched there plenty. So it seemed hard to imagine where else we had failed to search. My thoughts ended. Suddenly I was snapped back to reality by someone shaking my shoulder and that someone's familiar voice. Hi, Lou. So far this seems to be the same. Oh right, there was this one as well. Central altar could be a location hidden somewhere in the mansion. I don't think I've seen any altars. If there are any trapdoors like from earlier today located near the center of the mansion, then maybe we just missed it. Maybe. But you're right, I don't think I've seen any altars either. Ugh. So far, everything is the same. Sit next to 11. I'll see you later. Give ᴄᴏᴍᴜ a pat on the shoulder as a see you later. I walked up to the head of the long table and took a seat next to 11, who shot me a confused, dirty look. The king seemed to laugh. Her mismatched eyes landed on me and narrowed, piercing through to my soul. I averted my eyes from the king. Now then, who have but one round left, then you will win the right to be judged and perhaps even rewarded. I am a just and righteous king, so you may also treat this as an intermediate prize. Start the feast. The king clapped her hands once. Trans placed a myriad of dishes on the table. It appeared that the feast will be self-serve. I looked at a dish of meat, which while glistening, with delicious-looking sauces appeared quite odd. It didn't resemble pork or chicken. As the other survivors dug into the food, I reached out toward the odd meat dish, but paused to glance toward 11, who had not touched any of the meat. That is human meat. I quickly retraced my hand. 11 reached out to another dish to take a pastry on her plate and casually bit into it. It pastries instead. I glanced at the pastries warily, not knowing what unnatural feeling might have been hiding within the golden, flaky exterior. I'm ready to partial to the mung bean pastries. 11 gestured to the plate she just took from. I couldn't say that I trusted her, but I also wouldn't say that I distrusted her. Thus I reached out to take one of the supposed mung bean pastries as well, holding it in my hands and nibbled on it. My first tiny bite didn't hit any filling, but the flaky exterior was mildly sweet and well made already. Feeling courageous, I took a bigger bite. It's good. Like Eleven said, it was among bean pastry. Not too sweet, but not all too bland. I savored the taste as I chewed. I wondered how long had passed since the last time I was able to slowly enjoy a snack. Yes, it is. The sweet pastry healed my heart. What are the odors? She pointed to the left. Sesame filling. She pointed to the right. Red bean filling. Sweets sure are nice. They are. What about those? I pointed to a dish that she hadn't covered. Those are mooncakes. Taking a closer look, I realized that the mooncakes looked like Shanghai-style mooncakes. The Mid-Autumn Festival is happening soon, huh? I prefer the Guangdong-style ones. Specifically, it has to be a lot of space filling with 2 yolks. Like red bean normally, but if we're talking about mooncakes, it has to be a lot of space filling. I'm not a fan of this sort of yolk, admittedly. We can't be friends anymore. The yolk is my favorite salty thing. That's alright. When were we ever friends? It just gave me critical damage. Yes, now I know that you know how to enjoy your food. Eleven placed some vegetables onto her plate and proceeded to nibble on the leafy greens. Following her, I also filled my plate with a few items, non-meat. Are you vegetarian? No. I see. Maybe I've had too much meat these days. Or maybe I'm simply getting old. Liking sweets, being unable to stand too much meat and salt. She let out a sigh. I tried to imagine her as an old jerk from a television drama holding those Buddhist beads and wearing simple clothing as her theoretical grandson succeeded the family title. For some reason, that theoretical grandson looked older than her in my mind's eye. You don't know how old I am. Well, yes. I'm sure it works a little differently in the afterlife. You're pretty young, as far as I'm concerned. Go on, fetus. You seem rather friendly with my woman. The king interrupted their conversation, turning the air ice cold. Oh, as a reward, I will have a bit of something special served to you. The king gestured to a servant, who walked up and placed a piece of special meat onto my plate. I looked at the meat and then at the king. Eat it. Picking up an utensil, hesitated. The meat seemed to rise. Looking black and red, it occurred to me that it was delicious. Yet my heart screamed at me not to touch it. The king did not look away from me. I had no choice but to eat it. Before I could pick up the meat, Eleven snatched it off of my plate and placed it into her mouth. Huh? She chewed and made a face. Yet she did not spit it out and instead swallowed it, wiping her mouth once she was done. My word brought this on. This meat was my lord's favor. How could I let a mere human have it? You should blame me for being a jealous woman. What a thing for you to say, but you're certainly satisfied me for now. I'll let you play with your little friend for a while longer. We have eternity to spend together after all. Yes, that we do. Also, after that exchange, the king held to her word and did not interrupt us again. The mood had chilled. The feast continued for a while longer. Okay. Seems to be pretty much the same. Yep. Same ending, okay. Wait. Gonna go to the first saving instead. ⴰᴍᴍ. Here, give it to me. Yahhō hesitated, but passed the crank to me. I started turning the hand out twice the speed she was. Still, it will take time to charge the phone. Barely a percent increase in battery showed after cranking for 5 minutes, so why do you bother with this? She looked up from her phone. Going to this length to keep a phone alive. We don't even have a reception. A small smile graced her lips, reminding me of the time we were together. It was sadder than I remembered it to be. Was she not doing well? If she wasn't, then I. There's a lot of important things in this phone, so I don't want it to die. I raised an eyebrow at her answer, unable to formulate words, as the sound of the hand crank filled the silence between us. She still had that small, sad but contented smile on her face, but it was directed at her phone. I see. I didn't understand at all. What could be so good about a hunk of plastic and silicone? We sat in an awkward silence, the sound of the rotating handle the only thing that filled the air and made it bearable. Otherwise, I might have run my mouth, or an unfortunate topic like the weather. It was probably for the better that I had nothing to say. There's a strong halo. Huh? Yahhō pressed her lips to a line, then looked away. Nothing, I just thought. You're really brave, being in this situation and all. You too, I almost said, but bit the words. Back at the last minute. It wouldn't do to spoil her again, now that she was finally being a bit independent. Under 10 minutes of cranking passes in silence. I think the phone should be charged enough now. I stopped turning the hand crank and handed both items back to her, Yahhō putting them away wordlessly. It was time to get moving. Wait. Okay. Do you still have your phone? Of course. Also, this part did change. Yahhō took the phone from her pocket and turned it on, the bright blue glow illuminating a multitude of footholds on the cliff face. This doesn't look bad at all. Even Yahhō nodded optimistically. We made it down the cliff fairly quick, with just the glow of Yahshū's phone screen. Okay. So I want to try to get closer to Yahhō and see what would it be. I didn't even think my brain was capable of drawing up someone as beautiful as 11. Okay. Pan Yahhō? I wasn't sure how to change the subject, so I placed my hand on the doorknob, but before it was open, I turned back to 11. Sir, I just want to check on Yahhō first. But it was greeted by a blank space where she once stood. She must have other contestants to check upon. I tried to bury the sudden pang of hurt. I opened the door to a familiar room, cute to the brim, a clash against the more rustic look of the rest of my apartment. So many plushies, so much pink! Good. The room was decorated with more stuff and toys than I had owned my entire life. But I didn't mind because every time I got her a new one, she would smile brighter than the moon during mid-autumn. This room fitted her so well, I would always make space in my life for Mimi. Until I didn't. When the differences became too much, when the pink seemed to frail and suffocated in this small space. It was the right thing to do, to tell the pink to go elsewhere, to grow into its own space instead. Yet I missed the pink and the way it filled this space perfectly after she left. It was better than bare walls and empty silence. Yahhō was sitting in the middle of the room, on the rug, her back against the bed, and Mr. Meows in her arms. So cute! Beside her, an open can of beer on the rug rested by her knee. Lulu! And the beer spilled all over the rug. Oh no! She hurried to pick the can up, to stop the onslaught of fizzy liquid from staining the carpet, but the can slipped from her hand again and landed within the soggy mess. Hold on, let me get some napkins. I gathered paper towels from the kitchen to absorb the liquid, then got some soap to wash out the sticky residue. I think we'll have to throw the whole thing in the washing machine. I think it's hand wash only. What a high maintenance rug. How bad could beer damage a rug? My eyes drifted to the can that was now placed on solid ground beside the rug. That brand tasted like poop. If she can get the job done, how did she? Was Yahhō always this good at reading me? Until your rug gets thirsty. Besides, you make more than enough to treat yourself some better drinks. It's pointless without someone to drink it with. Was it selfish of me to feel relieved at those words? I didn't want to dwell on it. I'm surprised you're dead. You're always the cautious type. I stopped scrubbing the rug for a brief moment, perhaps not the best evidence for my words. Cautious enough to make mistakes. Death isn't just a simple mistake. If I had been with her, would she still be alive? I always did do everything for her. It made me feel good. Needed to be relied on like that, like I was the shining star that supported her whole life. But it was too much. It didn't matter how much I liked her. It didn't matter how much that hit of dopamine gave me. It was not good for us. I had other issues. I couldn't let her rely on me the whole time. I couldn't be there doing all of her things for her when I still had my own baggage to unpack. And she wound up dead because of it. My fingers squeezed the paper towels. Conflict broiled my heart. I didn't want to think about it. How's your new apartment? It's closer to my workplace and there are a lot of restaurants nearby. See, she's doing just fine, I told myself. Great, then once we finish these games and go back to our lives, you won't go hungry as long as you can practice ordering food by yourself. I regretted my words the moment they slipped past my tongue. I didn't mean to make them so bitter, so accusing. I mean, next time we eat together, I'll order. It'll be my treat. Oh. I beat back my skepticism. Yet she always struggled to get the word out for what she wanted to eat. Whether it was ordering over the phone or eating out, she would timidly point out the exact dish she wanted, but pushed the menu to me when the waitress came by. Alright, even if it was an empty promise, at least she was trying. I threw the last paper towel into the trash. For a liminal space made for our comfort, it sure took effort to get the beer out of the rug. I think that's the best we'll be able to clean it. Thank you. The sound of a bell rang, and before I could turn and reply to her... Okay. Investigate with Jönshu. Are we able to get her ending now? We'll go through this. Okay, I flew through empty black space. This was different. Shouldn't I be moving on to the next game? Did the trial start already? Questions rushed through my mind as I prepared myself for a trial of black space. Yet neither sound nor sight of 11 to give the rose could be found. My feet finally touched solid ground, and a scene blossomed in front of me. Mimi sat in front of me, lovely despite the tears that dotted the edge of her eyes. I love you, Mimi. My heart dropped. My voice, but not my mouth. Not right now, at least. The note that had been haunting me for weeks. I love you, Mimi. I love you so much. How many times did I say those words that day? I never actually said it out loud, did I? Otherwise, she wouldn't be making that face. Or maybe I did, and perhaps I was just remembering it incorrectly. Lulu, I love you, Mimi, but this can't go on. I'm breaking up with you. The words weighed heavily on me. Not me then. Me right now. It was so certain back then. The fact that Mimi didn't respond, didn't fight back, only made Lulu more confident. She stared sullenly at Lulu. Tears at the edge of her eyes growing larger as her lips trembled, completely blindsided by the sudden breakup. You're insecure, clingy, depending on me for everything. You're supposed to be smart, yet you can't think for yourself. Gosh, that is so suddenly rude. I mean, you could have talked things out somehow and get to a solution together. Miri still didn't respond, but she grabbed the edges of her sleeves so hard her hands were trembling. You can't order food, you can make your own decisions. You can't even put leftovers in the microwave when you're hungry. You don't have a license and you hate public transport, so I have to drive you everywhere. You need me to walk through the dishwasher instructions every time. And you whine to me about work in the middle of the day. The moment a task isn't obvious. I've got my own job to do. I can't always be helping you out. Enough. Just because she wasn't responding didn't give you the right to barrage her with these insults. Look at her, Lulu. Mimi's bottom lip was white, with how hard she was biting into it. The way she shook was indicative of how much she wanted to let go and sob, yet not a single sob slipped past those lips. Nothing to say? You're right. The Lulu in my memory let out a sigh, disappointed. Perhaps she wanted Mimi to fight back. I'm supposed to be your girlfriend, not your mom. You need to grow up and be yourself. The pink in that apartment didn't deserve to be suffocated, and I was letting her remain a child. So I told such self-righteous things, irritated that she would rely on me when I forced her to. Feeling like I was the one who was right and made the decision to break up with her. But Lulu, what the hell? You absolute asshole. Stop, I didn't want to see this anymore. This was the moment that the relationship many years ended. This was when I hurt her. I clutched my aching heart and held back painful, hot tears that threatened to spill out of my eyes from regret that even if we had broken up, I had been so cruel. A spark of light started at my feet. Tendrils of flame slithering into the frame of this memory. The corners of this memory began to burn, crumbling like paper lit aflame. The glow of orange was a godsend for removing this memory from my mind. The voices in the memory petered out, not that I remembered what remained to talk about. Perhaps the logistics of wrenching someone out of my life. I kicked at the memory, wishing to be in that pitch-black darkness again instead. Huh? Numbers from the boarding edges flickered and flew through the air. When did the fire get this high? A chill ran down my spine and I saw the flames grow, their bright red consuming everything. Then the fire rushed toward me. I shut my eyes and braced myself, feeling a deep fear that shouldn't have been within my gut. What the? And I know that I was so scared of fire, however the pain never came. I came to with a gasp. The yellows and oranges of fire burning out to a windowless building with stained walls. A door with fogged glass stood before me under the hum of fluorescent lights. Go east to reach the rooftop. The 11th voice came from above once more, magically filling the whole building, despite not a single speaker inside. Good luck. Hearing 11's ending statement, I realized that I didn't hear anything that she had explained. I missed the rules while I had been daydreaming, if that could be called a daydream. I mentally scolded myself but didn't dwell on it. I had no time to do so. I caught the last part. The goal was to reach the rooftop. If this was anything like the water games, there was likely a time limit attached to it. I had to hurry and find Yanshu. Whipping my head around, I realized that there were no contestants nearby. Just swear that we were all placed in random locations again. I decided to spend some time looking for Yanshu. I had missed the first part of the instructions, but I couldn't trust her. But I could trust her to give me the details. I ran through hallways and opened room doors, but I didn't see Yanshu anywhere. Finally, I came to a stop, in front of an elevator. I would love to find Yanshu, but we're all going to the same place. If I go up, I'm bound to run into her. My mind made up. I pressed the up button on the elevator. The elevator doors opened immediately, as though it had been waiting on this floor. Upon entering the elevator, I found only 2 valid floor buttons on the operation panel. I don't think they'd use a building with only 2 floors for this trial. I grumbled as the doors closed and the metal box jerked upwards. I was greeted by the gloomy atmosphere of the 2nd floor. No windows, hallways extending from both sides, with numerous rooms attached to it. When I strode through the hallway opening doors, I found that some rooms led to more hallways. So this is a maze of hallways. I should have known I couldn't rely on physics in these trials. Based on that theory, I returned to the lobby with the elevator I was in and scratched my nails into the paint of the elevator frame. It would save me the time of checking an elevator that only goes downwards. I returned to the hallway I was in and walked to its end. Dead end. Time to pick another path through one of the doors. The quota for the second floor had been met before reaching the first floor time limit. The first floor is now off limits and ghosts will begin feeding momentarily. How nice of her to repeat the rules. Well, I can delete all done. I better find another elevator or some stairs. I wandered through the hallways blindly. I had no way of telling whether I was going the right way. Was passing this trial going to simply be blind luck? I hoped not. I never liked it relying on luck. I always planned for my successes. Luck was just a backup. But I didn't truly have any chances in this trial. Hallway after hallway, door after door. Then my feet screeched to a stop at an open door. Oh, it's her. Delicate yellow eyes widened as they caught mine. Hi, Lou. Yahhō. I stopped myself from hugging her, but I couldn't stop the smile on my face. Just like that anxiety that was eating away at my stomach, simmered down to nothing. She averted her eyes, but I saw the tiny smile of relief grace her lips as well. I'm relieved to see you. Me too. She was clutching her phone but placing it in her pocket as soon as she noticed me eyeing it. Was just using it for comfort. Well, I'm here now. I think I'm better comfort. Yes. I already checked this room and hallway. I didn't find any stairs. I shook my head. Nothing this way either. I came up by elevator, so keep an eye out for that. Okay, there's another door in this room. Might as well continue from there. Sounds like a plan. We walked through the hallway after hallway, room after room, together, side by side, shoulders barely touching. I could reach out and grab her hand. I could give her the comfort that we both needed. But her hands were in her pockets, unlikely thumbing the edges of her phone, and mine were colored into fists. We met her halo. We broke up because it was better for her. Rekindling a flame after dying during a life or death game wasn't the right place for it, but still. How difficult would it be to just reach out? To pull her sleeve and ask for her hand? Was it the same as before? Were her hands all soft skin and manicured nails? Was the shape of her hands still a perfect fit for my own fingers? I mentally scolded myself. Oh! Your exclamation startled me, but I was thankful for the distraction. There's an elevator! She hurried to press the button, but I grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. I recognized the mark I left on it. Like before, the elevator opened its doors immediately. No, this elevator is... an elevator! A man showed between us and rushed into the elevator. Wait, that elevator is... Don't even think about coming in. It's my elevator, not yours. No, that doesn't matter. Of course it matters. Didn't you listen to the rules? Not really. I'm not letting any stupid little girls take up the quota for the next floor. Especially not cheaters like you, cheaters. He pointed an accusing finger at Yahhō, and she shrank against me. I stepped in front of her automatically to shield her. You're the ones with the phone. You've been talking with the mastermind behind these games. What? Was he talking about 11? Didn't she talk with everyone? Don't try to play dumb. You're the only one who brought a phone to the afterlife. Behind me, I felt Yahhō bury her head in my jacket. I'm sorry. It's not your fault that she was given her phone. How does that even give us an advantage? There's no signal here. He bared his teeth in frustration. He knew I hit the nail on the head. What good could a phone do for us in a death game? I don't care, you're not getting on. No, that's not it. That elevator won't bring you to the next floor. Bullshit. Lying must be a part of your strategy too, isn't it? What? No, I'm telling that... I reached out to grab the doors, but it was too late. My fingers barely reached the metal when the elevator doors shut closed. The elevator emitted a whirring sound as it descended, and as its occupant realized the consequences of his actions... And she shuddered against me, and I turned to cover her ears in a hug. The 7-segment light above the elevator frame changed from 2 to 1. Despite wanting to block it out, my ears still focused on the sounds of flesh being torn from bones. And after a few minutes of silence, ᴄᴏᴍᴜ relaxed against me and I loosened my hold on her. She continued to shudder against me, and the little pulse of her breath against my collarbone told me she was crying. I rubbed her back gently, trying somehow to provide her a bit of comfort. Hilo, you're crying. A warm hand reached up to my eyes, delicately wiping the tears from the corners. I'm fine. I said despite the number of times she had to swipe her soft fingers over the bottom of my eyelashes. Are you alright? Yes. Then let's get going. Yes. I took her hand and started leading her through the hallways and doors again. I can trust ᴄᴏᴍᴜ. ᴄᴏᴍᴜ still relies on me. I can trust her. Comfort went two ways, didn't it? Perhaps it was true that she'd never make it through these trials without me, but it was also true that I'd never make it through these trials without her. There was something about ᴄᴏᴍᴜ that completed me. It wasn't my desire to protect or support her, like I originally thought. No, I couldn't be more wrong. She was her own person. She was never suffocated in my arms. I was just too arrogant to realize it, huh? I laughed bitterly at myself. I had wasted time in tears. Is something funny? Just myself. I like it when you tell jokes. But when you're just you, I think you're amazing. Oh, I think you're amazing too, ᴄᴏᴍᴜ. You are an incredibly reliable girl. We walked silently for several twists and turns when ᴄᴏᴍᴜ took out my hand to stop. Hilo. She pointed at a dark spot in the ceiling of the corner we just rounded. Squinting in the dim light, I made out the bottom half of a ladder, colored just enough to barely blend into the wall. I completely missed it. A ladder! I reached out to pull the ladder fully down. Could find ᴄᴏᴍᴜ. She smiled at me. A genuine, unafraid one. And my heart skipped a beat. I couldn't stop myself from smiling back. Here, you go first. I'm glad the main character realized that it was her suffocating the ex-girlfriend, instead of like the ex-girlfriend not being good enough to function. I mean, relying so much on the other person is not good, but at the same time, if she like was able to live on her own, it doesn't mean that she is like incapable to function as a person. And maybe just her personality and overall how she is built. I reached out to take her hand again, pulling her over to the ladder until I could practically hug her as I held the ladder steady for her to climb. Once ᴄᴏᴍᴜ pulled herself up the third floor, I followed suit. On the third floor, we found ourselves in a room with two doors. ᴄᴏᴍᴜ was already looking around in interest as I joined her. It's like a gujar. A what? Which one of your historical dramas was this term from? Gujar, it's a poisonous curse. You put poisonous creatures together in a jar and seal it. Then over time they'll eat each other, until only one is left. That victor supposedly has the poison equivalent to all the creatures the jar started with. I crossed my arms and shifted my weight uneasily, trying to get rid of the chill that settled at the end of my spine. It was just a fairy tale, ridiculous fiction, yet I was here participating in a death game to return to life. That's so creepy. Why would anyone do that? ᴄᴏᴍᴜ shrugged. People used to believe in all sorts of nonsense. The spirit that resulted from the ritual was capable of all kinds of malevolent acts. The type that's popular in dramas these days are the mother-child goo worms. And things like hard goo, mind control parasites. So it was a popular trope? It's historical black magic attributed to the Miao people from over a millennium ago. Who knows if it's real or not too? She gave much more detail than I expected. So how are we like this gujar? It's not like we're eating each other. No, but the way we seem to be sacrificing one another. I couldn't agree with that. Not with that man's screams still ringing in the back of my head. Let's not think too much about this. Besides, we'll both win and return to life.
Oh yeah, Solari, welcome in! Welcome readers!
Stars getting your way. Stars getting your way. Oh, you're so sweet. Welcome in, Marcimal. Welcome in, Solari, of course. Welcome in, Diciptor. Give me a moment. I do owe you a song. Let me make you a shout out also. Welcome in, welcome in. How did your string go? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow, Sarah School. Thank you so much. Pizza, pasta, put it in a box. Okay, just a moment, just a moment, just a moment. Okay, what do we here? What do we here? Okay, let me make you a shout out. Let me make you a shout out. How are you doing? How did your stream go? Welcome in, readers. Oh, were you making some karaoke?
Here, guys, do you know how to play this game? Where am I?
We're pro gaming here.
Where
just
am
like me,
I?
for real, for real.
Look around and guess the location. Oh, this is how. Okay. I wanna go there though.
I don't know what is this.
Are? Huh?
Yeah, I feel that on so many levels. Your birthday. Yeah, actually my birthday has been on January 3rd, but we're hosting a follow-a-thon to celebrate together. Yay! To make more memories. In fact, I do have to note down the timer to be bumped thanks to your raid. And I also do owe you a song. Yay! Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Also, Raiders and Solar, please do remember, in case you are tired and need some rest, if you want to get something to eat, to drink, or you have to be somewhere, or a toilet to use, please take care of that first, as your health does come always first. And yeah, welcome in Marcimal, welcome in Solari again, welcome in Milkshake Legend, welcome in Nair830, welcome in Diciptor, welcome in, and thank you again for the follow, Sarah's Code, welcome in, how are you doing? How is you? Two Gyeppis? What do I mean, two Gyeppis? Welcome in, Melon! What do you mean, two Gyeppis? I'm only one here. Don't you dare trying to confuse me. Welcome, Raiders! I'm Gyepi, the Demon Fox VTuber. I'm here twice. What? Welcome in, Raiders! I'm Gyepi, the Demon Fox VTuber. And I cannot play... what an introduction. I cannot play 3D games, nor games with camera rotation. I can play 2D games or 2.5D games. I love adventure games, storage games, especially visual novels. I love visual novels. Psychological horror games, indie games, cozy games. And we may switch up our play from cute games with cute anime girls doing cute things to psychological horror with violent plots and whatnot. But I'm currently baby jailed from psychological horror, which is quite hypocritical of me to say so, since we were playing a cute Yuri visual novel with many psychological horror elements in fact. So it seems like today we're no longer baby jailed. I'm out of the baby jail where I did place myself to begin with. Yeah. So yeah, I also do run a review blog that I'm planning to resume activities on. And yeah, that's it so far. Okay, the table stays off during the karaoke. Give me a moment to fetch the song so that we can sing for Solari. Yay! Well, we did quite a bit, it seems, so far. Bit by bit, we've been pushing forward. Okay. What were we supposed to sing again? Oh, okay. Man, my throat is starting to hurt a bit after all of this visual novel reading. How long has it? They really read for 5 hours. Yeah, sure. A short visual novel, maximum 3 hours long. Reading for 5 hours and wondering why did my throat hurt. It do be like that sometimes. It do be like that. Okay. Yep. The mod did confirm. Good. Amazing. Wonderful. Okay. I might have to check first the audio levels. I'd apologize about that. Give me a moment. Okay. Was it too loud? Was it good? I don't know. In case you tell me, feel free to stop me from singing. You can interrupt if you want. Okay. So it begins with the throat hurting. Amazing. Professional streamer, professional singer. I am not! Okay. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Aus. Pam para param, pam para param, pam para param, pam para da pam para param, pam para param, pam para param, pam pam pam. Alle warten auf, dass das Licht. Fürchtet euch nicht. Pam para param. Die Sonne schneit mir aus den Augen. Sie werden die Hand nicht untergehen. Und ihr werdet sehen, laut bis 10. 1. Hier kommt die Sonne. 2. Hier kommt die Sonne. 3. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 4. Hier kommt die Sonne. Pam para para pam pam para para pam. Die Sonne schneidet mir aus den Händen, kann verbrennen, kann euch blenden, wenn sie aus den Fäusten bricht. Legt dich heiß auf das Gesicht. Sie wird hautnah nicht untergehen. Und er wird so laut bis 10. 1. Hier kommt die Sonne. 2. Hier kommt die Sonne. 3. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 4. Hier kommt die Sonne. 5. Hier kommt die Sonne. 6. Hier kommt die Sonne. 7. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 8. 9. Hier kommt die Sonne. Die Sonne scheint mir aus den Händen, kann verbrennen, kann dich blenden, wenn sie aus den Fäusten bricht. Legt sie Eis auf dein Gesicht, lässt sie Schmerzen auf die Brust, hast lässt Verlust, lässt sich hart zu Boden gehen, und er will so laut bis 10. 1. Hier kommt die Sonne. 2. Hier kommt die Sonne. 3. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 4. Ich vor immer fallen. 5. Hier kommt die Sonne. 6. Hier kommt die Sonne. 7. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. 8. 9. Hier kommt die Sonne. Wow, 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 wow. Yay! I apologize for getting it wrong occasionally, but this fox is a no glasses fox, and she may be in need of glasses. So like more than the pronouns and everything, it is like with keeping up what I'm reading and being able to see it. No glasses fox it is, but eventually we're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it. We can fix me or something. What am I saying? I don't know. Thank you for singing. No, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Solari. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yay! Okay, give me a moment. We had to place the new followers on the sticky note. Just a moment. Okay. There's good it was. Okay. Where's my sticky note? The sticky note. Let me fetch it. I have to go. It's midnight here and work tomorrow. Oh yeah! Go take care. Go get your rest. Go get your sleep. Have a good Ip, Solari. Thank you so much again. Good luck with work tomorrow, but don't think about it now. Have a good Ippies. Enjoy the stream and good luck on the follow. Thank you so much. Appreciated. That's very sweet of you. Okay. By the way, if you don't mind, I will take a minute to count once again the followers to see what did we unlock so far coming to the goals. Give me just a moment. We can do it. We can do it. Okay, the mouth thing. Okay. So I'm also gonna update the timer so that we're up to date with it. Okay, so the follows. I'm dumb. Why am I checking Streamlabs when I can just check the sticker notes? I may be dumb. Oh well. Okay. So 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25? What the hell? Are you crazy? 25? Really now? Okay. I'm not gonna request for a refund here. Okay, let me check the goals. But where am I? Here. Okay, the goals. So far you did unlock. That's to pick the Twitter banner for a week for me to place. You can force me to have something as a banner or based on your preferences. And that's it for now. Yeah. That's it for now. And also I want to update the counter. Okay, let me do the mouth thing. Okay, it is 10 minutes per full. So it's 20 minutes. Plus the raid. That is 30. 50. Wait. Okay, 80 minutes. And also got 2 subs. That is 120. That is 2 hours. I did the math thing. I can do it. Okay, we go up to 5 hours and 14. 5 hours and 14. And I did already mention, but to those that do not know yet, while I'm using a timer here, I do not plan on overdoing it for myself because I have to take IP medications with a suffer from occasional insomnia here. And basically, I'll be keeping the timer on. I will stream as much as I feel I can until it gets late for me that I will have to go IP. And we're gonna catch up eventually tomorrow. That is the last day of the FOLLOWATHON, like an extra day where we do eventually catch up on the hours if there will be any left. And something else that I will not tell you. Yeah, that's it. That's the plan. Secret plan it was. Wait, but was it tomorrow? Was it tomorrow? Give me a sec. I don't even remember. What day is it today? It's Thursday, right? So yeah, it's tomorrow, the last day. All good. Pam parararam, pam parararam, pam parararam, pam parararam, pam parararam, pam 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 pam. Okay, the timer update. Just a moment. We're gonna go back to our visual novel. Okay. So my plans for today so far are to play psychological horror cute Yuri visual novel. By the way, it's a free-to-play one, so feel free to go check it out. It is free to check it out, and it is free to grab it. Hey. Give me a moment. The putter is being crazy. Okay, here's the link. Here's the link. Let me fetch you the link. Here it is. It is a visual novel where basically we do wake up and get a notice that we're dead. Yeah, we're dead. And we have to go through 3 different tests to be able to be granted a possibility to either reincarnate or return to being alive. And it is said that we cannot reincarnate because of the sins we committed. And additional to it, in the afterlife, where we'll be taking the 3 tests, we did come upon our ex-girlfriend, from which we did break up, but we are still in love with her. And so far I'm trying to get her ending, and we're almost at the end. So if you're interested in checking out the game, you might mute the stream or close it since it's gonna be spoilers, since we're getting the ending of the ex-girlfriend. We also don't know how we died, what happened, and what happened to our ex-girlfriend, in fact. Yeah. So let's get back to it. Besides, we'll both win and return to life. The 3 of us will become the Gujar spirit. We'll do this together. Sorry, okay, I just did the audio. Yes. More wandering through hallways and doors. I began to feel queasy from frustration. We're supposed to reach the rooftop here within a given time frame, or else we're gonna be an eventual meal for the ghosts. At least the interior decorator was nice enough to leave the occasional furniture or a bloody stain on the walls of this floor to help determine if we'd walked in a large circle. Just as I was about to verbalize my frustrations in the form of the most offensive insults towards the king of the 11th court's mother, opens the door into a hallway with a map framing behind the glass bulletin board. Oh, okay. It's a map of the next 3 floors. There was even a friendly "You are here" star for easy reference. Yeah, sure, you still have your phone, right? Let's take a few pictures and make our way through the next floors quickly. Right. Maybe that man was right. Maybe having a phone was an advantage. No, forget it, that man was dead. Besides, I would use any advantage I could get. I looked over at Yanshu, who was busy taking careful close-ups of the maps. I wanted to see her alive. The maps truly were a godsend. We found the stairs to the next floor in less than 20 minutes. By the way, spoilers ahead since I'm going to summarize what we went through so far. We went through the different tests, and this is supposed to be the last one that we unlocked with this specific route that is coming to Yanshu, our ex-girlfriend. I do apologize in case I don't read the names properly. I have no idea of how to read them, but this fox is doing her best. And we regretted the choice we took at breaking up with her, since she does have the type of personality like she seems to be introverted but also anxious, and basically at the restaurants she won't order for herself. She'll always ask us for help, even with the house chores, so we had to like run around her for quite a while to help her with stuff, and it took us time. But aside from that, we felt like she is supposed to grow and be different and find friends, being more expansive, and we just realized that we were literally pushing onto her something that she didn't want or that wasn't part of her, and we regretted it so badly, basically hating ourselves from the past when we did relive through the memory of breaking up. What's wrong? It's nothing. I slowed to a stop. Yanshu nearly walked past me. It's nothing, I can tell. Oh, wait. It's not nothing, I can tell. We barely spent any time apart. I could see it in the way she shaded her eyes, the slight quirk of her left eyebrow, and the way she pulled at her pink hair strands. Don't you think that this floor looks different? Well, we're on a different floor. Yes, but it's like the walls are getting darker. I swept my eyes across the room. The first floor was already plenty dark, with its flickering lights and lack of windows, but it was true. This floor did look darker, like something was growing on the walls, aging them in not a yellow tint, but a muddy tar. Let's just hurry to the next floor. Since Yanshu pointed it out, I could really see it once we got to the next floor. Not only did the walls feel darker, the edges and frames of doors and objects felt uneven. The 90-degree turn of a hallway was bent, but when we got close, it had realigned itself. Instead, the door 3 feet away looked jagged. This was making me uneasy. Still, we followed the pictures of the maps in Yanshu's photo gallery. I think we turn here. That's a dead end. I can see the end of the hallway. Oh, give me a second. Let me see. She gave me the phone without hesitation. I swapped it through the maps. It was a good thing. She took so many pictures, nothing was blurry when I zoomed in. Oops! I clicked out the photo viewer, back into the gallery. Familiar smiles looked back at me through the grid of thumbnails. Mimi and Lulu holding the camera out to take a selfie. I swapped it again and found them in cherished hug in front of the sunset that the stranger took for them. The next swipe showed a kiss on the cheek in front of Toy Store with its newly decorated Halloween windows. My heart leaped to my throat. The bubbly feeling of walking down the street with Mimi as we went shopping on a cozy autumn afternoon. Lulu, did I really let all of that go? Did I really forget about all that? Cherry-picked the rotten ones and threw away a perfectly good relationship? Lulu! This is so sad. She didn't deserve that. I didn't deserve her. Hello? I snapped out of my reverie and found Yanshu looking at me with a worried frown. Is something wrong? No, sir, I just clicked the back button. Hold on, let me find the right picture again. Here we are. We just made a wrong turn in the room before. We'll be fine. Okay. I gave her back her phone and she walked ahead of me. I have to make sure she leaves. It was the 7th floor. That's it for the maps. Yes. I trailed off as the word tilted and I caught myself on the wall. Hello. She reached out to steady me, but I waved her off. I could pull myself together. I just have a headache. Oh, let's take it slowly then. No, we need to make it to the top floor. Before Yanshu could respond, a buzzer rang and Eleven's voice interrupted from above. The quota for the 6th floor has been met before reaching the 5th floor time limit. The 5th floor is now off limits and ghosts will begin feeding momentarily. See, we need to hurry. Don't worry about me. I've survived worse. We walked through door after doors and hallway after hallway on the 7th floor. Our pace truly was much slower without the map. We had to check every route individually. As the seconds ticked by, I couldn't prevent the anxiety from eating through my brain. How many more floors were there? Will we have enough time to clear the next floors? We reached another room with a single door. Before I could reach the doorknob, it swung open, narrowly missing my nose. A man was on the other side of the door, and I danced. Oh, sorry about that. Yahhō floated beside me. The man was carrying a bat, but he didn't seem antagonistic. You don't want to go this way? I just checked every door in the past 5 rooms. The previous room had 2 other doors. Okay, I'll take one of them. He disappeared into the previous room, a metal bat. There are probably weapons littered throughout the trail again. At least this guy was non-confrontal. Ah, remembering what Yahhō said about Googers made me a little nervous. Yahhō, about... I was not off my feet and the room went sideways as it trembled and pieces of drywall flew in every direction. By some miracle I managed to duck and cover my head in time to avoid the worst of it. What's going on? Footsteps and screaming alternated with the ringing in my ears. My body was heavy as I struggled to push myself up from the ground. There was fire. A fire had started due to the room that just exploded. Ugh. Alex weren't listening to me. I couldn't get them to pick myself up. My head. I feel like this has to do something with the memory that we lost, coming to how our life ended. The pounding in my head was getting worse. The smoke aggravated the pain like grey knives stabbing through my temple. There was fire. The panic was only secondary in my brain. A part of me was hiding, terrifying, screaming. There was fire. There was fire. Get away. The scorching heat everywhere. The sear of freshly burned flesh. Pain melting from skin to bone. Run, run! Don't let any of that touch you. You had to go. I was choking more than just smoke. My lungs seized on me. The fear ran deep into my bones, paralyzing me to the spot. My brain kept saying, leave, run! But my brain didn't understand. Yes, I have to get away, but my head hurt and my legs wouldn't move like I wanted them to. Lo. Someone was pulling at my arm, pulling it away from my head. Stop! Stop, it hurt! There was fire. Lo. I forced myself to take a couple of steps, swayed in the arms of the other person. Hi, Lo! Then finally, the heat was bearable. I could breathe. I collapsed into the arms of the person who pulled me out. Hi, Lo! She shook my shoulders. Yahhō? What? Fire, there was fire, suffocation, shrapnel, collapsing foundation, screams of terror. Hi, Lo! My eyes snapped open. Yahhō's grip was tight on my shoulders, her arms trembling enough to shake me as she did. Yahhō, what? There was still debris and the smell of smoke in the air, but we clearly weren't sitting in the center of a firestorm. The damage of whatever happened didn't reach this far. My pounding heart slowed down. My breathing fell back to a normal pace and thankfully, the ringing in my ears stopped. There was an explosion. You pulled me out? She nodded and I pulled myself into a sitting position in front of her. How far did she drag me? It wouldn't have been easy to bring both of us to a place of relative safety. An explosion within the building could have easily caused a cave-in, and for us to fall to one of the lower floors. She could have easily left me behind to save herself. Instead, she dragged my useless body along with her. Thank you. A familiar buzzing sound rang through the building and made both of us jump. The quota for the 8th floor has been met before reaching the 7th floor time limit. 7th floor is now off limits and ghosts will begin feeding momentarily. Seventh floor! 7th floor! Panic shot through my body as I recalled the floor we were on. Aren't we on 7th floor? Yanshu nodded solemnly, her fingers tightening around my arm. She was doing her best to school her expression into something calm. But I didn't miss the way her bottom lip trembled. I opened my mouth to say something reassuring, but my brain didn't catch up with my mouth. And no noise came out. Instead, as if on cue, an aggravated gargle sounded from the next room. Shit, we have to go. I struggled to my feet. My head still throbbing. With Yanshu's help, I managed to get up and start down the hallway. Hello, are you alright? I'm sorry, Yanshu. I promise I'm okay. I really wasn't, but I couldn't let her wait around any longer. Sure, this saved my life. I couldn't let her lose any more precious time. Let's get going. The apology was at the tip of my tongue, but now wasn't the time. If I had time to feel guilty about putting her in this situation, I had time to get her out of it. Not them again.
Why is it green now? Due to the lights or...
The door beside me broke down with a crunch, wood splintering everywhere as the monster crawled its way out. Behind it, I could see at least 5 more. As if one wasn't bad enough, there was no way I could fight a pack of them. Run! I grabbed Yanshu's hand and we ran down the hallway. A monster pounced at Yanshu, but I pulled her away just in time. It landed on a table with a decorative vase instead, causing it to split into a million pieces on the floor. Come on! We turned the corner and thankfully found a staircase leading up. Yanshu! I'm right behind you! Ah! My stomach lurched and I turned so fast, the ends of my ponytail whipped my cheek. Ooh! A monster clutched into the end of her jacket and Yanshu grabbed into the railing before it could pull her off her feet. Yanshu! She kicked it once, but it wasn't enough to get the monster to let go. My eyes searched the area for a weapon, but the only thing in the stairway with us was the railing and that was attached firmly to the walls. Why don't you take off the jacket? No! Yanshu whacked the monster across the face hard as she could. That did the trick. The monster let go, just as the remains of her weapon flew across the air onto the landing of the 8th floor. Her phone screen cracked and the metal bent in an odd shape, crashed into the floor and flaked more plastic pieces onto the ground. Her eyes widened and her feet stilled. Yanshu, hurry! There were more monsters behind her.
You could have taken off the jacket, I told you.
I ran back and pulled her with me past the last step onto the landing.
That way you would have saved the phone in case you needed it to bonk someone else later on, huh? Smart.
The monster, still growling and drilling at us, stopped at the second to last step. It was as though there was a wall between us. It's okay, we're... it's... I turned to find Yanshu sinking to the ground, the remains of her phone before her. It was in a state of disrepair. The screen flashed in a multitude of black and white lights, a couple of times before de-energizing, probably forever. Perhaps the battery could be recovered, but a phone that had been slammed that hard into the monster surely had transistors and other components damaged and ripped out of place. The memory in silicon states no longer retained the information that was once stored within it. She picked up the device and hugged it close, eyes staring listlessly at the ground. Yanshu. I knelt by her side, patting her gently on the back as she trembled occasionally. Mostly she just looked on the ground. Her breathing was steady, but heavy. Still, each breath took tremendous effort. Shit, what do I say? I'm sorry. No, it's okay, don't apologize. Yanshu wiped at her eyes, but the tears still spilled over. With her nose running, she shook more in my arms now. I'm so sorry. It's just a stupid phone, I know, yet It's not stupid. I know that phone's important to you. It was okay to grieve. The small things that gave us comfort. It was okay to grieve. Because even if it was a useless, negligible part of our lives, we still gave a part of ourselves to it. Yanshu was sobbing now, bubbling her eyes out as I held her against me. I ran my fingers along her back, trying my best to give her comfort. Discomfort her, was this okay to do? As long as Yanshu didn't move away, I do this for her all night. Monsters growling in our ears, or not. It held all of our memories. Huh? Everything ahead of us. It was all I had left. You said goodbye to me and then I died. It's all I had left. She sobbed into my arms as I began to understand the meaning of that phone. She had loved it dearly when we were alive, so I didn't question why it appeared with her in death. But I didn't know the reason why she loved it so much. All you had left of us, huh? I continued to run my hand down her back, cuddling her as she cried. The guilt was a bitter taste to swallow. Yanshu, I'll get you a new phone. And we'll make more memories together. That got her attention. She pushed herself off me, staring at me with wide, hopeful eyes. Really? Really? When we're alive again, we can make more memories together. Shaken from her stupor, I'm able to help her stand up, and we start down the hallway of the 8th floor. I managed to get Yanshu to move with me, but she was still quiet, only looking at her feet as we walked. The broken phone remained in her pocket. If it was so easy to cheer people up, I suppose no one in the world would be sad. However, walking in silence began to make me uneasy. Yanshu, don't you think that everyone can pass this last trial together? We just saw that we can still make it through. An off-limit floor alive. If we help each other, can't we all survive? Like the two of us, I wanted to say, but I held back. I don't think humans are capable of the kindness that it requires. True. Yeah, I narrowed my eyes. It's not really my problem anyways. Yes, the only ones I need to care about seeing through this game was Yanshu and I. Or even just Yanshu, that will be more than adequate. Crowbars? There's two, so you take one. I held the crowbar out to her, which she thankfully took after a moment of hesitation. It didn't look right in her delicate hands. Surely didn't belong in her butt. Come on, Yanshu, we're almost there. Just keep fighting a little longer. Okay. She was still listless. Could it be that my words earlier weren't enough? Do you doubt me, Yanshu? Huh? About your phone, don't think about it anymore, okay? So she was still thinking about her phone. What could I say? Go out with me? Nothing. Out with me? She didn't trust my words earlier, then I'd better make them clear. Yanshu, are you worried about what I said? Do you think I'd go back on our words and drift apart, never making memories again? Well... She looked forlornly... forlornly... What the hell? Forlornly... Okay, at the broken phone in her hand. I hate that word. I faced her. Our eyes met, but she quickly looked away. No, that wouldn't do. Softly, I held my hand up to her face, guiding her back until we locked eyes again. Yanshu, I promise we'll make new and better memories again. If, when we get out of this alive, will you go out with me again, Yanshu? She stumbled over her words, taking far too long with an answer. My cheeks heated up, and glad that the lightning was dim. Even if she was averting her eyes, the less chance of her seeing my embarrassment, the better. I hope there aren't many more floors after this. Yeah. Come on, it's just a little. I was cut off as I spied a black object coming towards my head from the corner of my eye. The object crashed into the wall beside me with a smash. I had moved my head back just in time for a hammer to swing into the wall where I was standing. It crushed the sheetrock, a round stump where the tool buried itself. I took a large breath of air as my brain registered what had nearly happened. Ah! Stay back. Got good reflexes, don't you? I sat in front of Yanshu, glaring at the man before us. He grinned as he pulled his hammer free of the wall. What are you doing? What do you think? Ensuring my win, of course. I saw the 9th floor. It's the roof. The roof? My eyes widened at the realization that we're so close to our goal. Just a few more steps, and we would be done with these games. However, the man that stood between us didn't seem all too friendly. I gritted my teeth. Of course there will be one final fight before the end. I don't need to outrace anyone if I just kill you all here. The hammer swung towards me again, and I swung my crowbar just in time to parry his hit. Stop! He took another swing at me, letting out a maniacal laugh as he did so. I stepped back to dodge, moving down in the stairway.
Thank you so much, Gyepi! How are you doing?
GYEP.
GYEP! That's me! That's right! Give me a moment. I do owe you a spin with a spinning wheel. Abby, how are you doing?
Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. That's very sweet of you.
Okay, back I am to fetch the spinning wheel. The willing spin, the spinning wheel. Okay.
This day unwanted people need me. Oh yeah.
I say, I hope GPU or something. Bless you, Millie.
My baby.
Okay. Man, I just realized we only have 2 more games for the spin. As someone did let me know that one of the keys I sent them was used, I had to provide a different one. We only have 2 games for the spinning wheel now. Ho! Not many did remain. Good job. Appreciated. Give me a moment. This is the correct one, right? Okay, it is. It's good to be needed. Glad to hear so. Are you ready for the spin, Abby? You have the possibility of getting one of the 2 games, Amanda the Adventurer or Dungeon Crawler. Yeah! The last 2 games. And we're gonna spin the wheel. We're gonna spin the wheel. And 1, and 2, and 4, and 7. Woo! Dungeon Crawler it is! Congrats, Abby! Standing ovation! Thank you so much for your support. Give me a moment. I'm gonna fetch you the key. I'm gonna jam you the key. Please be sure to let me know if the key works. And where is the Abby? Abby is needed. The fox is needing Abby. Pum 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 pum. Okay, I'm gonna DM you on Discord. Oh, I cannot do that. Okay, I'm gonna whisper to you instead. I'm gonna whisper to you here. Slay those dungeons. Yeah, with a claw machine. Okay, I'm going to whisper to you on Twitch. Here you go. Thank you so much for your support. It's really appreciated. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the emotes. We'll be getting as soon as possible the emotes up to our current design. The next month we're gonna work on the emotes, definitely. And I am back.
Let's get that soup. Oh! You motherfucker! The king crashed it again! No! Give me a moment, we can do it. Huh? Rude. The game being bad to me. Rude. Not nice. Okay, here we are. Oh, I'm glad to save it. I saved it before changing screens, so we're on point here. Okay. The only way to get away from him safely was to remain on the 8th floor? Oh! Another hit, another step back. The hits kept coming, and it was all I could do to keep preparing against it. Within minutes, we were halfway down the flight of stairs. Was there another way to the 9th floor? Based on how the floor quarters kept shrinking, probably not. I slipped against the last step and tripped backwards, landing on my butt on the 8th floor. The crowbar flew out of my hands. I got you now! He raised the hammer and covered my head with my arms to brace for the blow, but it never came. A body dropped beside me on the 8th floor. Woo! Our ex-girlfriend did bonk him. Good job. Yahhō stood about 5 steps above me, gripping her metal crowbar so tightly her knuckles were white. Beside me, the man laid face down, unconscious, but still taking shallow breaths. Hello, Standing, I walked up to Yahhō and gently pried the crowbar out of her hands. It fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling step by step until the 8th floor. It's okay. I put her into a hug just as the tears started bubbling over. She's still alive. Her shoulders sagged with relief, and I spent a couple minutes patting her back softly. When she finally stopped shaking, she took my hand and we ascended the last few steps. Onto the 9th floor, the rooftop. The quota for the rooftop had been met before reaching the 8th floor time limit. The 8th floor is now off limits and ghosts will begin feeding momentarily. Congratulations! The diamond sky stretched endlessly above us. I had never seen a sight like this before. There were no buildings, no light pollution, nothing in the horizon. Look at the Milky Way as it flowed easily above us. Was this sight real? How come I never saw it while I was still alive? Perhaps some things were only private to the dead. The living had so much already. This is beautiful. I turned my eyes from the glittering blue hues above us to look at Yahhō. Her eyes were still glued to the sky, despite her eyelashes still being wet. The smile on her face was genuine. The sky paled against her. The living had so much already, but that didn't mean the dead was allowed to keep beauty to itself. You uttered, "Yeah!" Her hand was warm against mine, fingers curled perfectly around each other as we stood there. She watched the sky, but I was too distracted to watch with her. I loved her. I loved her so much.
This game is also free to play, by the way. It's a Eurovision novel, like with good characters, but psychological horror elements, overall psychological horror story. Yeah. Here it is, and it does have soup.
In the back of my mind, a memory bloomed. Repressed so far that it had hurt, because I loved Yahhō. So it hurt so much when she... It was a crowded day in the mall, perhaps more so than a normal weekend. Maybe it was some holiday. I forgot to look at my calendar, it didn't matter. I worked odd hours and took time off on even stranger days. Sorry I'm late. It's alright. Thanks for being willing to meet with me. Of course I promised. Just a shopping trip. With the girl I broke up with a month ago. But it couldn't be put off any longer. Yahhō's co-worker had requested some specialty products from a store we used to frequent together. Which was why I had a special club card that allowed us into the store. Which was why I had to meet up with her to go shopping. It was okay. After all, it's been a month. Even if we walked with a meter of space between us. Even if I kept catching her glancing at me every few minutes. It was okay. I breathed a sigh of relief. we stepped out of the store. The worst was over. Forcing myself to look away, keeping conscious of how close we should walk together, submerging the urge to reach out and take her hand. I couldn't help her hold her hair out of her face anymore. It didn't matter. Her eyes were glued to her phone most of the time anyways. She'll look it up when I asked questions to make sure we got what her coworker wanted. I let out another breath of air. Was it the only stupid one? She smelled the strawberry shampoo I got for us just last month because she wanted to try a new brand. It was a good choice. It was for the best, I kept telling myself. Strawberry shampoo! It was for the best. Any other opinion would make me break down in tears. Well, it was good meeting up with you. Could I take up a bit more of your time? What for? There's just a few more things I want to get from the other stores. Since you're here with me, why don't we go together? She was squeezing her phone in her hands, Tom absentmindedly turning it on to pretend to look at the time every 2 seconds. Alright, I was making a mistake. Thank you. Relax, it's no big deal. I didn't have any plans for the rest of today. Okay, I just wanted to get a few things from... Her demeanor changed completely. She was suddenly excited, nervous, energy completely gone. I wondered what was going through her mind. Was she planning something? Could you wait a bit? I need to stop by the bathroom. Yeah, that's fine. It's right there. I'll wait here for you. She nodded and handed me the bags. There's really so many. Conscience rang out and people started screaming. Oh my gosh. Not like this. Everybody hands up, this is a terrorist attack. Not like this. I couldn't believe it, this didn't happen in real life. And of course, no one listened to the man with the gun. Everyone started screaming and running away in fear. It wasn't until someone got shot and blood had spread all across the floor tiles that people started kneeling down, fearfully, with their hands over their heads. Thankfully, it was just one man versus the mob of police officers that arrived. With their hands full, I quickly stood and took charge. Everyone, it isn't safe. Let's get out while the police take care of them. With everyone still dazed and confused, it was easy to simply climb on the railings and point toward the closest exit. Only the last of the people in the area had left the building. On the far ends of the mall, people were still being evacuated, but they were far enough that they were practically incarcerated and hostages. Thank you, miss. You were a great help. I'm just doing my civic duty. An exemplary citizen. Don't worry, the police have this under control. Death to this government, we will all be judged by the court of hell. Huh? Huh? The word flashed in hot red. I couldn't hear. All I heard was a high-pitched frequency. Smoke and dust filled the air. I coughed as I struggled for a breath of fresh air. What happened? What happened? There had been a flash. What did a terrorist throw? A bomb? Was it a grenade? Screams erupted around me as the water rearranged itself. Pain shot through my right arm and leg. My entire right side burned. White bone and red blood stared back at me where my right hand used to be. What? Ah! I let out a scream at the side of my hand. A screaming smoke clogged up my throat and I fell to the ground coughing. Out! I need to get out of here! Everything hurts so bad, trying to put any pressure on my right leg hurts so bad. Ah! Help! I collapsed back to the ground, blood pooling from my missing hand and from a known cut in my leg. I couldn't move. No! No! It was hot. Too hot. My skin was melting off my fingers. It shut in front of my eyes. I couldn't push myself off the ground. Help! Help! Lulu! Yasha's voice cut through the flames before I saw her running through them. I was frantically looking for me as her cotton clothing caught on fire. Me, no, not you! I struggled towards her, gasping for air as she crumpled beside me in pain, desperately trying to put out the fire that burned her sleeves and back. Lulu! Lulu! She was crying. Why was she crying for me? You idiot, the streaks of tears that rolled down my face weren't from pain anymore. At least not from any physical pain. I watched as Yanshu's skin blistered and bubbled, her lungs gasping for air, as the flames closed in on us. Why? Why did it have to be you? Not you. You shouldn't have been there. I snapped awake with a gasp, almost jumping out on the chair in shock. Instead, the chair rocked underneath me, and I nearly tipped it over and landed on my back. Hilo! My heart rate accelerated to a more acceptable pace as I realized with relief that Yanshu sat in another chair beside me. Now that I was calm, I could take in my surroundings. We're in the same room as when I first arrived. In the same chair, I'm sure, but a courtroom had been set up. Can I skip through this part? No, it's different. Shadowy figures stood on the balcony of the second floor. A bored woman in red armor stared down at us with distaste on her lips. Below her, at a last decorated table in the center front of the room, the 11 sat with a small smile on her face. She looked proud of us. Perhaps she was on our side after all. Yanshu? How should I word this? Why did you come into the fire? Yanshu's brows furrowed in confusion. Fire? I was about to elaborate when her eyes widened in understanding. She looked down at her hands, which trembled nervously, now that she couldn't play with her phone. You're asking about when I died? Yes, I finally remembered. I'm sorry it took so long. You looked... It was reasonable for my brain to attempt to flush that memory down the toilet. You were a good distance away from the blast. You would have lived it if you didn't run into the fire. I wasn't thinking. I know, Hilo, I'm stupid and useless. But when I saw you there, I just couldn't think. And after I ran in, there was no way out. And I'm interrupted by the soft hit of a gavel. I looked forward to find 11 with her hand still on a rectangular wooden slab. Defendants, welcome to the 11th court. Congratulations on completing the game of life. At these words, the audience on the balcony started to laugh and applaud. I didn't see or hear anything amusing. And thus you have earned the right to a review of your sins and actions. Part of me felt like the order was reversed. After the torture of the game of life, it felt like we were already dropped in hell. 11 cleared her throat. When I review your actions throughout the past 3 trials. Honestly, it was rather thought to us to sit through a summary of our near-death experiences in the past 2 days. Which was an odd emotion to process when I'm already dead. 11 smiled at us. As the judge of the 11th court, I declare Ken Halo and Chen Yanshu not guilty. As sounds permitted through the room without 11's voice, we could hear a pin drop. Looking up, I saw the king looking down at us, over her nose. We sat here, a couple of the monsters nodded to themselves, almost smiling at 11's declaration, as they glanced with mocking apathy at their supposed lord. From their seat proximity to the king's throne, I wondered if they were her close officers. The king gritted her teeth, but leaned back in her seat without a word. Then finally the court of monsters roared back to life. On the first floor, monsters started standing from their seats, rumbling insults in protest. How dare! Not guilty? Is she attempting a cope? The girl is sure to be punished if the king is mad. What if the other courts notice us? The 11th court is such a perilous place. What is she thinking? Upsetting the balance with this verdict? Quiet, who gave you the right to speak? Do you have doubts about my work in research? She slammed her hand again against the stack of books on the side of her desk. If so, feel free to check my work. The court was silenced again. So even vengeful ghosts fear paperwork. Eleven stood with a sweep of her robes. I stepped in front of her desk to face us. Congratulations once again. Now, what will you choose? Mango soup or returning to life? Undo my death. Please. I want to go back to being alive. 11 shook her head. And you? Yanshu had not answered, and I felt my heart drop as I looked at her. She looked at 11, then down at her hands. So I was the only one who wanted to go back to life together again. Yanshu closed her eyes and took a deep breath, before turning to look at me. Having me gouge staring, I felt the heat rise to my cheeks, and I casted my eyes downwards. When I looked at her face again, she was smiling. My face heated up further. Somewhere above, I heard the ghost laugh and whisper about my tomato face. Huh? Her voice was tiny. I didn't hear her, but I felt her words perfectly. I love you. I wish to undo my death as well. Please let me return to my life. A pair of fools fit for each other. She scolded, but there was no malice in her words. 11 pointed at something behind us, and we both turned to see what it was. A door had appeared on the far wall, and as I looked back to the front, I realized with mild amusement that it was directly opposite the door to the first game. Go, get out of here, and don't return to the 11th court. With another flip of her robes, she returned to her seat at the table, and busied herself with papers once more. I looked to Yanshu once more and offered her my hand as I stood. She smiled up at me and took it, pulling herself up to walk with me, hand in hand, toward the exit. The door handle was cool against my palm, but I didn't care. I was too busy looking at Yanshu. At the twinkle in her eyes, the bounce of each curl of hair, and the curve of her lips. Yet the glow of afternoon sunshine couldn't tear my eyes away from her. Instead, it brightened her features and made her all the more radiant. Let's go. Yes. Is it a good ending, or... I opened my eyes to a familiar scene and a familiar backache from sleeping on the couch. My apartment living room was dim in the mid-afternoon light. The lights were off, and the only windows were in the kitchen. There was only a soft streak of golden light that hit the door. I let out a groan as I sat up, doubling over the massage my temples. What happened? The memories of the last few days flashed through my mind in misaligned bursts. Chairs, scalpel, forest, teeth. House key, maze, pipes, court. Yanshu? Was it all a dream? It was so real, all the hair-raising moments, the near brushes with death. And well, death itself. I died. But between all of that, I had reunited with the person I missed the most. I've made up with her. A weight laid itself on my heart. It was definitely a dream, but part of me still wanted to hold on to some hope that it wasn't. That I truly reconciled with Yanshu that I was given a second chance after the biggest mistake of my life. I opened the door into Yanshu's old room, but unlike my dream, all the blank white walls stared back at me. Disappointment sank itself into my stomach, and I took a deep breath. It truly was too much to hope for, wasn't it? Yanshu was gone. Taking every last bit of her from this apartment, and I had been the one to force her to do so. Only in my dreams would she come back here. Could I still be dreaming? If Yanshu was no longer here, this was certainly a nightmare. I should check the front door to confirm the rules of physics. The door opened into a familiar corridor of other doors, which led to apartments that mirrored mine. I had never been so disappointed in the lack of a black void. I nearly slammed the door shut as I retreated back into my apartment. The proof was piling up that it really was only a dream. Returning to the couch, I took out my phone and found that it was the same day as my death from my dream. I did a quick search through the news for a terrorist attack on the mall. Finding none, I dropped my phone on the couch. It didn't feel right to use my phone again after being so disconnected from, well, life for so long. And so I wondered how she was doing. If that was all a dream, then she should be alive and well, right? That gave me some relief. Even if it was just a dream that we reunited after death and reconciled. At least it also meant that it was a dream, where she died in such a horrible way, all because of me too. I might never recover from this. That might be a bit dramatic. I should get a drink to clear my head. My thoughts were interrupted by a soft knocking sound from the door. I furrowed my eyebrows. Was I expecting someone today? It was a day off for me, but I didn't remember making any plans. I'll be right there. I opened the door again, wondering who it could be. Yanshu? He throws to my face. I mean, I wasn't expecting you. Can I help you with anything? I averted my eyes. It was so difficult to look at her all of a sudden. Perhaps it was because I had dreamed about her, or perhaps it was because I was thinking so much about her. Either way, the longer we stood there, the more aware I was of how red my face must be turning. How about you come in? I can make some tea. Hello, I bought a new phone. So, it did happen. She flashed the phone with a smile before placing it in her pocket once more. It didn't look any different from the one I remembered. Oh, do you have a new number? No. But I do have a promise. A promise with who? You promised me we'll make a new and better memories. We were both alive. So will you go out with me again? Oh. That's so sweet. And she barely finished her question when I reached out to grab her by the neck, pulling her in for a kiss I had missed for well over a month. Then she made a small noise of surprise, and she stumbled a couple steps backwards, but then she reached up to wrap her arms around my neck, and she was kissing me back. Big gay. At some point, I pulled her into the apartment and locked the door behind her. This girl in my arms. Oh, come in, Panda. Thank you for checking in. Yes, of course I will. She smiled at me, bright and warm, and I pulled her in again for another kiss. Forever with her wouldn't be enough. I loved her. Is this the true ending? I loved her so much. Yanshu, I love you. I love you too, Hilo. Not even death would keep me away from her again. I really like the decision, Novo. Oh my gosh. Like, I didn't expect it to be so creepy with the psychological horror side. I did not expect all of that and all of the craziness. But I really liked it. Aww, it was so cute. Yeah. It had many dramatic moments, but I really love this story. Wait, side story even? Give me a moment, I want to check the achievements. She's pulling her tongue out. Panda! Panda! Not like that! Oh, so we're missing one bad ending. No, two bad endings. Okay. Let's see. Right, I remember. Here, if I were to see nothing, I had to be realistic. There was nothing I could say to make her feel better. I always changed the subject. Thankfully, I didn't have to think very hard as we rounded a corner and found another flight of stairs leading up to the 9th floor. I hope there aren't many more floors after this. Yeah. Come on, it's just a little... Stop! He ignored me as he took another swing. He kept swinging and swinging the hammer. I was barely able to keep up parrying against him. I bumped into Yanshu behind me as I took a step back. I missed footing. Yanshu grabbed into the railing as she tripped down a couple steps. Yanshu! I only turned away for a split second. How could I not? I had to make sure Yanshu was alright. The hammer grazed my temple and I lost my footing. I rolled down the stairs and hit my head on the floor tiles, making the word vanish. Ah! My body was light as a scream ripped through the air. Oh no. I must have blacked out for a couple minutes because I was lying on the 8th floor. I tried to push myself off the ground as my head throbbed. The world was spinning, my stomach was queasy. Shut... Boom! There was something warm near me, something soft. An arm. Wet with blood. No way! My eyes trailed up following where that blood led. No! No! Then she laid on the ground, eyes still open as she stared upwards at her attacker. Someone pissed. No! Her delicate face was littered with bruises, the trace of blood leaking from her nose and mouth. What? I reached for her hand, squeezed it, and shook her shoulder. She was still warm. Yanshu! She was still warm. She had to be alive. Mimi! The tears that fell off my face were hot. They were hot. Hotter than her hands. Hotter than her face. So they will warm her up, right? Right? Ah! Mimi! Shut the hell up! The man smashed his hammer against the wall again. While looking away from Mimi, I saw a crowbar sticking out of his stomach. Mimi's efforts to protect me had not been in vain. How dare her, that bitch! The man took it at the crowbar, then let out a wretched scream of pain and dropped the hammer. Bitch, who the hell are you calling a bitch? Who else? That bag of shit in your arms. She stabbed me. Oi! Shut up, don't insult her. My hand grabbed onto the crowbar, sticky with hot blood. He let out a scream as I pulled the crowbar out of him, in one fluid motion. It slipped out so easily. Hot blood flowed everywhere as he dropped to his knees and rolled down the stairs right next to Mimi. No, please don't kill me! What the hell is that pose? I cannot take him seriously when he looks like me in the shower when cold water started pouring. I'll do anything, come on, we can win together. I stopped in front of him and raised the crowbar. Please! I smiled as the realization hit. Your blood is hot. If I give it to Mimi, will it warm her back up?
We went crazy. Okay.
Mimi was still warm in my arms. Her head lolled against my shoulder and I could still find a whiff of her shampoo in the middle of the metallic tongue. Her limbs bounced as I carried her up the stairs. It was a beautiful night sky, the twinkling of a billion stars in a superficial pattern, a facsimile of the real thing, disgusting. Did a dead thing they could toy with a living like this? Mimi. The body in my arms was getting cold. The sight before me was worthless. But I kept looking at it. I let out a sob. Mimi, this sky is for you. This is so sad. Those some pillars seemed to grow out of the ground. Its balcony is filled with sickly sweet voices. Beautiful voices. A familiar woman sat at the decorated seat at the top. The king. Below her, a girl sat in a much less prestigious seat. 11. In my arms, a girl, no longer warm. Congratulations, contestant. The heat was fading far too quickly. I had to warm her up. But the blood didn't work. The tears didn't work. What could I do? Are you ready to accept the final prize? There was one more way. One more place where I could keep Mimi's body warm. Warm forever. Like she was alive. She will be alive. Yes, we'll even be together forever. This was the perfect solution. It's not a common here, panda! I held Mimi's head up by the chin. The mouth should be the best place to start. It was where all the hot blood came from. I pressed my lips to hers. I could feel the gaze of the wall courting us. I pressed my fingers to the corners of her jaw, the joint which kept her mouth in place, until it dislocated with a click. Her tongue was soft, just a little sticky with all the drying blood. Mimi was a delicate girl. I had to make sure she was safe. I bit down softly, cutting into the skin as gently as possible. The blood was still warm. Around me, the court started whispering in jealous growls. Too bad they couldn't have her. This was mine. I went fair and square. The tongue, the cheeks, the eyes, the fingers, the arms, the intestines, the heart. Oh my gosh, not the cannibalism. All of it was mine. Jealous growls, voracious slurps. The pool of Sanya. I didn't know how long it took, but when I was done, all that remained on my grey blue hands was dried, sticky blood. And when I saw the puddle at my knees, I knelt down to slurp it all up. All mine, not a drop for anyone else. The growls had become louder. Had they always been words? Don't laugh, we're all this way. Finally, I thought that I had cleaned my plate enough.
Thank you for the help, Polly! Welcome, Polly, how are you doing?
The floor only had a few remaining streaks of blood, licked clean by my tongue. Above me, the king of the 11 court smiled down at me. 11 watched me with disappointment written across her face.
Yeah! Dude, how the Gyepi? The Gyepi did not realize she was reading aloud for more than 5 hours and her throat was dying.
My guinea pig got excited, Polly. That is all I have to tell you.
Polly, go follow Polly. Polly is amazing.
Huh? What did she know? I just had the best meal of my life. Congratulations, the final prize is soup.
Millie, this is not about you. You're a machine that turns time into 7-hour streams.
Millionaire.
The millionaire is here.
The final prize is soup. A soup of flesh and blood. But then 5.
Okay.
And the other one is where we state that we don't trust her, right? Wait. Huh? Here. Yahhō still relies on me. Something just didn't change her. Yahhō's hand was warm in mine as they led us through the hallway.
Millie!
Oh my gosh. Okay. In the end, she couldn't survive without me, and maybe that was alright after all. This was no different from before, from when my temper got the best of me. But that was just it, wasn't it? My temper, my mistakes. When this was over, I wanted to apologize to her. Yet she was still Yahhō, and that was alright. Just like how I was Ḥailō. Letting her came naturally, and that was alright. Don't worry, Yahhō, I'll get us out of here. Thank you, Ḥailō. I can always depend on you.
Skippity skip. Skippa, 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 skippa. Skippa, 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 pa 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 pa.
Walked in silence. Soon we rounded the corner and came to another flight of stairs, this time leading up to the 9th floor. Oh, that crazy guy again.
Wait, it's the same ending.
Okay, let's see. Where's the last bad ending then? Maybe this one. Okay, I'm going to find 11. Since she's the judge, she might let some hints slip if I ask her. Okay, stay safe. I will, thank you. Giving Yahhō a wave, I apart from her and began my search for 11. Going off of my gut feeling, I strode in the southeast direction. Unfortunately, I saw nothing of note along the hallway that I passed through. Passing a hall lined with windows facing outward, I looked outside and saw a garden with a pond. sunflowers resembling lotuses on the water surface. Squinting, I noticed some figures, other players, already searching through the garden. After a while, I heard the sound of multiple footsteps. I approached the noise. I saw her there she was, standing out with her long black hair and bright red dress.
Welcome in, Andrews! Thank you for checking in.
Eleven stood amidst a bunch of maid servants who were moving large decorations and furniture, directing their actions. I endeavored to ignore the unnerving servants while walking toward Eleven. You? Before I could say anything, she noticed me. Hello? She gestured for the servants to continue what they were doing, making them stop looking our way. I'm here to request your help. What for? I contemplated whether she would prefer me to beat around the bush or get straight to the point. I decided on the latter.
Hello, Gyepi. Have a good day. Likewise. Thank you for stopping by.
Finding the key. Passing this game. She stared at me in silence, as if waiting for me to say that I was joking. I wasn't. How rare! Humans don't often come to me for help during the game of life. Why do you think that I would assist you? I don't believe you mentioned any rules against asking the judge for help. Surely, a small hint would be allowed. It goes unsaid from us that you should not ask the judge. But fair enough. I'll give you one small hint. I perked up, preparing myself to commit the information to memory. The key is nearby. She did not elaborate. Looking around, I wondered what being nearby entailed. While a helpful clue, it left me with still a sizable range to cover, with no clear idea of what I was looking for. What exactly is the key? For example, a classical key, a non-key shaped object, a magnetic strip card. You will know that you have found it when you see it. Ellen repeated the same information as when she initially explained the rules. Perhaps I made a troubled expression. I'm afraid that I am in fact not allowed to help you pass any round in the game of life. However, know that I am not your enemy. Then will you be my ally? Do you think I can be? I did. However, my instincts told me that she would not be able to accept my feelings, whether for the impartiality of a judge or the internal affairs of the 11th Court. I was certainly familiar with unpleasant workplace politics. Thus, I sent her a quick wink instead. I like to think the best of pretty girls. 11 coughed, caught off guard. You sound like a poor judge of character, although, if I were to say that, they may also be poor judge of character. A complicated expression flitted across her face. My lips are loose today, so allow me to give you a warning. What's your etiquette around the King of 11th Court? If you're able to find the key and attend the feast as a guest, then you must mind your manners. She tilted her head toward the maids. The servants belong to the king, and they will be watching over this trio just like the ghosts from the previous round. Clang, a clattering sound, that of my dropping one end of a large covered frame, broke the mood of our conversation. That is all I can say for now, I nodded. Returning a single nod, she walked toward the offending servant and instructed the servants on what they were supposed to do. The maid shuffled along, regaining a sense of rhythm, and 11 followed after them, shooing them forward. I called out after her. Thank you for the hint and the warning. Without turning back, she responded to me. You're welcome. Before long, both she and the maids had disappeared from my line of sight. I freshened up in the attached bathroom of my ascendant room and hopped into bed after turning off the lights, ready to rest after the long day. Someone was at the door. Okay. Opened the door. Letting out a yawn, I slipped out of bed. I didn't know who was looking for me at this time of night, but I walked toward the door nonetheless. There was no peephole to check the identity of the other party, and without thinking, I opened the door. Peekaboo! Oh, a maid stood before me. No, it was a monster that stood before me. Its many, many eyes upon a face, which no longer hid its ghastly identity, stared at me. The monster rushed at me before I could react, piercing my throat and chest with its hands and tore. My flesh ripped. I wanted to scream. Instead, out of my destroyed throat came a choking, scraping noise, along with gargling, bubbling red blood. My field of view changed, my head hit the ground with a bounce. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt, it hurt. I didn't even know what hurt anymore. but surely I should have already died. So I didn't know why it hurt so much. The monster began to break my body into pieces. Chomp, 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 chomp. Through my senses that were covered in red. Melting away into darkness, I heard a set of terribly soft footsteps that made the monster pause for just a moment. The meat is to be saved for the feast, do not eat. Somehow, the girl's voice sounded disappointed, but I could not ask why. She tapped my forehead with a small... Yes? I didn't know how long had passed, or if that had been nothing more than a terrible nightmare. With a haze over my consciousness, I opened my eyes, yet I did not have eyelids. My vision bobbed up and down with a layer of liquid unobtrusively existing in the lower half, which I could ignore like a part of my peripheral vision. This me was an eyeball. My flesh was within a pot of soup, my bones used for broth. This eyeball floated within this bowl of soup that was brought up to the head of a large table. Observing my surroundings, I found that this must have been a feast, perhaps the feast that ⴰᴏᴍᴜ mentioned. I saw not a single human seated to the side of seats, not a single one of the survivors. Every guest I saw appeared to be a ghost, a monster, something not quite human. Except for those who were at the head of the table. A tall red-haired woman sat at the head with Yahhō to her side. The tall woman must have been someone important, sitting at the head of the table. The king. This must have been the king. Wondered why Yahhō had been seated beside the king, but I could no longer speak. Instead, I could only softly gaze toward her from within the soup. Dark bags under her eyes reddened as if she had been crying. She looked exhausted and utterly devoid of spirit. This your lover's tongue. Oh, the king picked up a piece of flesh from the bowl of soup, using a pair of chopsticks, holding it up toward Yahhō, who did not correct her. Why don't you have it? You must certainly want to kiss to devour her tongue. I'm sure that it would taste marvelous. The king fed my tongue to Yahhō. As tears streamed down Yahshū's cheeks, I realized that Yahhō was no longer human, but rather a ghost. Oh my gosh, Yahshū devoured me. Yet if it was like this, then I wouldn't be able to accompany her in any way. I'd cease it to be.
What hell?
Is it all coming to the bad endings? No, there's one more. Maybe this one. I heard the knocking, feeling that whatever the other person had to say could wait for tomorrow morning. It was really that important. They could just steal through the door. Despite all of the knocking, whoever stood at the other side of the door never once spoke. Something was wrong, feeling uneasy settled in my gut. I sat up in bed and gazed at the door until the knocking finally stopped. I heard the muffled sound of the survivor next door opening their door. Then the woman screamed. I stopped screaming with a squelch, which I shouldn't have been able to hear through the wall. The sound of crunching, cracking, splattering, death, and destruction of the no longer surviving survivor all passed through the wall. I wanted to heave. I unconsciously lifted my hands to cover my ears, but forced myself to put them down. I couldn't block any of my senses when I could be in danger. Instead, I simply continued watching the door, digging my fingers into my now clammy palms. Eventually, the sound stopped. I held my breath. Footsteps disappeared out of the hallway, leaving a final and lasting silence. Cautiously slipping off the bed, I turned on the lights in my room. I looked around the room. To my relief, there was nothing else in here with me. Suddenly, Eleven appeared by my side. What? Dodging away from her on instinct, I tripped backward into the bed and slammed my elbow on the frame as I fell. I cradled my throbbing arm and blinked away a few tears. My heart seemed about to beat out of my chest. In the meanwhile, Eleven made herself comfortable and sat on the edge of the bed, gazing down at me on the floor. What was the judge of this test here for? What? You can find me, but I can't find you? At that, I let out a sigh of relief. My heart rate slowly returned to normal, and a feeling of exhaustion washed over my shoulders. I stood up and sat down on the bed next to her, incredibly tempted to flop on my back right now. I restrained myself to keep a tiny bit of dignity. I'm just surprised Welcome to my humble temporary abode. Thank you for the welcome. I admit, I'm rather pleased to see that you are still surviving. Oh, so am I. You're the promising of this batch. In what way? Secret? She dances around the answer with a pretty smile. Perhaps you'll learn my reasoning with time. For now, accompany with me for a little nighttime chat, won't you? Sure. I don't have any topics in particular, so you'll have to entertain me. Also, as you may have seen, the servants here are rather dull. Would you like to become my servant? You'd get out of the game of life without losing nor winning. Neither being eaten, nor gaining reincarnation or life, but I would say that I do treat my lessers quite well. I, on the other hand, would gain a slightly more capable, if not at least interesting, I shook my head. No, thank you. Eleven didn't appear upset by my refusal, but tilted her head, prompting me to elaborate. I want to go back to life, so I can't give up on the game of life just yet. And I have no intention of being anyone's servant. I would rather be your equal. Equals? What a naive concept. I don't believe that two people can ever be equals, not in life, not in Discord. For one, I am a judge and you're a player. But are you talking to me as a judge or just as a friend looking to chat a little right now? How audacious of you to call me a friend. Hierarchy has been written into the laws governing society since the very start. For example, a woman was born to obey her father and then her husband. She should bear him, as soon to be his heir, who will hopefully show her filial piety, but ultimately controls her fate, should he accept the destruction of his reputation. If a woman is a concubine, then she should also obey the main wife. It just happens that many concubines have greedy hearts that covet the position of main wife. Whether a common woman or the noblest imperial concubine, they are all bound by these rules. An unexpected tone of resignation leaked through from her voice. I couldn't quite pinpoint what era was she speaking of. But the thing is, that's wrong, isn't it? Something in her expression shifted. I don't know if the phrase "women hold up half the sky" made its way down here. However, modern society is at least a lot better than back then in acknowledge and working toward gender equality. At the very least, the taking of concubines has been outlawed in China for over half of a century. It seems that many of you players still practice favoring boys over girls. So society is wrong to you. But are we not the ones who are wrong? Or can we really say that everyone else is wrong? In this case, I don't think that the world is wrong. People who are cruel to their daughters for the sake of their sons are really just scumbags. Their obsession with passing down their bloodline through the male offspring doesn't even match up with the science. Go on. Both parents' genes contribute to the child's genes, and humans have yet to figure out asexual reproduction. There's even a major section of DNA called the mitochondrial DNA that is predominantly passed down by the mother. Eleven looked at me like I grew another head. I see. At the very least, I think it's wrong to condemn a person's entire life to being a puppet for people who treat her as lesser. Even if we're not friends, I'd like to see this world you envision. As for being friends, people really are dirty, but I find you rather pleasant, albeit hard to understand at times. That is why I will give you another warning. Humans are those who exert power over others, regardless of the logic or science behind their actions. Cruelty will only be judged by the victor. Those that mimic humans will behave in the same way. The sinners taking part in the game of life are indeed sinners. Take that into consideration and do not trust them. Oh, and remember not to open the door at night. You did well earlier tonight. 11 stood up from the bed. Good night. Good night. She smiled at me. My heart skipped a beat. Stepping into a shadow, 11 disappeared from my side. I turned off the lights and went to bed. Closing my eyes, I fell into a dreamless sleep. Daylight came in an instant. The morning was spent searching for the key without results. Noon came and passed Yanshu and I scouted out the mansion in the places we had yet to touch. Oh, I glanced at Yanshu. Looks like we'll have to share a bed tonight. As long as they can't open locked doors. So this scene again. And how do I get the other bad ending? So far, everything is the same. Wait, let me check. So it's the bad ending for... Let's see... Okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, it was a bit difficult with my injured leg, but we still made it to the cliff fairly quickly with the glow of Yanchu's phone flashlight. Here should pick 11. Boom. Then Thumb and central altar.
Tunderino! What do you mean, Gyepi-kun?
What are you doing? Should be the other bad ending. Despite everything, we were unable to find the key in time. Even as the sky began to change colors, the little bell tolled. Its ring vibrated through my bones, and the ground shifted below me. The scenery around me changed to a blanket hole that I had never seen before. As I opened my mouth to ask what was going on, I suddenly fell to my knees in pain. My dress was parched, my body was hot. I felt as if I was burning, my skin beginning to peel, my flesh beginning to melt. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. My lungs were filled with ash, my vision began to flicker. It hurt. With my limited senses covered with pain, I heard a servant approach me to tear me into pieces. For some reason I understood. Death. I understood that I was being prepared into a meal for this feast. Just like all of the other failed players. Just as the rules had promised. The servants brought the dish made of me up to the head of the table. Through my hazy vision, I saw two red figures. One of them must have been the king, and the other one appeared to be 11. What a shame, this batch couldn't pass the trail, not a single one of them. None of them were qualified. Is that so? Yet as I watched the trail, I noticed that the girl who I appointed as judge has been really relaxed with her role this time. The possible king wrapped her hands around 11's thin neck and squeezed it. Which one did my dear first wife choose? Gah. Could it be this one? The possible king seemed to tighten her grip. Or that one. Then she finally let go. 11 grasped at her neck, gasping for air now that the hands no longer constricted her airways. The possible king had a servant bring the dish of me closer. I'm afraid it must be impartial and discipline you for your misbehavior, even if you're my wife. However, of course, I'm still kind. Therefore, first, let us sit and partake in the feast. The possible king picked up a piece of me from the dish and raised it to 11's lips, forcing it into her mouth when she refused to eat. I'm sure you will rate her like this one. Putting a hand over 11's mouth, Until 11 began to chew and swallow, the king seemed to smile. They ate my flesh. Okay, well, look at all of the endings. We only have the side story. But I would say we're gonna go through that tomorrow. Through the side story. Honestly, I am done for today. So I would say we continue tomorrow with the last day of the FOLLOWATHON. I'm going to start with this 4 hours plus what I had to add with the additional rates and subs that we got. And I'm going to update you coming to the unlocked goals and everything. So far, I'm here to update you. You unlocked the Chatpix Twitter banner for a week. So, in case you don't have any ideas right now, you can do that. Also, my Discord server in the share away section. So, I'll leave you with the homework. And that's it for today. Millie! It's not millionaire time yet. Okay, thank you. Goodness! She just wants to steal my spot. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. Thank you for the pet. Millie. But yeah, eventually I'll be in a different room from her, so I'm not sure if you're hearing her or not. That will not happen anymore at some point. Thank you, Shima. So yeah, that's it for today. Thank you so much to those that supported me, to those that did decide to stop by, to the lurkers, everyone, every nyan that kept me in their brain cell. Yeah, okay. We'll finish here, and nope, not today. Today we'll finish, and tomorrow will be the last day. Give me a moment, I'm gonna pick someone to raid, and then we can end the stream. So thank you so much, I hope you enjoyed the stream overall. It was way too much reading for me, in fact my throat does hurt quite a bit. That is why also I'm choosing to stop now, to take care of it. I'll be there tomorrow. Give me just a moment to pick someone to read. Okay, I found whom to read. Okay, let's go. So here's the read message to copy paste. Keep your rate, Floppies want bread, and the second version to those that are not subscribed. Let's go! And we're gonna see you tomorrow at the same hour. That is 11 AM Central European Time, and the other time zones, give me a second, I'm gonna fetch them. It's gonna be 7 PM JST or 2 AM PDT. So to set your alarms for the last day of the FOLLOWATHON with the GP. And thank you again for stopping by. Thank you to everyone that engaged or lurked here. Thank you so much. Raid Sime. Go forward. Tunderino. And eat your daily fruit. I did eat mine. Hop on to the raid. Hop on. Hop on to the raid.